"Are you going out like that?" Daphne asked. Without covering his head, Death's robes may appear like a normal black piece of clothing, but the more one stared at them, they would begin to notice their unnatural movements. It was like the fabric itself was alive. The color was also off-putting. The tone of black was so dark that it almost seemed to vanish into the shadows while eating away all the light around it. Right, I should take this off. Harry almost forgot he was wearing them. The robes were extremely comfortable to him, almost like being wrapped in a warm blanket on a cold day. But when he made a motion to take them off, he found an issue. They seemed to be stuck. Daphne got a bit closer to look at the robes better. Oh wow, at this distance, she could clearly see it. The robes weren't really acting like a piece of clothing. The black material appeared to have fused with Harry's body, making it impossible to remove. I'm not sure how to say this, Harry. But it's like the robes have become part of you. She hoped for that not to be true, though. Wait, you mean I can't remove them? Harry frowned. Calm down, of course the robes have become a part of you. This is normal, Zeno stated. You knew this was going to happen? Daphne threw him an accusatory glance. I didn't even know the fourth Hallow existed until earlier this month, much less what it was. He looked at Harry. But this should be no different than the other three. They also bonded with you, and you have control over them and their powers. The robes should be the same. At least that is what I believe. He pointed at his head. You removed the hood without thinking, remember? Harry realized Zeno's was correct. When Daphne got scared of him, he wanted to show her his face, and the robes obeyed. He closed his eyes and focused on his connection with the robes. Then, he gave them a command to hide away. The robes immediately began to shrink until they were nothing more than a small black sphere, which then proceeded to disappear inside his body. Fascinating. Zeno's had a wide smile on his face. So it's still in your body? Daphne wondered. Yes, I can feel it. If I were to give it an order to come out, it will, he said with certainty. Humans, a loud shout came from outside. This is Commander Silver Axe from the Goblin 1st Battalion. You have nowhere to escape to. Come out and surrender in peace. Yikes, he sounds very angry. Daphne had hoped they would be more willing to talk things out, but it appears to be very unlikely now. Do not worry, Harry said he has a plan. Zeno's pointed out to her. This one nodded. You can leave it to me. I'll handle the goblins. He then began to walk out of the chamber. Daphne and Zeno's followed him close behind. When the trio went out into the chamber, they found themselves facing an alarming amount of armor-clad goblins who looked ready for war. How did so many of them get here so quickly? Daphne exclaimed. It took them at least 10 minutes of riding the minecart to arrive at the chambers. For this amount of goblins to be here in such a short amount of time, it should simply not be possible. Zeno's gave her a knowing look. You are assuming the goblins don't have a better and faster way to move around the tunnels, one that they keep secret from us, he said with enthusiasm. One of my most reliable sources once told me silence humans, the commander screamed with fury. Drop your wands and lift your hands in the air. Do not make me repeat myself. The soldiers had circled the vault entrance, completely sealing any chance of escape without a fight. As the commander gave them the order to surrender, the armor-clad goblins took a few steps closer, with their sharp weapons pointing at them. Daphne glanced at Harry's back, wondering what kind of plan he had in mind. She could only hope he was not thinking about embarking on something that would lead to a war with the Goblin Nation. They had enough problems already. It's okay, leave it to me. He turned around to her with a confident smile on his face before walking forward to the goblins. He did not take 2 steps before the commander shouted back at him. He and his soldier appear to be ready for an attack at any second. Stop! The commander pointed his axe at Harry, and his men did the same with their weapons. A good variety of swords, spears, and axes were being aimed at Harry. There is no need for that, Commander Silver, Harry started. Silver Axe, the commander corrected. Right. Harry shrugged then, much to Daphne's surprise. Harry lifted his hands in the air and offered the goblin commander a gentle smile. We surrender peacefully. He threw his wand at the leader's feet. What? Daphne thought she had heard him wrong. Harry never gave up without a fight. She never thought she would hear him say something like that. But then she recalled his words from before. Is this part of his plan? I must trust him. Zeno's was also surprised, but hid it better. I thought I was about to witness the beginning of a new interesting chapter in goblin history. He did sound a bit disappointed. Smart choice, wizard. The goblin commander pointed ahead. Arrest them. A dozen armed goblin soldiers ran at them. Once they took away their wands, they put cuffs on them and led them into a room where they were told to wait until new orders arrived. The room where they left them had grey walls and no windows, but at least it wasn't a cell. It looked more like an interrogation room, with a large wooden table in the middle and some very uncomfortable chairs. 6 guards remained inside to keep a close eye on them and prevented them from speaking with each other. After what felt like hours, the commander from before came back and led Harry away, leaving Daphne alone with Xenos and the 6 guards. "How long are they going to keep us here?" Daphne complained. "And what are they doing to Harry?" She wanted to be patient, but even that had a limit. "The commander must be questioning him." One of the guards finally answered one of her questions. He was just hoping for her to shut up now. Daphne was about to open her mouth again when the door opened abruptly. A goblin wearing an elegant tunic and a gold monocle on his face came inside and glanced at Daphne and Xenos. "Who are you?" Daphne asked. Unlike the rest of them, this goblin did not look like a soldier. He was more like a scholar. Ignoring her question, the elegant goblin moved his attention to one of the guards next to the door, the one who had just spoken to Daphne. "You may release those 2 humans, but do not return their wands until they are out of Gringotts." "You are letting us go just like that?" Xenos inquired. The goblin turned to them. "Yes, you are free to go. The guards will escort you outside." "And then why? Wait a minute. What about Harry?" Daphne interrupted his explanation as one of the guards was opening her cuffs. The goblin let out an exasperated sigh. "Mr. Harry Potter has confessed to being the only one responsible for the crimes committed against our nation, freeing the both of you from any charges, so there is no point in keeping you here." "But that's not fair. He is not a criminal. I want to see him," Daphne demanded. The elegant goblin sighed again because he knew he could not deny that request. "I was afraid you would make that demand. Very well, but you will have to wait for his representative to arrive." "Representative?" Daphne asked. "Of course, Miss Greengrass, we are not savages. Mr. Potter is a minor, and he is entitled to choose an adult to represent him during the reading of his sentence." "Sentence? What about a trial?" The seriousness of the situation was sinking in for Daphne. These goblins really wanted to treat Harry as a dangerous criminal. "Sir." A different guard knocked on the door and peeked his head inside. "The representative is here." "Wonderful. Maybe we can get this done in a brief manner. I had already made plans for the evening." The elegant goblin smiled. He was about to turn around when he seemed to remember something. "By the way, my name is Blue Fang, and I am the judge for this particular case. Now follow me and don't lag behind." Daphne and Xenos shared a look before going out of the room. As they were doing this, they heard a familiar voice. "What is this about? I came as soon as I could, but one has tea." "Headmaster." Daphne immediately recognized the elderly wizard with the bright yellow robes. "Miss Greengrass and Xenos, what a strange combination." Dumbledore looked at them with a hint of confusion. "Greetings, Albus. It has been quite a while since we saw each other," Xenos said. Dumbledore nodded. "It has. I assume you two are also related to this incident with Harry." "Yes, we came with him, but," Daphne said. "Well, that is great. Then you can tell me what is going on because—" "Mr. Dumbledore," the goblin known as Blue Fang interrupted their conversation. "I understand your eagerness to know more, but if you all follow me, I shall take you to Mr. Potter, and then we can explain everything in more detail. It will be much faster that way." They obeyed the goblin and followed after him, along with several guards, to a nearby room. The place they were in looked like a maze of corridors and doors that all looked the same. Only the goblins would be able to navigate this maze without getting lost. When they entered, they found themselves in a room that looked exactly the same as their previous one. Harry was sitting at the table, while the goblin commander who arrested them sat on the opposite side. All around them were 8 goblin soldiers with their spears in hand. "Harry." Daphne was the first one to say something before she moved to his side, ignoring everyone else. The guards gripped their spears, but their commander was quick to give them a gesture of "It is fine." "Professor," Harry glanced at the old wizard. "Sorry to make you come all the way here. They insisted I needed to have an adult present, and I didn't want to bother my parents." "So you decided to bother me," he said with a hint of amusement. "It is summertime. I doubt you have much to do." "You would be surprised, Mr. Potter," the professor retorted. "Ahem." The judge cleared his throat in an annoyed way. "You would do well to take this more seriously. Now, since we are all here, we can begin." The goblin sat down at the table and looked at the stack of papers in front of him. "I will ask to not be interrupted while I read the criminal charges against Mr. Harry Potter." "Criminal charges?" Dumbledore exclaimed. "What did I just say about not being interrupted?" "I honestly expected better from you, Mr. Dumbledore," the judge frowned. "My apologies. Please continue. What did Harry do exactly?" As I was about to begin saying, he put a piece of parchment on the table. Mr. Potter arrived at Gringotts at 11 a.m. and requested access to the Potter Vault, along with his 2 guests. The Goblin Judge gave Daphne and Xenos a passing glance. But after arriving at the vault area, Mr. Potter ignored the guide's warnings and tried to open the Peveril Vault instead. This, of course, triggered the safety measures put in place to protect the vaults from thieves. In this case, since those were some of the oldest and most secure ones, 3 Nundus were released to deal with the intruders. Merlin, 3 Nundus. Dumbledore's hands landed on the table with a lot of force. His eyes moved to Daphne and Xenos. They were very scary, Daphne said. Xenos nodded. I thought my end was near. And these Nundus? Dumbledore could already guess the answer as he looked at Harry, who just shrugged at him. It was self-defense, he stated, without going into details. The judge decided to continue. Yes, the 3 security beasts were slain by Mr. Potter, but this is not the most serious charge. Oh, Dumbledore made a worried face. Mr. Potter then proceeded to completely destroy the Peveril Ancient Vault Gate, built by our ancestors by means that have been lost in time to us. A unique and irreplaceable piece. I was just trying to open it, Harry said. I was not done yet. The judge threw him a venomous glare. In the process of destroying this invaluable gate, he also caused tremendous damage to the chamber it was in. Those are just rock walls, come on, Harry complained. And, the judge raised his finger. You have destroyed the Slytherin Vault Gate. Is that the one I hit? He recalled seeing something breaking behind him. The Slytherin Vault. Daphne almost jumped from her seat before glancing at him. Harry, how could you? Do you have something against my house? I didn't hit that one on purpose, he said back. Although, if one vault was going to be damaged, I'm glad it was that one. He whispered the last part. These are very serious charges, Mr. Potter. The Commander Goblin raised his voice and spoke in a stern tone. Yes, Harry, be more respectful, Dumbledore told him. Fine, let's get down to business, Harry said. How much? Pardon? The judge raised an eyebrow. How much do I have to pay to fix this? He asked. Money? You think you can fix this with money? The commander slammed his fist on the table. I thought I made it very clear that those vault gates are priceless and irreplaceable. As for the 3 Nundus, those would be prohibitively expensive to replace, not to mention difficult. We can't just go to the nearest pet shop and ask for a Nundu, can we? The judge explained. And what kind of compensation would be necessary to fix this? Dumbledore asked with tact. 10 years of forced labor in our mines and 3 million galleons, the goblin judge declared. What did you say? Daphne's eyes opened like plates. That's outrageous. He is only 14, Dumbledore. According to the law written by your ministry, the minimum age for forced labor on wizards is 13, the judge corrected him. That must be an outdated law, Dumbledore considered it. No matter, the law is the law. There has to be something else, a different punishment, Xenos said. This was never meant to be a negotiation. I'm merely stating his punishment. The judge glanced at the commander and this nodded. The goblin guards around the room grasped their spears. The tension became palpable. Just one wrong move and they would be attacked. Harry, on the other hand, looked very relaxed. I have a counter-offer. I already stated that this is not a negotiation, Mr. Potter. If you behave yourself, I may allow you to say goodbye to your parents before taking you to the mines. The judge gave him a cruel smirk. Dumbledore, Daphne, and Xenos were all looking towards Harry with worried faces. They weren't really worried about Harry being arrested. They were worried about what his response was going to be. Dumbledore was the one who worried the most. He had a better idea than the majority about how dangerous the Goblin Nation was. The majority of the population didn't consider them a big threat because they only saw the few goblins who worked on the surface. But deep beneath, there was an endless series of tunnels that led everywhere in the British Isles. There were even rumors of massive cities hidden underneath, filled with thousands upon thousands of goblins getting ready for the next war. Just the idea of going to war with these creatures again made his blood run cold, and with Voldemort working in the background to take over the country, this was the last thing they needed. Dumbledore was about to open his mouth and request to speak with Harry alone. They must discuss the best course of action, but Harry spoke before he had a chance. I want a trial by combat, he said with a straight face. Harry, Daphne was confused. What are you talking about? Trial by combat, you say? The goblin commander had a grave expression on his face. The judge was doing the same. Harry, where did you hear that? There is N. Daphne was interrupted by the voice of the goblin judge. How did you learn about our trial by combat? You mean to say it's real? Even Dumbledore was unsure of the existence of that goblin custom. Goblins were very secretive creatures who lived in closed communities. They would rarely share something with an outsider. The headmaster gave Harry a side glance and wondered when he had gained that bit of knowledge. "How did you learn about this, Mr. Potter?" the judge asked. He obviously shared the same questions as the rest of the room's occupants. "It doesn't matter. The law is clear. If someone is accused of a crime by the Goblin Nation, they have the right to request a trial by combat. If they are victorious, any and all charges will be dropped immediately," Harry told the judge, who proceeded to make a very displeased face. "This law is only meant for goblins." The judge raised his voice. "I don't think it specifies that in your books, does it? That means humans can also summon this law." Harry still recalled well that conversation he had with a very drunk Griffook. The poor goblin had revealed a lot of the goblin's secrets to the entire bar that night. Not that it matters that much at this point. Harry never thought that any of that could be useful to him one day. "Well, does the law say that it's only for goblins then?" Dumbledore chimed in. "No, it does not." The judge had some difficulty getting the words out due to his anger. Of course, the law was meant for goblins, as every other law they had written. But no one thought about the need to specify that, since no one outside the Goblin Nation was meant to speak about it. The judge glared daggers at Harry. This could only mean they had a traitor in their ranks, but it was too late to fix this issue now. As a person of law, he had to abide by it. "Are you sure about this?" the Goblin commander spoke. "Since you seem to know about our customs, you must also be aware that a trial by combat is meant to be carried out with the exclusive use of close-range weapons. So no bows or crossbows are allowed, and of course, that would include magical wands." "I do know about that part, yes," Harry told him without a single change in his facial expression. The commander looked displeased. He took this casual attitude of his as a great insult. "You think us weak, boy? You would do well to not underestimate us based on our looks. Goblins may be small compared to humans, but we are a martial nation. We begin our training at the age of 4, and we never stop after that, until we retire. Even those working at the bank could chop your limbs in a second if they were provoked." "I am sure that Harry's intention was not to insult you," Dumbledore tried to placate the angry commander. "No, it was not. And besides, aren't I the one being underestimated here?" Harry asked. He knew a lot about goblins. Despite not being able to use magic in the same way that humans do, they are, in essence, magical creatures. Even with their reduced size, they are at least twice as strong as humans are. And as the commander said, they are trained in martial fighting from a very young age. Every goblin is a potential soldier in case of war. The other thing that goblins excelled at was metallurgy and runes. This all combined turned them into the strongest warriors, with the best weapons and armor to boot, in the entire world. It was natural they would not take a martial challenge very seriously when it came from a human wizard. The commander is right. For a young human wizard like you, this trial by combat would be akin to suicide. You are in time to change your mind. The judge managed to calm down after thinking about it a bit further. Even if Harry knew about their laws, he had no chance of winning, especially when they could choose any champion they wanted to represent the Goblin Nation. "I'm not retracting my words. I want a trial by combat. That is final," Harry insisted. The judge glared at Dumbledore. "You are acting as his representative, and as such, you can stop this madness. As an adult, you may make the best choice for him." As much as the judge disliked Harry, having a young wizard from an important family potentially die at their hands, it was bound to bring trouble. "Oh," Dumbledore pretended to be thinking about it for a good minute. "I believe that I will trust in Mr. Potter's judgment. If he wants to do this, trial by combat, he can do so with my blessing." Dumbledore had never personally seen Harry fight with a sword, but if this was the way he had chosen to solve this issue, he would not get in the way. After all, Dumbledore was well aware that if Harry wanted to resort to violence, those cuffs they put on him were going to do little to stop him. "This is outrageous," the judge exclaimed. "Yes, let's get this over with." Harry could not wait to get out of this underground facility. The air was very unpleasant here. He definitely made the right call on not coming along. "So, does he have to fight here, or?" Daphne asked. "Of course not. Trials by combat are a rare occurrence, but we have a place to carry them out," the commander said before looking at the judge. "The only thing left is choosing the champion who will face the wizard. Any of my men would be willing to—" "No," the judge cut him off abruptly. "I already have something in mind." He moved his eyes to the guards around the room. "Find me Bloodfang." "Wow, they have a coliseum down here?" Daphne stared in awe at the magnificent structure. "I'm sure they have much more hidden in these tunnels. I really need to write an article about this." Zeno was taking mental notes. "I'm not sure that would be a good idea, my friend," Dumbledore added. "What you see here," spoke the general, "is just a small arena meant for trials. We have a much bigger one for the tournaments." "I didn't expect to have an audience." Dumbledore glanced at the goblins sitting around the stone platform. There were at least 24 of them, watching attentively from the stone benches that surrounded the arena. The commander gave the goblins a glare of disapproval. "This matter should not have reached the ears of the public, but word gets around quickly. I'm sure many are here to see what kind of human dares to challenge a goblin to a martial battle." They moved to one side of the arena. Once inside, it was not too different from the one at the Ministry of Magic. It was a rectangular stone platform that had been raised a few feet off the ground, with one entrance on each side. All around it were places for the audience to watch, as well as some extra large doors covered with metallic fences situated below them. The decorations were undoubtedly superior, and the intricate carvings on the stones were a clear showcase of goblin artisanal skills. On the other side of the fighting arena, they spotted the judge, Bluefang. Next to him was a large goblin fully clad in dark metal armor with a helmet that completely hid his face. "I assume that is my opponent?" Harry asked. Commander Silverax nodded. "Indeed, that is Bloodfang," he said with a solemn tone. "You seemed very upset when the judge mentioned that name before. Why is that?" Daphne decided to ask. "Of course I was. You wouldn't know about him. But Captain Bloodfang is one of our best warriors. He has also been the Colosseum champion for the past 5 years in a row. There aren't many who would dare to cross blades with him. He is known for his cruelty and incredible thirst for blood. Judge Bluefang has been excessive in his choice of a champion for this trial. To fight a human child." He glanced at Harry. "No offense," he added. "We'll see about that." Harry returned the stare. Bloodfang stepped into the arena platform, and they could now see him much better. He was certainly much bigger than the average goblin, almost reaching the height of a human. His body was also incredibly thick. His bulging muscles could be seen in between the gaps of his armor. He looked very impressive and intimidating as he turned to glare at his opponent. Bloodfang pulled out his sword and pointed it at Harry. "The human who wants to die, step up here. I don't have all day." His sword was very crude looking. It had a single-edged thick blade shaped more like a cleaver than a sword. On his left arm, he held a circular metallic shield with intricate carvings on it. All of his equipment seemed to have been crafted with goblin steel, and all of it was heavily enchanted, as the glowing runes indicated. "How scary," Harry said. "And am I supposed to face my opponent while still chained and unarmed? Does your champion require a handicap, perhaps? What did you say?" Bloodfang shouted. The commander gave a sign to one of his men, and this one removed Harry's restraints. "Over there," Silverax pointed to one side of the arena. "You will find weapons and armor. Take what you need." He didn't believe this was going to be a long fight, but to send him in unarmed would be a stain on his honor. Then, Harry gave Dumbledore, Daphne, and Zeno a quick look before turning around. "I'll be back in a moment." This earned him a few grunts and huffs from the upset goblins who were watching the human group. "We'll be here," said Zeno. "Don't take things too far," Daphne added. Most of the goblins in the arena thought that this wizard had lost his sanity for even requesting a trial by combat, and even more so after the fact that he did not try to run away from the challenge after learning who his opponent was. Harry ignored the stares and walked to the shelves containing the armament. He never had any intention of wearing any goblin armor, even if there was something there that could fit him. His eyes moved to the weapons. There was a good variety of them. Short swords, long swords, hammers, axes, spears. But even he could easily tell that these were just normal weapons, made with regular steel and without a single rune carved into them. One could find weapons such as these in any Muggle shop that sold medieval-style blades. There was nothing special about them. And the armors were much the same. Compared to that, the equipment worn by Bloodfang could be considered priceless magical artifacts. Harry shrugged and picked up a long sword. These kinds of things did not have much importance to him. It also didn't really matter what weapon he chose, as none of them would be able to pierce that goblin steel enchanted armor. With his sword in hand, he jumped on top of the rectangular platform, ready to face his opponent. Bloodfang laughed when he saw him like this. "Oh, this is going to be quick." Harry's eyes became sharp for a moment. "Yes, I think so too." Right after the judge gave the signal to start, Bloodfang jumped into action without hesitation. He felt no threat from Harry or the simple steel sword in his hand. In only a short moment, he had closed the gap between them. Gah! His cleaver descended upon Harry at tremendous speed, aiming at his shoulder. Harry used his own blade to deflect Bloodfang's. As the two weapons made contact, The blade of Harry's sword was cut at an angle with no effort, leaving only a small piece of it. Bloodfang laughed and lifted his sword again. "I'm finishing this now, boy." As he did this, Harry moved his eyes to the gap in the armor covering his right arm. There was a few inches of space around the joint of his elbow. Moving at lightning speed, he drove his broken sword in there, stabbing the goblin's exposed flesh. Bloodfang screamed in agony, but did not stop his attack. Harry used his other hand to stop the vertical slash by grasping onto the goblin's gauntlet. Bloodfang gasped in shock when he saw this. By all means, he should be heavier and stronger than this human boy. This made no sense to him. He felt like he was having a terrible nightmare. This can't be. Harry moved his fingers to get a good hold on his opponent's blade before lifting his left leg and sending a powerful kick. Bloodfang raised his shield and blocked it, but the impact was enough to make him release his weapon before being sent flying backward. He only managed to stop himself at the border of the arena, and he hurried to stand back up and stare at Harry, who was now holding his own weapon in a menacing manner. "This has to be a dream," Bloodfang said. Humans were not supposed to be like this. The goblins watching were also thinking the same. They could not believe what they were seeing. Bloodfang grunted in pain as he removed the broken sword from his elbow. "Arg!" His eyes became bloodshot. "You damn human, I will kill you for this." His hatred rose to the point of losing his self-control. He was about to run at Harry but quickly realized there was no need for that, as this one was already doing that by himself. "Fast," Bloodfang muttered. He could barely follow Harry's movements as he approached. Before he could formulate any sort of plan, Harry was already next to him. Letting his instincts take over, Bloodfang raised his shield to block the attack. He knew how dangerous that blade was, but his shield was made of the same material, so it stood to reason that it should be able to resist its assault. Even with his quick reaction, Bloodfang was barely able to lift his shield in time to intercept the horizontal swing from Harry. He heard a loud clanking noise as the metals collided, followed by a sharp pain in his left arm. When he looked down, he understood why. His shield had been cut in half, and so had his arm. The goblin had never suffered any serious wounds during his entire career as a fighter and a soldier. "Ah, no!" he screamed at the top of his lungs. His will to fight had been instantly shattered. Bloodfang's eyes moved to the front, trying to find Harry, but the human had already vanished from sight. He then heard Bluefang shouting, "Stop! It's already off!" Bloodfang felt something hitting the back of his head, and then nothing. Harry released the grip on the blade and let it fall, along with Bloodfang, who had the blade stuck on top of his head. He didn't want to drag the fight more than necessary, so after disarming his opponent, Harry moved behind him and gave the goblin a lethal blow. The audience was not happy with him. "Impossible! That boy killed Bloodfang. He must be using magic. Yeah, he must have done something strange." The audience was both angry and unconvinced about his performance. Silence. The commander shouted with authority, "You shan't say a single word about what happened here today." The commander's eyes locked onto Harry. "The wizard fought according to our rules. So, I'm free to go then?" Harry glanced at the judge. Bluefang appeared to be extremely enraged and did not take his eyes off Harry. And I don't have to pay anything, right?" Harry decided to add. The judge glared at Harry for a good minute then. "I can't believe he shouted at me like that. Just because I won the fight. What a sore loser." Harry huffed as they walked out of Gringotts. "I'm fairly sure that Bloodfang and the judge were related," Daphne commented. "Well, what was I supposed to do? It was a fight to the death," Harry said defensively. "He did what he had to do." "I'm not sure that was the case," Dumbledore joined in the conversation. "That goblin judge never mentioned that you must continue to fight until someone dies. Now that you mention it. It was true that the goblin only said there was a risk of death. I believe he was about to stop the fight before you." Daphne made a motion with her hand. "But look at the bright side. The goblins would have been a lot angrier if they found out that you cheated." Dumbledore gave Harry a knowing look. "Cheated?" Xenos asked. "What do you mean?" Harry fought with a sword like they wanted. Daphne did not understand it either. "He did fight with a sword, but as for not doing any magic," Dumbledore started. "You used magic?" Daphne had not noticed this at all. "They only said that I couldn't use my wand. They never said anything about wandless magic," Harry stated. "It was implied and you know it." Dumbledore gave him a look of disapproval. He knew that Harry could have won without breaking any rule, but decided to do it anyway. "What did you do?" Daphne was just curious at this point. "I used a bit of wandless magic to make the sword cut a bit better. Also, I used some enhancement charms on my legs," Harry admitted. "You are lucky the goblins have a poor understanding of wandless magic, so they could not pick on that. But they definitely know you did something," But otherwise, that goblin steel sword should not have been able to cut through the shield in such a way, Dumbledore explained. I wanted to finish it faster, okay? Let's keep this among ourselves. The goblins are angry enough with me. Angry. They were talking about banning you from Gringotts as we were leaving, Daphne said. What's done is done, Harry shrugged, and it was much better than my alternative plan anyway. You had another idea? What was it? Daphne asked. Well, Harry scratched his head. I think I better not say. That could have ended up in a war. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat. He wanted to change the topic of the conversation, but there was still something he wanted to know. What were you even doing down there? What was so valuable inside that vault that you would even risk starting a war to take it? Harry looked around. It was late afternoon, but there were still a lot of people in Diagon Alley. I'll tell you another day. Dumbledore nodded. He could agree that this was hardly a good place to speak about important matters. Very well, you may tell me tomorrow when you come to my office then. Tomorrow? Harry appeared to be confused. Have you forgot? Dumbledore asked. The Quidditch finals are tomorrow. You asked me to get us some seats. The next day, during the early hours of the morning, Harry visited the headmaster's office. He apparated in the hallway and walked to the gargoyle. Harry was waiting for it to request the password and speak some nonsense in return, but to his surprise, the statue moved aside without saying a word and allowed him to pass. When he entered the office, he found the old headmaster in his usual seat, writing something on a parchment. Your gargoyle is broken, Harry told him. No, it is not, Dumbledore answered without lifting his eyes from the parchment. It didn't ask me for a password this time. Dumbledore stopped writing and placed the quill back on its stand. I have given you full access to my office, so the gargoyle has no need for a password. You ruined my fun. Harry then heard a loud cry coming from the other side of the office. Hello to you too, Fox. The Phoenix made some cheerful noises in response. Wait, so this means I'm a fully fledged headmaster now? Harry asked. Dumbledore chuckled. As far as Hogwarts is concerned, yes, but legally you are still a normal student. Why, are you interested in the position? Not at all. Sitting all day in that chair, writing and reading stuff. That's really not my style, Harry said in a joking manner, though he knew the real reason behind the headmaster's actions. He was making preparations for the worst-case scenario. With that out of the way, can you tell me now, what were you doing at Gringotts yesterday? Dumbledore was very curious about what could be so important as to risk turning the Goblin Nation into enemies. The fourth Deathly Hallow, Harry answered. There is no such thing, Dumbledore muttered, not entirely sure if Harry was just trying to test him in some way. Hey, you don't know everything, that's fine. Until yesterday, he had no idea either, and you found this unheard-of relic in Gringotts. The headmaster did not look very convinced yet. Inside the Peveril Vault, Harry said. Indeed, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. I would love to see it. I thought you would. Harry distanced himself from the large table and moved to a less crowded place in the office. He closed his eyes for a moment and focused. What? Dumbledore stood up from his chair and stared in shock at Harry. A black substance seemed to emerge from inside his body and covered him completely. What is that? Dumbledore asked. The fabric of the robes was fluttering around, despite there being no wind inside the office. It covered Harry's body from head to toe, and Dumbledore could barely see him at all, except for a pair of green eyes, which made the whole look more unsettling. Harry, Dumbledore called for him with a hint of wariness. As he had done with Daphne, Harry removed the hood and revealed his face. This time it was easier, and he was much more aware of what he was doing. He had time for a few hours of practice last night at home. That's not what I was expecting. Dumbledore continued to observe the robes with great interest. He wasn't as knowledgeable as Xenophilius when it came to the Deathly Hallows, but he had seen enough depictions of death to recognize how much these robes resembled them. The robes of death. That's what Zeno said. What do you think? Still doubtful? Harry asked. And you found them inside the Peveril Vault. How did you? Right. Dumbledore was about to ask how Harry managed to open a vault belonging to another house, but now the charges from the goblins made more sense to him. The headmaster sat back down in his chair. Now that I have it in front of me, I do not doubt the artifact's authenticity, but your method of acquiring it could have been a bit more discreet. Yes, well, things didn't go according to plan. Dumbledore smiled. They usually don't, my boy, so what does this fourth Hallow do? Other three all offer powerful abilities. I cannot imagine this one to be any less. Haven't had much time to test it, but I think I've learned about the nature of this artifact and the abilities it offers. It is a bit more complicated than the other three, Harry explained. Is that so? Care to elaborate? The headmaster asked with interest. Harry pointed to a ceramic cup resting on top of the headmaster's table. It was the one he used for his morning tea. The elves hadn't removed it yet. I'll do a small demonstration. Keep your eyes on the cup, Harry said as he focused. All of a sudden, a pitch-black circle appeared next to the cup. The circle was just floating in the air, and it was so dark that it almost seemed as if someone had removed a piece of space itself, leaving behind an empty void. Dumbledore was already surprised by this, but then a hand appeared from inside the black void and took hold of the cup, dragging it inside before disappearing. Dumbledore's eyes moved to Harry just in time to see him pulling his hand out of a similar black hole. Harry was holding onto his cup. Pretty nifty, huh? Harry said with a grin before moving closer to the desk and placing the cup back in its original place. The black circles vanished from existence, and everything returned to how it was before. Space manipulation, Dumbledore muttered. A very rare type of magic, Dumbledore added. What else can you do with it? The robes began to shrink until they disappeared completely. Come on, I didn't come here to perform tricks for you, Professor. The truth was that he couldn't really do anything more at the moment, but this was the result of just one night of practice, so it wasn't too shabby. The headmaster returned to his usual calm demeanor. Right, but we still have some time before the portkey becomes active. He pulled a piece of paper from one of the drawers. There is something I want you to see first. A teacher's list, Harry read the headline out loud. Yes, they are the selected teachers for this upcoming school year. I think you'll find some of the names. Interesting, Dumbledore told him. Harry's face went pale when he saw the name. Wait, Dolores Umbridge as the defense teacher? Please tell me this is a joke list or something. No, I'm afraid that is the final list. It has already been approved by the school board, Dumbledore said with a solemn tone. You are aware of what type of person she is. 'Cause I told you about it, Harry stated. Even if you didn't, I would still know very well what kind of person she is. So I take it you didn't personally choose her for the position. What happened then? Harry asked. That choice was forced upon me by a new law that allows the Ministry of Magic to influence some decisions for all magical schools located within Britain. The school board also put as much pressure as possible to get the choices they wanted. You are the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. How can that happen? Dumbledore's expression became more somber. I no longer hold that position. It was decided by a majority vote to remove me from it and choose someone else instead. What? Harry expected some things to change, but this was moving very quickly. I believe Electo Caro has now been given that honor. My influence in the ministry is very minimal at the moment. I have no doubt that I will also lose my title of Supreme Mugwump of the ICW very soon, as my contacts there have been warning me. It is already fortunate that I managed to hold on to my place as headmaster. They will no doubt try to take that away as soon as possible. I wasn't aware that things were that dire already. Looks like you took a political beating this summer. Many things have happened, yes. The minister has changed the most. He is now much more aggressive and imposing with his moves. His policies are also much more extreme and openly anti-Muggle. I guess I underestimated what Lord Parkinson was capable of. You don't really think this is just him making these decisions? Harry stated. No, of course not. These things happening shortly after Voldemort's return cannot be a coincidence. He must be the one behind many of the changes. No one has seen it yet, but I can feel his influence in the ministry. Harry glanced back at the list. So we are going to have that woman as a teacher. You have no idea how insufferable she is going to be. He was beginning to contemplate the pros and cons of killing her in the first week of school. Indeed, they even forced me to retire Professor Binns. The ghost, that is not a terrible idea anyway. Who is the replacement? He went down the list until he found the name of the new history professor. This can't be right. I know what you are going to say. That man is a known follower of the Dark Lord, but he was cleared of all charges after leaving Azkaban. No, this man is more than a Death Eater. He is a dead Death Eater. Harry looked at the name again, in case he made a mistake. What are you? I'm saying that Augustus Rookwood is dead. He cannot conceivably be a teacher unless you are planning on replacing one ghost with another. Dead? No, that's not possible. I have personally seen him speak before the school board last week, Dumbledore said with absolute certainty. Harry informed him about the night he went into his castle, but you never found his body. He could have escaped from whoever attacked his house. I summoned his soul, Harry revealed. Dumbledore's expression changed. You did. Harry had already told him about his ability to control the Deathly Hallows powers, so he was not too surprised to hear this. Dumbledore was even a first-hand witness to these abilities when Harry tried to bring the soul of his sister Ariana back. It only lasted for a few minutes, but he would never forget it for as long as he lived. According to what Harry said, he could only maintain the connection for a short period of time because she had been dead for too long, and her spirit was now too disconnected from the mortal realm, making the process more difficult and consuming. So, what did his spirit have to say? Dumbledore asked with curiosity. Nothing. I could not talk to him at all. His soul had been damaged beyond repair and disappeared shortly after, Harry explained. Are you suggesting what I think you are? Dumbledore asked. A person dies, their soul is either damaged or destroyed, and then that same person is walking around like nothing had happened. Harry looked at Dumbledore directly. Can you think of any magic that can accomplish that feat? I do. Dumbledore could only think of one possibility. Things like Polyjuice Potion were ruled out since they require the target to be alive. Hair from a dead person would be useless. Human transfiguration is a more distant possibility, but that one requires great mastery over that type of magic, and it would have no effect on the soul whatsoever. As far as he was aware, necromancy was the only thing that could accomplish such a feat, and Dumbledore knew well that Voldemort had been delving into that dark path for a very long time. Any spell in particular? Harry asked, trying to gather more information about necromancy, as his own knowledge in that branch was very limited. However, there were no books about it in his family library, and you couldn't just walk into a bookstore and ask about them since that type of magic was highly illegal. I'll have to ask Lord Greengrass about this, Harry thought. Of course not, Dumbledore denied immediately. I am an advocate for the freedom of knowledge. But some knowledge should remain untouched. That is not a branch of magic that I wish to touch. You won't find much information about that in Hogwarts either. Sure, but it would be useful to know what he's doing. This also raises some questions, Harry said. If Voldemort could make the dead act like the living, are you suspecting someone in particular? Dumbledore asked. A few. The only good thing about this was that Harry had a reliable way to check if someone was dead or alive. He was unable to interact with the souls of the living, so if he called for someone's spirit and it answered, that person was dead for sure. Oh, it's time to go. If we miss the portkey, there will be no more chances, Dumbledore said, pulling an object from his tunic as he moved around the table to the other side. Here, hold on to it. Harry gave him a serious glare. Is that a dirty sock? The crowd was massive, perhaps even bigger than what he remembered. Our seats are that way, Dumbledore told him. Harry glanced over at the VIP area. You got a private box? Of course, I still have some reliable contacts, Dumbledore said with a satisfied grin on his face. Albus, someone turned around when he heard Dumbledore speak. It really is you. I wasn't expecting to see you at a Quidditch game of all places. He looks very familiar, Harry thought as he stared at the middle-aged white man with a mustache and a top hat. He was sure he had seen him before. Bartemius, I also wasn't expecting to see you here, Dumbledore responded. Harry, this is Bartemius Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Right, Harry now recalled him, though he was more familiar with his son. Would Barty Jr. still be alive, he wondered. Harry, Dumbledore tapped him on the shoulder. Harry realized that Crouch was staring at him. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Harry Potter. Potter? Ah, yes. Must be the son of James Potter. As Crouch looked at him, Harry got the impression the man didn't like him for some reason. I heard your father quit the Auror Division. How shameful, Crouch huffed. Bartemius, Dumbledore said in a warning tone. Don't mind me, Crouch chuckled. I'm just talking. Oh, he turned to look at his side. This is my new assistant, Weatherboy, Water, Wesley, sir. Percy looked a bit embarrassed and tried to avoid making eye contact with Crouch. Right, that, Crouch glanced again at Dumbledore. So you brought a student to watch a game? That's a bit unusual. Yes, well, Mr. Potter here got excellent marks last year. I had some extra seats, so I brought him along as a reward for his outstanding performance, Dumbledore explained, saying the first thing that occurred to him. Crouch seemed to be losing interest quickly. Anyway, I'll be visiting the school soon. We need to discuss. You know what? He said the last part almost in a whisper. Of course, visit any time you want, Bartemius. The man soon left, with Percy and his house elf following him. Harry paid close attention but couldn't detect any other sources of magic around them. If his son was hiding, I should have felt something. This didn't really mean much. He could have been left at home, or maybe he has already escaped, or maybe he is dead. Harry, Dumbledore called when he saw Harry staring intently at the back of Crouch. Everything okay? Nothing to worry about for now, so? The Triwizard Tournament? Harry asked. I didn't have the chance to tell you yet, but yes, it wasn't my idea. But Bartemius and a few other influential wizards were very insistent on using Hogwarts as the host location. Dumbledore was especially wary of this tournament after hearing what had happened in Harry's timeline, of course, but he had been powerless to stop it. This is fine. I don't want you to stop it. It gives us a good chance. Harry appeared to be considering something. A chance for what? Dumbledore asked. To put things in our favor, but it's still too soon to tell. There were still many unknown factors, and Harry didn't want to rely too heavily on his old knowledge. Harry, is that Harry? Before they could step onto the stairs leading to their box, they were spotted by someone else. Ginny. Harry glanced at the girl. He had only seen her briefly at the beginning of the summer before she went to visit some family members. In this short amount of time, she seemed to have grown even more. With every day that passed, she became closer and closer to the Ginny from his memory. Did you get taller? Harry asked when she was in front of him. She offered a sweet grin. You noticed? Hey, are you going to one of the upper boxes? Ron almost pushed his sister out of the way to get in front of Harry. Can I go with you? He said excitedly. Whoa, the view here is amazing. Ron leaned against the railing. These are high-grade view enhancers, George said as he took hold of one of the devices that had been set up in the headmaster's VIP box. I bet we can even see the players' nose hairs with these. You, why would you want to see that? Ron made a disgusted face. I'm sorry for this, Albus. Just let me know if they're too much of a bother, and I'll take them away, Molly Weasley said with embarrassment. Don't worry about it, Molly. This box is plenty big for everyone. Dumbledore brushed aside her concerns. Ron had kept insisting on coming to the fancy seats, so in the end, Dumbledore invited the entire Weasley family to join him and Harry. Still, we already had some seats reserved, Molly said. The Diggories will enjoy the extra space then, her husband Arthur said. Right. Molly had almost forgotten they were going to share a tent with the Diggory family later. We should go tell Amos something. He'll get worried otherwise. I'll go speak with him. You stay here with the boys, Arthur offered, standing up. Let me see too. Ron was now trying to push George off the viewing device. Use the other one, his brother replied, pushing him back. It's not working, Ron huffed. Hold on. George's tone suddenly changed, and he leaned his face closer to the artifact while pointing it at the audience. I think I saw some Velas. What? Let me see. Now Fred was also trying to push him away. Molly sighed. Do they always have to be so noisy? She glanced toward the other corner, where her daughter was standing next to Harry. They seemed to be engaged in a pleasant conversation. Why can't Ron be a bit more like Harry? They're the same age, but one is so mature, while the other one has the manners of a toddler. Dumbledore let out a chuckle. All kids mature at different ages. I mean, look at your daughter. She's younger than everyone else, but she's always polite and well-behaved. Ginny, yes, in some ways she is like that, but she also has a rebellious side. That girl loves to sneak behind my back to fly that broom of hers, or do who knows what else. I don't know how to control her anymore. I do believe that's also very normal for her age, Dumbledore said. I know that too, but she's going to have a hard time finding a good husband with that wild personality of hers. A bit early for that, don't you think? The headmaster asked. It's never too early to start looking. Molly's eyes went to Harry. If only. Sorry I couldn't send more letters this summer, Ginny was telling Harry, completely oblivious to her mother's thoughts on the other side of the room. My parents would only let us use the owls from the next city's owl office for some reason. They've been acting weird all summer. Weird? In what way? Harry asked. Ginny looked displeased just from remembering her summer. We spent the first 6 weeks locked in our house in Paris. It wasn't really their house, but Lord Greengrass had let the family use a house located near the shop where Arthur was now working. I mean, the house is 10 times better than the borough, but they wouldn't let us go into the city at all. I couldn't even fly my broom because the house was too close to a Muggle neighborhood, Ginny lamented. And after that, did you go back home? I wish, she huffed. We went to Aunt Muriel's house. I hate that woman. She always forces me to clean and cook and wouldn't let me have any fun. Sorry to hear that. Harry had a good idea about why Molly and Arthur were acting so paranoid this summer and why they avoided going to the borough. As members of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore must have kept them informed about the current situation. This is the first time I can have some fun all summer, Ginny complained, and in just a few more days you'll be back at Hogwarts, Harry said. Yes, she exclaimed with excitement. I never thought I'd be looking forward to going back to school this much. But here we are. I hope my flying skills didn't get rusty over the summer. I'm sure you'll be fine, Harry assured her. Are you planning on staying as a seeker? Ginny shrugged. For now at least. There won't be any openings for the chaser position until Angelina and Alicia graduate at the end of the upcoming year. Harry could not tell her that the Quidditch House Cup was likely to be cancelled this year due to the Tri-Wizard tournament. Well, I think you did great as a seeker, so it wouldn't be a loss to stay as one, but it's best to do whatever you enjoy the most. Thanks, Ginny smiled at the compliment. Oh. I just realized something. This year I can finally go to Hogsmeade, she said with excitement. It's not like you didn't already go last year. Ginny chuckled nervously. About that, don't tell anyone, please. Of course I won't, and if anyone is going to find out, it'll likely be through my sister's mouth. That's true, Ginny had to agree with that. Say, Harry, since this year, you know, would you want to go to Ho? They're here, Ron screamed like a madman. Yes. The game is about to begin, George shouted. The players are finally here, Fred said with joy. The game went exactly as Harry remembered. Ireland won against Bulgaria, but Victor Crumb was the one who ended it by catching the snitch, after realizing they couldn't close the point gap. It was late at night by the time it was all done, and most attendees retired to their camps. Harry and Dumbledore were invited to rest in the Weasley tent since they still had room for a few more people. They accepted the offer, even though neither of them was planning on sleeping. Harry activated his invisibility and walked outside after everyone fell asleep. He immediately found Dumbledore waiting for him. That seems very handy. I didn't feel your approach at all, the old headmaster commented when he noticed Harry appear at his side. It's supposed to be as untraceable as the cloak used to be, and no need for enchantments, Harry said. Well, it's not that surprising, considering its origin, Dumbledore added. Harry smiled. During my first year, I tried to sneak around using the cloak, and you found me very easily. I still don't know how you did it. Did I? Dumbledore smiled with amusement. He knew that Harry wasn't talking about this lifetime but his previous one. I can't really answer that, but I'm sure the other me had a few tricks up his sleeve. The headmaster scanned the area with care. There were hundreds of tents covering the surface of the clearing. The light of the full moon and a few torches was enough to see quite far into the distance. You think something is going to happen tonight? Honestly, no, Harry simply answered. You don't? Dumbledore asked, a bit surprised by his answer. He was about to speak again when Harry continued. But it would be good if it did. Harry had a very stern expression at the moment. How so? Dumbledore could not think of a single positive thing about having a group of Death Eaters attacking them. The attack happened before his resurrection, before the Dark Lord could reclaim his empty throne. The ones who did it were likely some drunk idiots who missed the old days. I was just a clueless child back then and didn't get to see much, so this is mostly speculation, but I understand. Dumbledore then realized. No attack would mean that he is in full control of his forces again. It was clear to them that Voldemort still wished to keep his return silent. He wouldn't want some of his followers to come here and start terrorizing people in his name. It would also give me a chance to capture a few of his followers and get some details from them. It's not like I can walk into the ministry and grab them, Harry said. I hope so. Dumbledore gave him a side glance. Something like that would turn you into an international criminal. The two of them continued to wait and observe for the entire night. In the end, the sun began to creep on the horizon, and the quiet night ended without a fuss. What now? A worried Dumbledore asked. If the enemy doesn't want to show, we have two choices. We could do something drastic that might force him out, or we'll have to discover what he has planned and use it in our favor, Harry concluded. The door of the tent opened up. Ginny stepped outside and started looking around until she spotted him, standing a few feet away from the tent. There you are, she exclaimed. You really woke up early, huh? Oh, Headmaster didn't see you, Dumbledore smiled. Yes, you seem to be very preoccupied with finding Mr. Potter, he said with amusement. Ginny blushed. Sorry, don't be. I believe it's time I take my leave. There's still much to prepare before the start of the new school year. Minerva would never forgive me if I slack off. That does sound like Professor McGonagall. Did you sleep well in our tent? You look a bit tired, Ginny noted. Neither he nor Harry had slept for a single minute, so it was normal they looked tired. Harry was less noticeable because he had tremendous stamina. A few days without sleep wouldn't be too detrimental to him, especially if he used magic to diminish the effects. I'm afraid I had too much on my mind to sleep soundly. But regardless, I thank you for the invitation into your family tent, Miss Weasley. Dumbledore pulled out his wand and looked at Harry again. We can talk again in a few days. Of course, Harry nodded, giving the headmaster a wave before he disappeared. Ginny and Harry stood there for a moment. I didn't know you were that close to the headmaster. Yes, we became acquainted a couple of years ago. A couple of years ago? This brought her some memories. He was very curious about the magic I used to destroy the castle grounds, Harry said with a grin. Ginny gasped. You mean, this was the year when he fought that giant basilisk? I hope you didn't get into trouble for that. She never really thought about it. She had been too traumatized by the monster itself, but the aftermath of that night had been quite severe. A large part of the castle was broken by the basilisk as it made its way out, and then Harry had used that fire magic that left a massive burned hole on the ground. Not at all. The headmaster understood the situation. To be honest, you should have gotten a reward for that, like an Order of Merlin or something. I mean, they gave one to Professor Lockhart. Ginny made an angry expression. Harry chuckled. Yes, he loved to remind us of that. Maybe I should behave more like Lockhart. Ginny's expression changed. Please no. As soon as Harry crossed the main gates of the castle, he somehow knew that this year was going to be different from the others. There was a tension in the air that he could not describe. Hogwarts felt different, as if the castle itself knew that some danger was lurking around and was getting ready for battle. The rest of the students around him were completely oblivious to this fact. They were all cheerful and happy to be back at Hogwarts and see their friends again, like one would expect. Hermione, Parvati, and Lavender passed by his side and greeted him. Those three had become inseparable since the first year, and even though she would never admit it, Hermione had changed a lot. She now worried a lot less about books and studies and paid much more attention to her appearance. Not that she stopped studying, but had found a better balance in her life. The boys were definitely starting to notice this. Many of them turned their heads as she passed. Harry, come on, walk faster, I don't want to miss anything. Lyra tugged at his robes. It's the welcoming feast. It's always the same thing. What is there to miss? Harry rolled his eyes. Well, I'm going without you then. Lyra stuck her tongue out and ran ahead to catch up with her friends before they had to take their seats. Harry continued to walk at his own leisurely pace. He was in no hurry to begin this year. The corridors began to empty as more and more students got ahead of him. What's with the bitter face? The year has just begun. Daphne walked in front of him, blocking his way so he had to stop. What if I told you that I had a vision of the future, and it was not good? Harry said. Daphne gave him an inquisitive look, as if trying to figure out if he was serious. I'd tell you to go teach the divination class. Apparently, you're the only one still having visions of the future. The problem with divination had now become public knowledge. After all, they had to give some explanation for the sudden cancellation of divination classes in all magical schools worldwide. And after the rumors about the state of the prophecy hall in the Ministry of Magic started to circulate, the disappearance of an entire branch of magic had been a big deal in the news. More so because no one knew how it happened, if it was permanent, or if other branches of magic were also going to start disappearing. I don't like teaching, Harry retorted. That's too bad, you're really good at it. Could you two go flirt somewhere else? Tracy bumped their shoulders as she stormed away. Tracy, Daphne called after her friend. I'll go alone, she shouted without stopping. What's with her? Harry raised an eyebrow. Tracy had never liked him, but this was a bit too much. She was usually polite at least. Don't mind her, she has been like this for a while. It's because of her boyfriend, Zabini. Well, I should say ex-boyfriend now, Daphne commented. Zabini broke up with her. He honestly didn't even remember they were dating at all. He didn't just break up. He's not coming back to Hogwarts. Harry was surprised to hear this. Despite its flaws, Hogwarts was still considered one of the most prestigious magical schools in the world. Unless something very serious happened, a pureblood house like the Zabinis wouldn't quit the school. Do you know why? Harry asked. Daphne gave him a knowing look. I know what you're thinking. Harry had told her about Voldemort's return and everything his father saw that night so she could make an educated guess about Harry's suspicions. Zabini's family has always remained neutral, much like mine. You know it well, Daphne. That's not going to work anymore, Harry told her. So you think that? I just don't think it's a coincidence, that's all. Daphne remained silent for a moment, considering the possibility. The pressure on her family had lessened a lot after Lord Malfoy passed away, but she had no doubt that this was going to change soon. Right, she'd rather not think about it now. After looking around and not seeing any more students nearby, Daphne pulled something from a hidden pocket. It was a small rectangular box that fits in the palm of her hand. She held it up for him to see. My father would rather not ask why you need something like this, but Harry grinned and picked up the tiny box. You'll know soon enough. I think the surprise will make it better. She frowned. I'm not sure I want to be surprised by you. That usually involves danger. Harry stored the box very carefully so as not to damage the enchantment on it. Then, from the other side of the hallway, they heard hurried steps. Hey, you two. They both recognized the badge on the older boy who called them. It was a prefect from Hufflepuff. What are you waiting for? The feast is about to begin. The boy appeared to be in a foul mood already. "Sorry, we were just catching up about our summer," Daphne told the boy. "Sure, come on, walk ahead of me so you don't get lost in a broom closet or something." Daphne's face gained a red tint. Harry didn't take it seriously and just laughed about it. "It's not funny." Hit his shoulder. "I have a reputation to maintain." "You mean the whole Ice Queen thing?" She hit him again. "I meant a reputation as a proper student." "Okay, fine. Do you want me to obliviate that guy?" Harry waved his wand around. "You know," Daphne had an impassive expression, "it worries me the fact that I don't know if you're joking or not." "Welcome once more to Hogwarts." Dumbledore tried to appear as cheerful and energetic as usual, but he felt so tired. "I don't know. He looks off this year." Hermione and her friends were just discussing this. "It's probably just age. I mean, isn't he like over 100 or something?" Lavender commented. "He was still very lively last year. And besides, wizards can easily live over 100 and be in good shape, right, Harry?" Hermione glanced at him. He nodded absent-mindedly, his attention somewhere else at the moment. Harry's bright green eyes scanned the professor's area. The toad was easy to find. She was standing close to the podium, where the headmaster was still giving his welcome speech. She looked about ready to push him out of the way and take his place for herself. Then there was Augustus Rookwood. This one was easy to miss if one wasn't paying attention. He took his seat between Hagrid and Flitwick. The man had a bald head, an unkempt black beard, and a large scar across his face. He wore very simple black robes with no decorations on them. The scowl on his face could almost put Snape to shame, but this one seemed directed at no one in particular, but more like his natural state of mind. Other than the scar, there was only one remarkable thing about Rookwood that made him stand up for Harry. It was in his eyes. There was no light in them. They looked like the eyes of a dead fish. Harry had never met the man in person and had only seen a single picture of him, but he doubted that was his usual look. "I'll soon get some answers on that front at least," he reminded himself. Dumbledore ended his speech and was about to introduce the new professors when the woman behind him decided it was finally time to act. If you don't mind, Headmaster," she sneered when she called him that. "I wish to introduce myself." "Right, of course, go ahead, Miss Umbridge." Dumbledore stepped back and allowed the plump woman to step in front of the podium. Her smile was giving him a shiver, and he would rather look at anything else. She gave the Great Hall a passing glance and smiled with delight and a clear air of superiority. "I'm sure most of you still remember me from last year's announcement or for my fantastic work at the Ministry of Magic as the right hand of Minister Parkinson. But in case you somehow don't, my name is Dolores Umbridge, and I will be your new defense professor this year." She received mild applause after the announcement. She didn't seem very pleased with that. "I expected better. Is that all the enthusiasm you have?" A scowl crept behind her false smile. This time most of the students clapped. They all knew she was the type to keep insisting until she got what she wanted. "A bit better," Umbridge nodded. "Now, besides being your new professor, as his loyal right hand, our beloved Minister Parkinson has also decided to entrust me with an extra position." The smile returned to her face as she was about to read the next part of her speech. "Along with the school board of directors, we have decided to bring back an old charge that used to be part of every magical school in Britain back in the day. This is the High Inquisitor of Education." The hall erupted in murmurs. "Silence." She used her wand to amplify her high-pitched voice several times over. This was enough to be called a weapon, and all the students cried out in pain while covering their ears. "You will remain quiet while a professor is speaking to you." She looked back at the other professors sitting at the table. "It seems like you educators have failed to teach you some proper manners, but that will change this year." Her eyes moved across the hall. "As High Inquisitor, I will have full authority to create and enforce new rules and regulations, and I have the feeling that I will have to make many changes around here, and Miss Umbridge." Dumbledore tried to get her attention. "What?" She snapped back. There was still one more page left, and she hated to be interrupted. "We need to get the feast started soon, so—" Umbridge frowned. "Fine. Since the headmaster has decided to interrupt me so rudely, I will finish my introduction here. You will learn all the details very soon anyway." She stepped back and walked away with loud steps. Dumbledore sighed and got back on the podium. "Well, we also have another professor to introduce. Professor Augustus Rookwood will be replacing Professor Binns in the subject of History of Magic, now that Professor Binns has decided to retire." He glanced towards the dark-robed man. "Professor Rookwood, would you like to say a few words to your new students?" Rookwood stood up and glared at Dumbledore for a few seconds. "No," he grunted before sitting back down. Dumbledore wasn't sure what to say to that. Right, well, let's give Professor Rookwood a nice welcome. The students gave a few claps before the hall fell back into an awkward silence. None of them knew what to think about their new history professor. Now, I know you are all very hungry and wanting to begin the feast, but there is one more very important announcement to make before that. This year, Hogwarts is bringing back another old tradition to these halls. I am honored to inform you all that we will soon be hosting the Triwizard Tournament. Lyra tilted her head to one side. A tournament? That sounds cool. Ginny appeared to be excited about it. I think I read about that one. Hermione was trying hard to remember. Wasn't it banned after some students died? Wait, seriously? Lavender asked. The Triwizard Tournament is an old tradition, a competition between champions from 3 different schools who will face 3 difficult tests to determine which one is the best, Dumbledore explained. 3 schools, does this mean? Parvati said, Are we getting visitors from other schools? Lyra exclaimed. Boys, Lavender perked up. The headmaster waited for a bit before continuing. In 1 week, we will receive students from 2 very prestigious schools into our walls. Those will be Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Once the last announcement concluded, the headmaster finally allowed the feast to begin. Most of the students were in great spirits after learning about the tournament and the foreign students coming to Hogwarts. But even this was not enough to lift the spirits of many students from Hufflepuff. It wasn't until very recently, before the start of the classes, that it was finally revealed in the newspaper. The deaths of Amelia Bones and her niece, Susan Bones, were confirmed on the 2nd page of the Daily Prophet. The circumstances of their deaths had been skimmed over and were said to have been an unfortunate accident. It did not go into details, other than that it was caused by the partial collapse of their family manor. Susan had been a very beloved figure in Hufflepuff House, so many of the students were still in shock from her sudden death. Harry glanced over at the other side of the Great Hall. The Slytherin table was also devoid of laughs and smiles, but of course, this was for a different reason. They didn't care for a dead Hufflepuff. Several of their students were missing, much like Blaise Zabini. The older Slytherins knew better about what was going on out there, but even the youngest ones could feel the tension in the air, and that made them very uneasy. Most of their parents were now on Voldemort's side, and those who weren't would soon have to make a decision, as was the case with Daphne and Tracy. A war had already begun, even though most people didn't know about it yet. The members of that house were the closest ones to people who knew what was truly going on behind the scenes. Harry's eyes landed on an empty chair next to Daphne, serving as a reminder of something he had to do. I need to tell her about it. Daphne had not brought up the matter of Pansy's absence, but he knew she was very much worried. After the day of the Quidditch finals and learning about Rookwood and his conversation with the headmaster, Harry felt the need to check a few things. There was one sure way to find out if someone was alive or dead, and that was to call upon their soul, something that only he could do. Calling the name of a living person would have no effect whatsoever, so when he said the name Pansy Parkinson and her spirit manifested in front of him, he learned of her death. He wanted to understand more about the circumstances surrounding her demise, but much like what happened with Rookwood, her soul appeared to be extremely damaged and could not remain in the mortal realm long enough to reveal any useful information. Harry then repeated the process with her mother. It was the same. And then he tried with Minister Parkinson. The man was dead too, which meant 2 things. That the person ruling the Ministry of Magic was an imposter, and that the one responsible for the death of Lord Rookwood was likely the same one who killed the Parkinson family, or at least they used the same method. Lord Greengrass, the headmaster, and his father James had all mentioned noticing a sudden change of attitude in the minister. That must have been at the point when he was killed and replaced by something else, Harry concluded. The only way to know for sure what was happening was to check on him personally. This was unfortunately impossible for the minister. He was too well protected, but if the same thing happened to both of them, Rookwood could have the same answers. There was a slim chance that this could be a simple case of an imposter using Polyjuice Potion or some human transfiguration. However, the damaged souls told Harry that something much more sinister had befallen those people. Especially when Voldemort was involved in this matter, it would be just like him to find a way to not only kill, but also destroy the souls of those he hates. Harry, you have barely touched your plate. Lyra leaned closer to him. Are you feeling unwell? Harry looked down at his plate. It was true that he had barely touched it. He had too many things in his head at the moment. "It's nothing, I'm just not feeling very hungry." His sister stared at him for a moment before shrugging and going back to her meal. After all, she didn't think it could be something serious. Harry had time to take a few bites of his food before the end of the feast. The headmaster ushered them all to their respective house common rooms, and the prefects made sure they all got there. Harry followed along and went to his room, but he had no plans of resting that night. Tempus. It was almost midnight, and his housemates were fast asleep, like the rest of the castle. Time to go. Moving around the castle at night was no issue for Harry. After all, the castle elves, ghosts, and paintings were on his side. The only one he had to avoid was that nasty man and his cat. "This way, my lord. It is close to Miss Williams' cottage." A middle-aged man dressed in elegant clothing from the 1800s pointed to his left from within his painting. Harry didn't know where the dormitory of the new professor was located, so he had to ask for help. He thanked the man inside the painting and continued walking. After taking 2 more turns, he arrived in front of a painting depicting a beautiful landscape of a grassy meadow with a wooden cabin on one side. At the front stood a young woman in a yellow tunic. "Ah, my lord, did you come to visit me this late at night?" she asked in a flirtatious manner. "I'm afraid it's not that kind of visit, Miss Williams. Is he here?" Harry asked. She made a face of disgust. "Yes, why did they have to put him next to my painting? That man creeps me out." She pointed to her right. There was an old wooden door right next to the painting. This corridor only contained 2 rooms, and if he recalled correctly, the one at the end was used for storage. Did the headmaster give him this room on purpose? Harry considered it for a moment. This was not a usual area for professors' offices or bedrooms. This part of the castle was very isolated and rarely visited. "Well, it's good for me anyway," Harry thought. "Thank you, Miss Williams. I'll talk to the headmaster about moving you to a different location, perhaps closer to the main hall." "Oh, that would be lovely," she answered excitedly. "Okay, now." Harry activated his invisibility and walked toward the first door. First checked for any extra security the new professor could have added. There was nothing. He's either very confident or very careless. All Hogwarts' private bedrooms were well protected with anti-unlocking charms and more, but none of those worked on him and no additional security has been added. With the full authority of a headmaster, there was no door in this castle that would not open to him. He grasped the copper handle and began to twist it very slowly. The door opened with a soft click, and he began to move inside. The charm on his shoes prevented any noise from being produced, and his cloak of invisibility protected him from all sorts of detections, but he still moved with a lot of caution. The inside of the room was very dark, but the moonlight coming from the window on the other side gave him just enough to know where to step next. Not much was in this room. Basic furniture and a small bed next to the only window, which was carelessly wide open. The dim light illuminated the surface of the bed. "Wait, where is he?" The bed appears to be completely empty. The sheets were still intact, making it obvious that no one had used this bed yet. Harry could feel a faint magical presence inside the room, so he looked around. His eyes widened, and he had to stop himself from making any noise by covering his mouth. Professor Rookwood was standing next to the wardrobe, with his eyes open and not moving an inch. He was looking right at him. Did he see me? Harry took a few steps to one side, but Rookwood's eyes remained in the same position. He can't be sleeping like that. This situation was too strange. "No matter, let's just do what I came to do. I need answers." He decided to ignore the bizarre behavior and push forward. Harry pointed his wand at the strange man. Imperio. As the forbidden curse hit Rookwood's chest, Harry knew something had gone very wrong. Normally, when you use this curse, you feel an immediate connection with the other person as you try to get past their defenses. This time, he only felt a powerful backlash that almost made him drop his wand and push him back. What is this? There was something blocking him from accessing his mind. It broke the connection so fast that he didn't even feel it form. This is not a clumancy. This is more like, uh-oh. Rookwood's brown eyes changed color until they became completely red and shone with enough intensity to stand out more than anything else inside this dimly lighted bedroom. Who dares? The still body of the new professor came to life in an instant. He pointed his wand directly in front of him. Avada Kedavra, the deadly flash of green light passed a foot away from where Harry was standing. "I need to leave," he decided immediately. When he moved his foot slightly, the wooden tile beneath him let out a mild creaking noise. His charm only affected his shoes and not the floor beneath. There, this time, Rookwood used a silent curse for more speed and accuracy. Harry almost tripped on the bed while trying to avoid what looked like an organ-dissolving curse. There was no room to fight here. He lifted his wand up and was about to apparate away when he realized that it would be a mistake. Only the headmaster can apparate inside the castle. This would put the blame directly onto Dumbledore, and the Ministry is only looking for an excuse to expel him from the position. With no other choice, Harry got onto the bed, and before Rookwood could fire again, he jumped out of the window. Rookwood held his wand firmly and walked to the window. He then poked his head outside and glanced down. There was nothing to be seen or heard at all. The night was completely quiet once more. I can only feel faint traces of their magic, not enough to find the source. A skilled one, huh? Interesting. The red light in Rookwood's eyes disappeared, and they returned to their previous lifeless state. The next day, all the students received their schedules. Double defense against the dark arts first thing in the morning. Ron made a face of pure disgust. At least it's not double potions like last year, Seamus reminded him. I mean, anything except for that again, but... Have you seen the new professor? She looks and sounds insufferable, Ron said. Come on, maybe she's not that bad. Neville decided to say something he was going to regret very soon. Harry glanced at the schedule for the day. There was indeed a double class with Umbridge and no history of magic until the next day. This gives me a good chance. He thought about going directly to inform Dumbledore of his findings with Rookwood, but he could already imagine how the old headmaster was going to react. It would be better to first have a good conversation with Umbridge. I just need to secure a private meeting with the Toad. That shouldn't be difficult, Harry thought as he finished his breakfast. Professor Umbridge was already standing at the end of the classroom when the students began to enter. She waited with an impassive gaze as they took their seats. 10 points from Gryffindor, Umbridge announced. Wait, what? Hermione exclaimed. What did we do already? Ron looked confused. You arrived late. Umbridge glared at them. Hermione raised her hand. Professor, there are still 2 minutes until silence, Umbridge shouted at her. You have to be here 10 minutes before the start of class in order to prepare. I expect you to be on time next, or it will be 20 points then. Some of the Slytherin students who shared their classroom began to chuckle. Hold on, Ron pointed at the other half of the class. They got here at the same time. Why aren't you taking points from Slytherin too? I do not need to excuse myself to students, but I will make an exception just this time, Mr. Umbridge looked directly at Ron with intensity. Ron got a bit nervous. W. Weasley, she scowled. Of course, you look like your useless father after all. Ron was about to snap, but Neville stopped him. SHHH, don't, he warned his friend. Umbridge saw this and grinned. For your information, Mr. Weasley. The reason I have not punished the Slytherin students is because the dungeons are much further away from this classroom than the other houses, so I can forgive a few extra minutes. Hermione was about to raise her hand to tell the professor that she was wrong about that statement, but Parvati was quick to grab her hand. No, it was easy to tell that this woman was very biased toward the House of the Snakes. They already had experience with this, thanks to Professor Snape. Arguing with her would only serve to lose more points for their house. Now, if there are no more interruptions, we will begin the class. The students pulled out their defense books and placed their wands next to them, as they had always done during their previous DADA classes. Umbridge saw this and gestured for them to put the wands away. You can store the wands back in your bags. The book will be enough for this class. So we're not going to practice any magic? Daphne raised her hand and asked. Umbridge frowned. There will be no need for any practical use of the wand. The theory will be more than enough to pass your tests. Daphne's eyes widened at hearing this. The class stood in silence as the information began to sink in. It was not just for today. This woman was not planning on teaching them anything practical for the entire year. But what about the OWLS? There's a practical part to it. How can we pass if we don't practice? Hermione couldn't take this without saying something. That won't be a problem. Our beloved Minister Parkinson, along with the Board of Education and, of course, me, have decided to create a new law that will change the way the OWL exams work. The practical part will be removed, leaving only the theoretical test, Umbridge explained. So you see, there's no need for the wands. In fact, once this law passes, we will also remove the practical part from every single class that still has them, like charms. Umbridge smiled after seeing the horrified expressions on her students' faces. In fact, the laws that the minister had planned for the future went far beyond that. He intended to completely take away the wands of every student until they passed their final exams, and even then, only those that the Ministry of Magic declared as trustworthy would be given the right to use magic. In the future, they would be able to control who could even use magic at all. And of course, they would only give this right to those loyal to their cause. No more mudbloods and blood traitors with wands. Umbridge almost giggled at the mere thought of what the future held. Now, if there are no more pointless questions, perhaps we can begin this class. A student lifted his hand, and her mood immediately dropped a few notches at noting who this was. The student in question was none other than Harry Potter. "I do have a pointless question," Harry said, with an innocent face. Umbridge gritted her teeth. She had not forgotten about him. This was the one she hated the most and the one she was the most wary of. She could not wait for the moment when she could take his wand away. "And what is it? Be quick about it." She snapped at Harry. "Is it true that you are half magical, Toad?" Harry asked without skipping a beat. The class stared at him with shocked eyes. "What did you say? How dare you?" Umbridge looked about to explode. "Did I get it wrong? Was it 1/4 Toad, perhaps?" Harry made a confused expression. "Harry, what are you plotting now?" Daff muttered softly. "That's it," she shouted. 50 points from Gryffindor and 2 weeks of detention." Harry shrugged. "You said we could ask questions." 4 weeks, Umbridge screamed. "Harry, what are you doing?" Hermione whispered to him. The rest of the class also wore expressions of bafflement. Umbridge pointed her finger at him. "This afternoon, after classes, you're coming to my office, and you better not be late." "Of course, Professor, I wouldn't dream of it," Harry replied with a kind smile. He knew this was going to be easy at least. Now he just needed to wait. As requested, Harry finished his classes without causing any more trouble and walked to the Inquisitor's office. Umbridge was waiting for him at the door with an upset expression. She was too angry with him to use her usual fake smile. "I didn't expect you to actually appear." She was getting ready to go talk to his head of house and present a formal complaint. "You may not know, but I am quite the exemplary student around here," Harry said as he pointed at the door behind her. "Shall we?" Umbridge had her wand ready in her left hand just in case. Despite her hatred for Harry Potter, she was very wary of him. How could she not be, after what she saw him do the previous year? She opened the door and urged him inside, not taking her eyes off him for a moment. "Leave your wand on my desk. You won't need it for this detention, and then sit down in that chair." She pointed to a small table in front of her desk that had a single piece of parchment resting on top. Harry did as she said, placing his wand on her desk before taking a seat in front of the small table. This calmed her down a bit and gave her more confidence now that she was the only one armed. Students like Harry Potter were the main motivators for laws that restricted the use of wands to only trustworthy individuals. Umbridge closed the door and added a silencing charm. It was going to be needed for what she had planned. "Mr. Potter," she walked to her desk and grabbed Harry's wand. "Today, you're going to learn to respect your superiors. I want you to." Harry turned to look at her. His wand appeared from its holster and was pointed at Umbridge. Woman was completely caught off guard when her wand was sent flying with a silent, disarming charm. She quickly grabbed the wand she had taken from her desk and aimed it at him. Crucio, but nothing happened. Harry ignored her confusion and followed up with a restraining spell. Incarcerus. White chains wrapped tightly around her body, making her let out a painful grunt. "How? The wand. My wand is right here." Harry showed it to her. "What you're holding is just a wooden replica I conjured." "You're way too naive, Professor. You didn't even check if it was real or if I had other fox on me." Harry turned to examine the room. "Potter, you can't do this. Let me go," Umbridge screamed. Harry continued to ignore her complaints and performed a few tests. He wanted to make sure there was nothing that could disrupt him, but other than the silencing charm Umbridge had used, the office was clean. "Release me this instant. This is a very serious crime, Potter. You're going to Azkaban for this." "That's a bit harsh, Professor. You're the one who used an unforgivable curse on me." "That was. I have the right to. Don't worry, I won't judge you for that. The unforgivable curses can be useful sometimes, although my favorite is a different one." Harry pointed his wand at her face. Wait. Umbridge recalled the coldness Harry had shown when he killed all those people at the Ministry. "Don't kill me, please." "Kill you already?" "No, it's too soon for that. Imperio." A flash of light came out of his wand and hit Umbridge directly. She seemed to enter a trance, her eyes becoming glazed over. "Umbridge, I'm going to ask you a few things and you will tell me the truth. Is that clear?" Harry said. "Of course." She smiled at him like he was her best friend. Wow, she has like no mental protections at all. Harry wondered how someone like her could hold such high positions in the Ministry. "Anyway, where do we start?" Harry considered for a moment. "What is your real objective here at Hogwarts?" "I have several, but the most important ones are to keep an eye on Albus Dumbledore and to make sure that Neville Longbottom participates in the Triwizard Tournament." "Neville? Did Minister Parkinson order you that? She shook her head. No, this came from the Dark Lord himself. He said that my job is crucial and that I will be rewarded properly. Her eyes were filled with admiration. The Dark Lord, you say? Harry flicked his wand, removing the white chains. There was no more need for them, as the woman was completely under his control. Show me your right forearm. Right away. She lifted the sleeve of her right arm, and Harry could clearly see the familiar black tattoo depicting the snake and skull. You are a Death Eater. My lord granted me that honor very recently. That was not a question, but she seemed very eager and happy to talk about it. Do you know where the Dark Lord is? Harry decided to ask, even though there was little chance. No, the Dark Lord has only visited the ministry twice to share some of his plans with us, but he never told me where he was staying. I need to work harder to earn his trust. Figures, how does he communicate with you? I've been told to listen to what Mr. Rookwood says. He will deliver any new orders to me. Rookwood, what do you know about him? I knew him a bit before he was sent to Azkaban. He has been a very loyal follower of our Dark Lord. That's why he was released from prison, so he could continue to serve. That's it. Do you know nothing about his death? Umbridge looked genuinely confused at this question. But he's not dead. I don't know. Looks like you really don't know what he is. Did you not notice any change in his personality? Personality? He seems quieter than the Lord Rookwood I remember. We never really spoke much. It wasn't much, but at least he had a clue of what Voldemort was planning for Hogwarts at the moment. He was trying to get rid of Neville and Dumbledore. His eyes went back to Umbridge. Tell me more about your plan. How do you intend to force Neville Longbottom to participate in the tournament? I want to know all the details. Harry was thinking that he could make a few changes. A loud knock was heard all of a sudden. It surprised the two other occupants of the room, as they weren't expecting any more visitors. But the headmaster knew exactly who it was. Come in, he said. Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall looked at Harry with wide eyes. It was very unusual for a student to visit the headmaster directly. If a professor had any issue with a student, they would first have to go through the head of house, and she certainly hadn't received any messages concerning Harry Potter. Potter. Snape narrowed his eyes. The mere sight of this boy already soured his mood, and this year had been bad enough on the first day. Oops, should I come later? Harry asked the headmaster. Dumbledore stared at him for a moment. He knew that Harry wouldn't appear unannounced unless he had a good reason. No, you were already done with this meeting, just wait a bit. Albus, we were not done. That woman is talking about re-implementing a lot of medieval rules in our school, like physical punishments. We have to do something. McGonagall exclaimed, I'll see what I can do, Minerva, but for the moment, just try to keep your head down and don't give her any excuses to make trouble for you. Dumbledore knew this wouldn't satisfy the other professor, but for now it would have to do. McGonagall was still not completely aware of how tight his hands were already. There was nothing he could do, at least not legally. Fine, let's leave it here, for now. McGonagall stood up and prepared to leave. Harry was waiting near the door and noticed the inquisitive look on his head of house's face as she passed by. Then, I presume my presence is no longer needed either. Snape stood up from his chair. Harry closed the door. No, I want you to stay. We may need your assistance in this. Excuse me? Snape stared at Harry in disbelief. Are you giving me orders, you arrogant boy? Severus, calm down. I'm sure Harry was merely making a polite request. Dumbledore tried to placate the professor. Harry took the seat that had been left vacant by Professor McGonagall. You might want to sit down for this. Snape frowned. He had been trying very hard not to snap at Harry just because he didn't want to ruin his relationship with Lily now that they were talking again. The best way he found to accomplish this was to completely ignore Harry, or at least as much as he could, given that he was a professor. But the boy wasn't making it easy. Voldemort is inside Hogwarts, Harry stated. Dumbledore almost fell to the ground and had to grab his desk for support. I told you to sit down, Harry added. Are you crazy? Don't say that name. Is this your idea of a prank? Snape finally lost his calm. And Umbridge is a Death Eater, Harry added. What? Snape shouted. Maybe I should have opened with that, Harry pondered. Harry, how can this be? Please explain it a bit better. Dumbledore managed to sit back down. Headmaster, you can't be taking him seriously, right? The boy is obviously making things up. His father was known for his ridiculous pranks. Snape tried to make him see reason. Severus, I understand your point of view, but I assure you that Harry's information is always reliable, more than you can imagine. Dumbledore gave him a knowing look. Snape's eyes widened as he realized something. Don't tell me it's him, he pointed at Harry. This is the mysterious source that you always refuse to reveal during the Order meetings. Mysterious source. Harry tilted his head. Yes, Severus. There is more to Harry Potter than I could explain at the moment. I never revealed this to you because I knew how you would react. I would appreciate it if you kept this information to yourself," Dumbledore told him. Snape was staring at Harry now. He could never have imagined that the mysterious informant who had been helping the Order of the Phoenix was none other than James Potter's son. "You," Snape muttered. "I knew there was something strange about you. Who are you really?" Snape demanded to know. "Now is really not the time for that," Harry said. "He is correct, Severus. Harry, tell me, when did you see him? Tell us all the details." Dumbledore leaned forward on his desk. "Here's the thing, he's not here in person. I believe he is controlling some sort of magical construct," Harry clarified. "A construct? You mean like a golem?" Dumbledore asked. "Something like that. Remember when I told you that Rookwood was dead? Well, I was right." "He is definitely dead," Harry said. "Dead? What is he talking about?" Snape had never heard about this. Dumbledore, however, had an idea of what Harry was implying. "You don't mean that?" "Yes, if you remove the soul from a person, you are left with something that is neither completely alive nor dead, a vessel to be filled by something else," Harry explained. "Right, that could be possible." Dumbledore began to consider this possibility. "You believe he put a fragment of himself in that vessel? That would create something akin to a living Horcrux." "No," Harry immediately dismissed that possibility. He didn't think Voldemort would have recalled all of his soul pieces just to fragment his soul again and put them in living vessels. That would make him even more vulnerable than before. "I think he found a way to create a connection with the construct. I just don't know if he is directly controlling it or merely giving it orders like I would with one of my golems," Harry said. "Regardless of that, we cannot have something so dangerous inside the school," Dumbledore said. Snape was feeling a bit lost, but from what he understood, he had to agree with the headmaster. Anything connected with the Dark Lord should be immediately removed from the school premises. "Let's not be so hasty. I don't think that puppet is an immediate danger to the students," Harry said. "How can you be so sure?" "That's why I had to speak with Umbridge before coming here. I couldn't get any information from the construct, but I did get some interesting things from the Toad. Let me tell you about it." "Toad? Oh, I think I see it now," Dumbledore seemed to realize. "You spoke with that woman?" Snape looked a bit dubious. "I have to assume that she didn't willingly share any important information with you. That woman hates you," Dumbledore stated. "The feeling is mutual, yes," Harry nodded. "I suppose it would be better not to ask about the specifics of how you obtained that information. Yes, that would be for the best, I agree," Harry answered. "Why?" Snape asked. "You don't want to get involved in this one, trust me," Harry told him. "Is she still alive at least?" Dumbledore inquired. "Alive well and won't remember a thing," Harry said. "That's good enough, I suppose," Dumbledore decided. "Good enough." Snape could not believe what he was hearing. "Now, what did you find out?" The headmaster leaned forward on the desk. "She revealed to me the details about her mission here at Hogwarts. Other than serving as a spy for the Death Eaters, her most important role is to make sure Neville's name comes out of the Goblet of Fire." "How do you even know about the goblet?" Snape pointed his finger at Harry. They hadn't revealed the goblet yet or explained how the selection process was going to be. "That can't be. Is this the same?" Dumbledore looked somewhat shocked. He had considered many possible outcomes for this year, given the information he received from Harry about his own timeline. This could have been one of the possibilities, but it no longer made sense in the current circumstances. Why would he be after Neville? The prophecy is no longer valid, and he had no doubt that Voldemort was well aware of this fact. "I also thought it was strange, but if you think about it from his point of view, you will see that this is more than just about the prophecy," Harry said. "It's about pride." Snape understood it well. He had known the Dark Lord for many years, and he had never seen someone with a bigger ego than him. "Even my little sister knows the story about how the boy who lived defeated him when he was a mere baby and sent him fleeing to another country, where he had remained licking the wounds of his humiliating loss until now," Harry said. "He wants revenge," Dumbledore muttered, "but he's just a boy. I think he wants to put on a spectacle and kill Neville in a very public way, to show the world that he will not be defeated by some miracle again. He wants people to lose any remaining hope." Harry was very familiar with that scenario. Still, he doesn't need to put him in the tournament for that. Dumbledore still had doubts about this plan of his. Harry shrugged. Who knows what goes on in that psycho's mind? Maybe he wants to present Neville as a competent wizard before crushing him. "It could be about the rumors," Snape muttered. "What rumors?" Dumbledore asked. "Since the first year, there have been a lot of rumors circulating about Longbottom's hidden potential and about his secret feats of magic," Snape answered. "I'm sure Lavender started at least half of those," Harry commented. Of course, he was familiar with the rumors that had been going around the school for 4 years already. It would be impossible not to be. You think he put Neville in the tournament to see if those rumors had any weight? Dumbledore said. I only know that the Dark Lord is a very cautious man, and after all these years in hiding, I can only imagine how much worse it got, Snape added. Very well. Regardless of his motivations, we now know what he is planning and can do something about it. The question is how to stop it. Dumbledore looked at them for ideas. That should not be too difficult. You were already planning on adding several protections to the Goblet of Fire. We can think of a few ways that would make it impossible for Longbottom's name to come out of there. Snape seemed to be in deep contemplation. Stop it. Are you too mad? Why would we do that? Harry exclaimed. Harry, Dumbledore glanced at him. Think about it. Even if we ruin his plans, do you assume he will just give up? No, he will come up with a different way to get what he wants, and maybe next time we won't find out what it is until it's too late. Now we have an opportunity, Harry explained. An opportunity? Dumbledore repeated. Are you trying to get Longbottom killed? You have no idea how dangerous this tournament is. Snape felt a bit conflicted. A part of him would certainly enjoy seeing that annoying brat getting a bit roasted by a dragon. We are not going to put Neville in the tournament. I will be the one participating in the tests. We just have to make everyone believe it's actually him. Snape got up from his seat. That would not be as simple. If Neville's name comes out of the goblet, he will be bound by a magical contract. You won't be able to take his place in the tests, Dumbledore pointed out. I am well aware of how the Goblet of Fire works, but I have an idea for this, an idea that would require the cooperation of both of you and Neville himself. Dumbledore glanced at Snape. That's why you asked him to stay? You had something planned from the beginning. Let's hear it then. No, a bit more to the right. Umbridge woke up the next day in a very bad mood, and she couldn't even tell why. The events from the previous day were somewhat fuzzy. Did I eat too many rum chocolates last night? This was not the first time it happened, but it was certainly not a common occurrence. She was so angry that she decided to begin applying her first new rules today, instead of letting the students have a bit more time. I said to the right. She just realized that the janitor was moving the plaque the wrong way. The man grumbled from his ladder and moved the other way. There, hang it there, Umbridge instructed, and Filch began to use a hammer and a large nail to secure the plaque on the wall. This one read, Educational Decree Number 23, Dollars Jane Umbridge has been appointed to the post of High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. Next to this sign were 22 others with different texts written on them. Some were rules, while others were mere announcements. It was still early in the morning, and the students began to walk by the wall. What is that? Where did all of those plaques come from? This was the main hallway that led to the Great Hall, so everyone who was going to get some breakfast stopped to read the plaques. Umbridge stood there and watched with amusement at the students' reactions. Curfew has been changed to 7 p.m. That's just after dinner. We can't wear skirts shorter than the school robes. Who even has something like that? No holding hands or any other show of affection inside the school premises. She's begun already. Harry took note of the large number of plaques as he made his way to the hall. What's all of that? Lyra was at his side and began to read them. Her reaction was much like the others. She was outraged. Come here. He took her by the hand and dragged her a bit further away from the crowd. Harry, what are you doing? Lyra asked, but did not try to resist. I need you to listen to something. If Lyra was going to complain, the thought disappeared when she saw how serious he looked. I know those rules are ridiculous, but you have to obey them for now. What? You can't be. You have to trust me on this. Okay? She could not say no to her brother when he was like this. Do whatever you can to avoid getting in trouble. That woman will take any chance to give you detention. Don't give her the opportunity. The new professor, why would she do that? Harry, what is going on? You're scaring me, Lyra said. It's best not to know some things. Just keep in mind that Umbridge is more dangerous than you think. Make sure to tell this to your friends. If she gives detention to any of you, let me know immediately and never stay in a room alone with her. Do you understand? Lyra nodded. I get it, even though I don't understand why. Harry was well aware of how selfish this was of him. Umbridge was going to do her best to discipline as many students as she could, and he was not going to stop her because he wanted to keep things as unchanged as possible. This was his best advantage at the moment, and he did not want to lose it. But if that toad were to lay a finger on those he cared about, he did not trust himself to stop before ripping her into pieces. That would ruin things quite a bit and put everyone in even more danger in the long run. He looked back at the toad as she smiled in satisfaction at her creation before he moved his eyes to the wall. There are still quite a few rules left. I can't believe I have to deal with this and the tournament at the same time. The rest of the week went in relative peace. This was a much forced peace, given all the rules that had been newly implemented by Umbridge. The first Hogsmeade weekend was still another week away, but at least it was finally time for the arrival of the two other schools that would participate in the tournament. The Great Hall had been expanded with an extra table to accommodate all the upcoming guests. At the front of the hall was a very large object that had been covered with a tarp. Tonight is a very special one. Tonight we will be receiving students from two foreign schools who will remain on Hogwarts premises for the remainder of the year, the headmaster announced. Now, I will expect all of you to be on your best behavior and make these students feel very much welcome. He made a hand gesture, and the giant double doors on the other side of the hall opened by themselves. Let's first give our welcome to Durmstrang. A large number of students dressed in black and red robes made their way in between the tables. They all look upset, Hermione observed. I heard that Durmstrang is in the middle of some frozen tundra. I would be upset too if I had to study in a place like that, Parvati added. Look, that one in the front is really hot, Lavender was quick to point out. That's Victor Crumb, Ron shouted. Look, George. Yes, Fred, one twin said to the other. Looks like our brother has finally found love. It does look that way. The twins began to laugh. Hey, stop it, Ron pointed his fork at them. The group from Durmstrang was around 30 people strong, and most of them were males. Their headmaster stood at the front. He was a tall man with long hair and a beard who looked around with paranoia. Dumbledore greeted them briefly before signaling to the door again. And now, Beauxbatons. This group received a lot more cheers than the previous one. If the Durmstrang students felt very angry and intimidating, these ones were the complete opposite. With their tall headmistress at the head, the group from Beauxbatons made their way to the front of the hall. They were around the same size, some 30-odd students, and most of them were females. Whoa, Seamus was practically drooling. I know, Neville agreed. I heard some rumors about Velas going to that school, George commented. Well, the tall blonde one next to the headmistress does have the look. Fred added. Dumbledore went to greet the headmistress from Beauxbatons before introducing them to the audience. Olympe Maxime was even taller than Hagrid and certainly had some giant blood in her. The paranoid headmaster from Durmstrang was a man called Igor Karkaroff, a former Death Eater who betrayed his allies to avoid prison. Harry was surprised the man even dared to show his face in England at all at this time, given the circumstances. Judging by his demeanor, he no doubt knew about Voldemort's return to the country. He must have a lot of trust in the security offered by Hogwarts walls. Too bad he doesn't know they're already inside, Harry thought. While Maxim and Karkaroff took their seats at the professor's table, most of their students sat down at the newly added table. But a few of them were daring enough to approach some of the 4 house tables. Harry spotted the face of an old acquaintance getting close. Fleur de Lacquer looked so much younger and more innocent compared to the one from his memories. She stood behind Fred and George, along with 2 of her friends at her side. Excuse-moi, may we sit here? She pointed at the empty seats next to Fred. Fred became frozen like a statue until his twin gave him a smack on the head. Yes, wonderful. Fleur offered him a sweet smile and sat down at his side while her 2 friends occupied the other places. Your English is really good. Ginny decided to say something after seeing the panicked faces of the twins. They were usually a lot more vocal around girls. Merci, I have practiced all summer, Fleur said. Are you going to join the tournament? Lyra asked. Oui, I will. This is the reason for my visit, Fleur said with determination in her eyes. She is going to be our champion, one of her friends said. She is going to win the tournament, the other one added. Please, behave. Fleur threw them a glare of disapproval. Really, you already know who your champion is? We still don't know ours. Ginny felt like their school was already behind and they haven't even started yet. We don't even know how the champions are chosen, Lyra added. With the thing beneath the top, Harry told his sister. Just then the plates with food began to appear. Finally, Ron groaned. The top. Both Ginny and Lyra glanced at the mysterious object. They had all been wondering what it was since they arrived at the hall. You know what it is? Ginny asked. Harry gave Fleur a quick glance. There was a smug smile hiding beneath her mask of calmness. You can ask our French guests, they know. Harry began to eat his dinner. You do? Can you tell us? Ginny turned to them. Fleur made a troubled expression. Oh, well, we promised to keep it to ourselves until your headmaster. We can't tell you. Yes, our headmistress will get angry with us, the 2 French girls said. Oh, Ginny looked down in disappointment. By the way, Fleur wanted to change the subject to something else. Her eyes wandered around the table. I heard many stories about the boy who lived, and that he was in this house. Is it true? She finally looked at Neville. Neville became very nervous. He was not used to talking to girls, much less one this beautiful. Fleur smiled. She was used to this reaction. Me and my sister are great fans of your stories. The stories? Yes. Neville felt very awkward. He hated being reminded of those children's stories. People always made assumptions about him because of them, and then he had to hear how disappointed they were because he was nothing like the character in those books. He doesn't like those stories, you know. Hermione decided to jump in the conversation. Oh, and you are? Fleur glanced in her direction. Hermione Granger. She did not like the way the three French girls were glancing at her. And why would he not like those stories? Yes, he is a great hero in them, the two French girls commented. I'm not like that. Neville looked down. Fleur was measuring him with her eyes. Really? I figured you would become one of the champions. Who else is more qualified than the boy who lived to represent Hogwarts? Those stories are all made up. They never even consulted with Neville before writing them, Ginny said with a frown, despite the fact that she had been one of the many who believed in them. Yeah, but Neville is a great guy though. Seamus jumped to support his friend. Yeah, and very rich, Ron added. Ron, Neville exclaimed. I see, so none of the rumors were true then? Fleur's smile seemed to disappear from her face and was replaced by one of disappointment. I thought I could measure the competition a bit. Seems like I wasted my time. She stood up from the table. Let's go, girls, she told her two friends who hurried to follow her. 6 days later. It was 30 minutes past midnight. The halls of the castle were dimly lit with the help of a few magical torches. Everyone was fast asleep by now, or at least almost everyone. A certain woman was in a hurry to arrive at a late meeting. The silence was constantly being cut by the incessant noises produced by her new shoes hitting the stone floor. Most would find the sound very irritating, but she quite liked it, and so she never bothered with any sound-dampening charms. All of a sudden, she heard a loud hiss next to her as she was about to take another turn. Madame Umbridge jumped 1 foot in the air and almost lost her balance from the unexpected noise. When she looked down, she found herself staring at an ugly cat with disgustingly dirty hair and a pair of piercing orange eyes. What is this thing doing here? Her high-pitched voice resounded all over the place. She then heard hurried steps approaching while the cat stared at her with a pair of disturbingly orange eyes. Oh, Miss Umbridge, it's you. The janitor appeared in a rush from around the corner. He was gasping heavily for air after finally catching up to his cat. Mr. Filch, of course, Umbridge scowled. She should have remembered that this ugly creature belonged to this ugly man, but perhaps her mind was trying to protect her from such memories after all. Your pet startled me. She gave the man a look of displeasure and waited for his apology. I'm very sorry, Madam Umbridge, which he immediately offered. I thought Miss Norris had found some students sneaking around at night for, you know, they do that very often and I don't want the details, that is strictly forbidden. She screeched. Of course, yes, I will allow such acts in my halls, Filch said with passion. These are not you holes, you dimwit. That's what she wanted to say. Well, going back to the topic, I am obviously not a student. She really disliked this man and had planned to get rid of him as soon as possible. But he just so happened to be useful, for now at least. So you can go back to patrol your halls and do it properly this time. Yes, aim. He picked up his cat from the floor. Still, it's a bit late to be wandering the halls though. He glanced at her for a possible explanation. Umbridge's frown deepened. Now she was being questioned by this lowly individual. A woman of my status and caliber has many obligations. Rest can be a luxury sometimes. Now if you don't mind, I have some business to attend to. Yes, he fumbled with the words. She did not even let him finish his mumbling before turning around and walking away, leaving the nervous janitor behind. She was already anxious, and now she was also furious, thanks to that buffoon. I'll get him back for that. Perhaps I'll make that cat of his disappear. Umbridge did her best to calm herself before reaching that person's room. Talking alone with Mr. Rookwood always made her feel uneasy, to say the least. In public, Rookwood is a quiet man with a personality as interesting as a rock, but during the few private conversations they had, he seemed to become a completely different person. His eyes turned more lively, and his demeanor suddenly switched. Umbridge was, of course, very curious about this, but she did not dare to ask. She had been told very clearly that, at least for the duration of the mission, Mr. Rookwood was going to be acting as her superior. She would receive any new instructions directly from him, and any reports would also have to be delivered to Rookwood in person. Tonight, she had a very important report. Okay, here we go. Umbridge stood before the door until she got up the courage to knock. Enter. Just by the tone alone, Umbridge could tell that Rookwood was in his alternate persona. She opened the door and went inside. The bedroom had even less light than the corridor, with only a couple of candles doing all the heavy work to light the place. Rookwood was sitting in front of a small circular table that had been set up at the center of the small room. An empty chair was on the other side, and Rookwood made a gesture for her to sit. "Well, how did it go?" he asked with a tone that gave her goosebumps. Her intuition told her that if she were to give this man some bad news, something terrible would happen to her. Luckily, that was not the case. Umbridge tried her best to form a smile and pretend to be calm while she sat down. "It was a complete success, Mr. Rookwood. I followed all your instructions to the letter." "Give me the details," he demanded. "Yes, aim." "I took a piece of parchment with Longbottom's name on it, one that had been written by him as you instructed." He nodded. "Continue." "I used the Confundus charm on the goblet to make it believe there was a fourth school after bypassing the protections set by the headmaster." "Did you encounter any problems?" he asked. "Not at all," she lied. Umbridge had never been skilled in practical magic, and it took her many tries to get the spell right. "You will definitely see the boy's name coming out of the goblet of fire tomorrow night." Rookwood's eyes seemed to shine with a red light for a moment. "Excellent. If it all goes according to plan, you will be generously rewarded by our Lord, but do not forget that failure will not be tolerated." His gaze pierced her. Umbridge's face went a shade paler. "Why, yes, of course." The next day at night, the entire school was in the Great Hall, finishing their dinners and looking towards the front, where the goblet of fire had been placed, with great expectations. Tonight, the headmaster was finally going to announce the 3 participants for the tournament. Over this last week, they had the opportunity to meet the students from the other schools, and it was easy to tell who their champions were going to be. From Beauxbatons, Fleur de Lacre was the favorite candidate, and the only one. Everyone else appeared to have come here just to support her as champion. From Durmstrang, there were a few candidates who put their names in the cup, but everyone was expecting Victor Krum to be the one chosen. He was, after all, a very famous and popular professional Quidditch player. From Hogwarts, it was less clear. Dozens of seniors had put their names in. However, there was one student in the hall who already knew what the results were going to be. Harry stared at the goblet of fire with impassivity for a while before looking at Neville, who was peacefully finishing his dinner while talking with Ron and Seamus. He felt a bit bad for what was about to happen, but this was the best way. He had no doubt about that. If he hadn't taken charge of the situation, the danger could have come from anywhere at any time. It was preferable to have a sword pointed at you in the open than 100 daggers in the dark. "Ugh, I can't believe it," Hermione groaned. Harry glanced at her. Meanwhile, his housemate was worried about something completely unrelated. "Cheer up, Herms. That happens to me all the time," Lavender said. "Yeah, honestly, no one will blame you. That professor is even worse than the ghost." Parvati made a face of disgust. "I never fell asleep in class before," Hermione exclaimed. Apparently, the history lessons of Professor Rookwood were even more boring than his predecessor. Boring enough to make someone like Hermione Granger fall asleep during his class. Harry didn't understand all the ins and outs of whatever necromancy Voldemort had used to create that soulless puppet. But it appears that as long as the Dark Lord was not directly controlling him, Rookwood would act in sort of automatic mode. And that made him extremely dull. "Look, it's time." Lyra pulled on his robes over and over. His sister was extremely excited about this tournament. "Who do you think Hogwarts champion is going to be?" she asked him. "Probably Cedric Diggory," Harry told her. "The Hufflepuff." Lyra could not imagine a Hufflepuff champion. "Cedric." Ginny poked her head from behind Lyra. He is very popular, yes." Of course, she was very familiar with him. Not only was Cedric her rival at Quidditch, but he was also her neighbor. "But I still think that Ethan Colton has a better chance to become the champion." "Who?" Harry asked. "The head boy." "Wait, how are you sure that?" Lyra then realized something. The reason her brother was so sure must be because the same thing happened in his time. With a mischievous smile on her face, Lyra turned around. "Say, Ginny, do you want to make a bet?" "A bet? On who becomes the champion? Sure, why not? But what do you want to bet? I don't have a single nut." Ginny was completely oblivious to her friend's machinations. Lyra grinned widely. "Don't worry about it. I don't want money." "What about this? The loser has to ouch." Lyra felt a hand smacking her head. "No bets," Harry told her in a firm tone. "But," Lyra pouted. No bets, he insisted. Ginny tilted her head in confusion. She had no idea what Lyra had in mind. She would have to ask her later. With the dinner finished, it was finally time to make the announcement everyone had been excited about. Dumbledore approached the goblet of fire and tapped it with his wand. The blue flames on the top became much more intense. And now, we will know the names of the 3 Triwizard champions. I will have to ask everyone to remain in silence. He pointed at the artifact. The goblet of fire will select a name, and this one will come out from within its flames. Once that person has been chosen, there is no going back, so I hope that everyone who put their names inside thought things through. The entirety of the audience remained silent as requested. Their eyes were glued to the goblet, waiting. Not even a minute had passed when the flames flared up, and a piece of scorched paper flew out. Dumbledore, who was waiting close by, was the one who caught the paper. Victor Crumb. The students cheered for the Durmstrang champion. Victor stood up from his chair and acknowledged the cheers with a polite gesture. Another minute passed, and another paper flew out of the goblet. Fleur de Lacquer, the headmaster declared. This surprised no one, but still, Fleur stood up, smiled at the crowd, and gave a curtsy. Merci. It was finally time for the last champion. Another minute, and the paper came out in the same way as the others. Dumbledore extended his hand, and the paper landed on his palm. He looked at it for a moment and read its contents. Cedric Diggory. Everyone cheered, but no one as loudly as the Hufflepuff table. Hey, you were right, Lyra, Ginny exclaimed. Yeah, she pouted, crossed her arms, and gave her brother a glare. Hufflepuff, Cedric. The entire table began to cheer. The Hufflepuff house really needed this now. Atmosphere had been very depressing for the past weeks, and this bit of happiness was very welcome. Hogwarts, Cedric. Soon enough, the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables also joined in. After all, this was their champion, and he was going to win, or so they thought. The goblet of fire became active again. Its blue flames gained a green hue and began to rise in intensity. What is going on? Are there more champions? I think there is something wrong with the goblet. Umbridge opened her eyes widely. She expected the 4th name to come out like the others, but something was off. She was extremely worried now. If something went wrong, she was going to take the blame in front of her lord. Stay calm, remain in your seats, the headmaster shouted. Just when the flames appeared to be losing control, something came out of them with a loud explosion. A piece of paper. As the paper descended, the flames on the goblet calmed down until they returned to normal. McGonagall and a few other professors stood up from their seats and approached Dumbledore for an explanation. They all saw the headmaster catch the 4th piece of paper and look at it before closing his fist around it. Neville Longbottom, he announced. The hall became completely silent. What did he say? Neville stammered the words. I'm sure he said your name, Seamus told him. Ron frowned. You put your name in? Neville Longbottom, Dumbledore repeated. Neville, I think you're supposed to go there with the others, Ginny said. But I didn't put my name, I swear, Neville said defensively. Why didn't you tell me? I would have put my name in too. Ron glared at Neville with disgust. Neville Longbottom, come here please. Dumbledore made a hand gesture for him to approach. The other champions were already behind the headmaster and staring at Neville. Not being given any other choice, Neville lowered his head and began to walk towards the front while everyone stared at him. He heard some of his housemates whispering and calling him a cheater and worse. He hadn't felt like this since his first year. Most seemed to have lost interest in the whole boy-who-lived thing after a while, especially after Draco disappeared. Other than hearing ridiculous rumors about him, no one had really bothered him. But now this happens. Why? Neville wondered while he walked. Mr. Longbottom, I expected better from you. Neville was first welcomed by a very disappointed Professor McGonagall. The headmaster got in between them and put his hand on Neville's shoulder. Let us discuss this in a more private setting. Severus, do me a favor and guide the champions to the side chamber. We have to talk. This way, the potions professor told the other champions. They all followed him, along with the 2 foreign headmasters. He went inside a large studio filled with cabinets and shelves. As the door closed, the headmistress from Beauxbatons went directly to confront Dumbledore and Neville. What is the meaning of this? Hogwarts has 2 champions now. I demand that you remove one this instant. I don't care which one. Miss Maxime, I assure you, I agree. I was not expecting this type of machination from you, Albus. Karkaroff joined in. Neville kept his head down, not wanting to make these people even angrier. Igor, you know me. Hogwarts has nothing to gain from doing something like this. Dumbledore tried to calm the two. Madame Maxime's eyes moved to Neville. If this is not something you planned, then this boy cheated all by himself. Is that what you are saying? I did not put my name in the goblet, Neville muttered. HMPH, like we are going to believe that. I just don't know how you got past the protections. Karkaroff grunted. How did you do it, boy? He got a bit closer, and Neville was more scared now. Snape stopped the other headmaster. Igor, you are in no position to go accusing people of transgressions, or have you forgotten your past? Severus, how dare you say that to me? Who do you think you are? Karkaroff frowned. Okay, that's enough. Dumbledore got serious. The intensity of his magic flaring was sufficient for them to take a step back. What is done is done. You know as well as I do that once the name comes out, the magical contract is formed, and there is no going back. Neville Longbottom will participate in the tournament. Before they could open their mouths again, Dumbledore added something else. However, Hogwarts will only have one champion, and that is Cedric Diggory, since he was chosen first. In the case of Mr. Longbottom winning the tournament, it would be treated as an independent side, and Hogwarts would take no credit for it. Is that acceptable? He glanced at Neville and Cedric. Cedric shrugged. Sure, as long as everyone knows I'm the real champion. Neville nodded. I don't mind. He knew he wasn't going to win anyway. He just wanted people to stop being mad at him. Like that little boy is going to win. Fleur stepped forward and stood next to her headmistress. It's fine, headmistress. Let Hogwarts do what they want. I will be the winner in the end. Maxime smiled. So much fire, that's my girl. Very well, Albus. I'll complain no more about this matter, but I want you to know that I am very disappointed in you. Victor Crumb moved next. It is all right, headmaster. I always welcome the competition. He glared at Fleur. And the final champion will be me. Karkaroff chuckled. Right, he looked at Dumbledore. Fine, let Hogwarts have 2 champions, there will be more to crush. Dumbledore shook his head. They weren't even listening to him after all. Very well. Then I will just say, congratulations to all the champions. You can go back to the Great Hall and celebrate with all your friends. I have convinced Madame Umbridge to allow a 10 p.m. curfew just for tonight. The foreign champions began to leave the room, while McGonagall accompanied Cedric. Neville was about to follow them when he was stopped by Dumbledore. Not you, Mr. Longbottom. I'm afraid we still have more to discuss. We can continue in my office. Am I in trouble? Neville asked with a trembling voice. My grandma will kill me if I get expelled. Snape could not help but scowl. The Dark Lord is wary of this boy. The potion master reminded himself of that fact. No, you are not in trouble, Neville. I just want to talk about a few things related to what happened tonight. I promise to be as brief as possible so you can return to your friends, Dumbledore said. Neville flinched. That's okay. I'm in no hurry to get back there. They probably hate me now. They think I'm a cheater, Dumbledore sighed. He detested that they had to do this. He looked at Snape, and even the potions professor looked a bit troubled. Go call for him. The gargoyle mechanism activated as soon as Harry and Snape got close to the entrance. How strange, it did not ask for the password. Snape stopped in his tracks and stared at the moving stairs. It must be broken, Harry told him. Snape's eyebrows twitched a few times. Potter, I know you are hiding something. I won't ask about it, but don't take me for a fool. Harry glanced at him with a serene expression. I am hiding many things. You may learn some of them soon while others. You will never get to know, and I will only take you for a fool when you do something foolish. Potter, Snape stood in front of him with clenched teeth. You will show me the proper respect. Harry returned his aggressive glare with a face that didn't give anything away. Is that an attempt to intimidate me? Because you have no idea how funny that is to me. Before Snape could begin yelling, Harry spoke again. But I believe the headmaster is waiting for us to arrive at his office. Unless you want to keep him waiting. Snape muttered a few curses under his breath before going up the stairs. When they walked inside, they found Neville discussing something with the headmaster. A magical contract? The boy asked. That is correct. Every tournament champion is tied to the Goblet of Fire by a magical contract until the tournament is concluded. Breaking such a contract would have terrible consequences, but his clear blue eyes moved to the new arrivals. I don't think you need to be concerned about that. How can I not? It was then that Neville realized there were 2 more people in the office now. Harry, what are you? Professor Snape. His face went a few shades paler. The headmaster had told him they were waiting for someone, but I thought you called for my grandma. I believe that conversation can wait until tomorrow. Dumbledore was already dreading talking to that stubborn woman again. But Neville still didn't understand what his classmate and potions professor could be doing here. Allow me to explain this, Neville. This is going to take a bit of time, so I would ask you to bear with me and be patient. Dumbledore told him all about Voldemort's return and his plans to involve him in the tournament. You know who is back? Neville's body shook with terror while sitting in his chair. I'm afraid so. This has been confirmed to me by various sources, and all of them are very reliable. But what does he want with me? Hasn't he already done enough to my family? Neville still didn't know about the prophecy that was the main trigger that caused the death of his parents all those years back. Dumbledore didn't feel it was necessary to tell him due to the fact that the prophecy was no longer in effect, so there was no need to put that extra burden on Neville. And knowing him, there was a good possibility that he would end up blaming himself for what happened that night if he were to learn the full truth. The motivations behind Voldemort's actions are not important at this precise moment, but now that he has decided to go after you, well, he is not the type to change his mind. Let's just say that, Dumbledore sighed. So, he is the reason my name came out of the Goblet of Fire then. Can't you at least tell that to everyone so they don't think of me as a cheater? Neville requested without much thought. You want me to announce the return of the Dark Lord to every professor and student in Hogwarts? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Well, now that the headmaster was saying it like that, it did not seem like such a great idea anymore. People's complaints about your presence in the tournament are going to disappear after the first test. Trust me, Harry told him. Really, but even if that is true, Neville lowered his head in defeat. I don't want to be in the tournament. About that, Dumbledore started, I believe it's time to tell you the next part. You won't really be participating in the tournament. What? But you said before, Voldemort expects to see Neville Longbottom taking part in the tests. The headmaster moved his eyes to Harry, but thanks to the wonders of magic, there are many ways to accomplish that without putting you in any real danger. Harry took something out of his pocket. It was the same tiny box that Daphne had given to him on the first day of school. He placed it on the desk and gave it a gentle tap with his wand. The box grew in size until it resembled a briefcase. We will be using this, Harry said as he opened the case. Inside it were around 20 vials, all with identical contents and carefully stored to avoid any breakage. Potions? Wait, Neville gave the case a sniff. He may have been terrible at making potions, but he was great at recognizing the ingredients of a potion just by smell alone. However, there was someone else with much more expertise already in the room who had already recognized the identity of the potions inside these vials. That's Polyjuice Potion. Snape had only been given part of the plan, but now that he saw this, he finally understood how Harry was going to participate in the tournament. Correct, this is a large supply of Polyjuice potions, more than enough for the task, but we are going to need everyone's cooperation for this to work. Harry glanced at Neville. Will you help us? Over the next few weeks, Neville learned what it felt like to be disliked by an entire school, plus 2 foreign ones. Ron was quick to turn against his friend, and Seamus felt like he had no choice but to follow along with the rest of his house. The fact that he knew the truth about his participation in the tournament and that he was helping in the fight against the Dark Lord did make him feel a bit better, though. Also, he didn't have to worry about the tournament itself, since Harry had already explained in detail how they were going to handle it. He wasn't left by himself, either. Harry, along with his sister Lyra and Ginny, would often keep him company. Luna Lovegood and Astoria Greengrass would often join them, so he never felt truly alone. But Neville was hardly the only one suffering at Hogwarts this year. Professor Umbridge had quickly become the most disliked person in the entire history of the school. She had continued to add more decrees to that wall, and it had gotten to the point where there was barely any room left. Umbridge even tried to limit the Hogsmeade permits to only the good students. Of course, this was done according to her own criteria. The headmaster had to intervene in order to stop that decree personally, as it would have created an endless amount of trouble. But just the fact that she tried to do that had earned the scorn of most students. There were so many rules that it was impossible not to break one by accident, and students would often find themselves in detention. This was the reason he had been forced to interject today in Hogwarts affairs. Well, how did it go? Lyra asked with expectant eyes. Harry walked out of Umbridge's office and closed the door. Today, the Toad had found some excuse to give detention to both his sister and Ginny. The girls came to inform him, and he had no choice but to deal with her in person. I spoke with Professor Umbridge, and your detentions have been cancelled, Harry informed them. Really? She looked so angry with us this morning, Ginny said with a frown. This was the first time she truly hated a teacher. Even Lockhart had not earned this much dislike from her. You didn't kill her, right? Lyra asked with suspicion. Why does everyone keep asking me that? Harry was beginning to show concern about his personal image. I just spoke to her in a reasonable manner and made her see the error in her ways, he told them before walking away. This was the 4th time he had to obliviate the toad since the year started, and he was beginning to worry about causing her some permanent mental issues. Not that he was worried for her well-being, but she needed to remain at least functional until the end of the tournament. Otherwise, Voldemort will be forced to send someone more competent. "Wait, Harry," he heard Ginny call for him. "Yes, well, I wanted to thank you for the help," Ginny said. "It was no trouble." "Now you can enjoy your afternoon," Harry nodded. "Yes, hee, if only we could play Quidditch." Ginny was still somewhat hurt by the absence of her favorite activity. The headmaster only said that there would be no Quidditch House League. "You can still play on the fields. There is plenty of space all around Hogwarts. You just have to convince a few more people to play." Harry gave her some advice. Ginny's eyes opened wide. "That's right, why didn't I think of that? Just be a bit discreet about it. If that woman finds out that someone is having fun, she's going to add another rule," Harry told her. "Yeah, you are probably right," Ginny nodded. "Say, Harry, there was something else I wanted to ask you." What is it?" Harry noted the girl's face becoming a bit red. "Well, would you know, the weekend?" "Yes, never mind." She took off running. Harry had a complicated expression. She almost got it. Lyra exclaimed before jumping from behind a nearby column. "Are you a stalker now?" he asked her. "You doofus." She came to him and punched his shoulder. "Why didn't you help her? Is this how you thank me for getting you out of detention? My little sister used to have better manners than this." "Don't give me that now." Lyra raised an eyebrow. "You are not that thick-headed. Ginny wanted to invite you to Hogsmeade." "She didn't, though," Harry pointed out. He was already conflicted about this matter, and his sister was not helping. "You have to invite her now," Lyra said seriously. "Why are you getting involved in this?" Harry asked her. "Because she is my best friend and I want to help her," Lyra said. "Come on, you even went with Pansy last year. And don't tell me that Ginny isn't pretty. There are already plenty of guys lining up to invite her." "That's not the issue here." There was no way he could explain the whole thing to her. "Just one date to Hogsmeade, please. And besides, that way we can do a double date with me and—" Lyra stopped talking. "Hold on, who are you going with?" Harry's tone became slightly harsher. "That's my business. Isn't that what you always say?" Lyra seemed to enjoy this. "Just tell me who it is. It's not someone from Slytherin. It's not Michael Corner, I hope. That guy was too sleazy. You'll have to wait for the next weekend to find out," Lyra chuckled. Hi. Neville moved his eyes around, looking very nervous. "So, you and my sister?" Harry glared at him. He had arrived and found him standing next to Lyra and Ginny. "Harry, stop it," Lyra huffed. This is why she didn't want to say anything. "It's not like that. This is the first time that—" Neville stammered the words badly. "It's our first date, okay?" Lyra stood in front of Neville in a protective manner. "Fine." Harry's eyes met Neville's. "We'll talk about this later." Lyra hurried to push Ginny forward, as if she was some kind of offering. "Isn't Ginny looking beautiful today? She got a new dress for the occasion." Of course, Lyra was the one who paid for it during their previous outing. Ginny wore a long garnet-colored dress with some gold accents that reached her knees, paired with boots and a jacket in the same tones. "Very Gryffindor. You look great, Ginny," Harry told her. "What about me?" Lyra waved at him. His sister's attire was very similar, but hers was black and silver. "You look okay, now shall we go?" Harry said. "Hey," Lyra huffed. "I think you look great," Neville hurried to say. "Thank you," Lyra grinned. "Let's go then." She grabbed his hand and began to walk out of the castle's back doors. Harry did the same while Ginny walked at his side. "Did you apply some warming charms? Otherwise those clothes are not going to be enough." "I did. We learned them last year," Ginny said. "What about Lyra?" "She can be kinda useless with charms sometimes," he inquired. Ginny grinned. "She can do this much at least." She glanced at him. "You care a lot about her, huh?" "Of course," Harry answered without hesitation. "She does make it difficult sometimes." "Come on, Neville, grab my hand harder. Are you a boy or not?" Lyra shouted loud enough to make everyone nearby turn their heads. "Yes, I understand that feeling," Ginny nodded. "But you aren't really mad at Neville, right? He is a good boy." "I can't believe everyone got mad at him for the whole tournament thing. It's so stupid. Crowds are easier to convince than individuals, and the article from the Daily Prophet calling him a cheater probably didn't help either," Harry told her. "Yes, but my brother and Seamus should know better. They've been friends since first year," Ginny huffed. "Your brother Ron is also an idiot," Harry said. "No offense," he then added. "No, he can be an idiot sometimes," Ginny said. "Okay. Most of the time, but I think he's just jealous. I know he wanted to be in the tournament too," she then added. "I wouldn't worry too much about that. He'll change his mind as soon as he finds out what the first task is going to be," Harry told her. "You know what it's going to be?" Ginny's embarrassment began to vanish as she became more interested in the conversation. "I could tell you, but—" You can't tell anyone, Harry said. Not even Lyra. Especially not Lyra, Ginny nodded. That made sense. Okay, I promise. Dragons, Harry whispered. Seriously? Ginny glanced at Neville, who was walking a bit ahead on the snowy path. Does Neville know? She asked. Of course. That was not exactly true. There was no need for Neville to know what the test was since he wasn't going to be the one participating in it. But I should give him a heads up, just in case someone goes to tell him. They continued to walk at a leisurely pace until they arrived at the small village of Hogsmeade, along with many other students who also traversed the same path. Lyra and Ginny seemed to have already decided where they wanted to go and guided the boys towards the 3 broomsticks. Harry almost let out a breath of relief when he found out they weren't going to that terrible cafe he visited last year with Daphne. The pub was already getting full, even though it was still far from lunchtime. This was likely a side effect of Miss Umbridge's endless rules and regulations. It made students feel trapped while inside the school, and Hogsmeade was the only place where they could be free, at least for now. The group went inside the place, and the atmosphere seemed to immediately change. Most of the students stopped their conversations and turned to look at them, or more specifically, they were all looking at Neville. Oh, the boy felt the intense pressure already. Then, the murmurs and nasty glares began. I don't like this. Ginny was becoming worried that something bad could happen. No one would dare to move a finger while inside the castle for fear of breaking some of Umbridge's rules in the process. Rumors about her harsh punishments were already well known among the students, but here in Hogsmeade, they did not have to worry about any of that. Longbottom, you have some nerve to show yourself here. A group of Hufflepuff seniors were already making their way towards them. Lyra stood in front of Neville while she looked at the approaching group. Right behind them were Ginny and Harry. Maybe we should go somewhere else, Neville muttered. Look who it is, the fake champion. Cho Chang's words carried enough venom to kill an adult. She clutched at Cedric's arm with enough force to make the boy flinch. Cedric looked at Neville's group with a troubled expression. Come on guys, let's just get along. No, Cho is right. The fake champion deserves a lesson, a 7th-year Hufflepuff boy said. Many of the students at the table began to cheer at the comment. Harry felt the ambience of the place becoming more violent. Looks like we won't be able to solve this one with words alone. It appeared that in the absence of Draco and his ridiculous badges, people didn't have a proper outlet for their anger. Add to that all of Umbridge's oppressive restrictions, and now the situation had reached a boiling point. Harry didn't recognize the 3 Hufflepuff boys at the front, but they were likely 7th years. He did recognize Cho Chang, though. Harry hadn't thought about her since the 2nd year when Cho and some of her friends began to mess with Luna. But that quickly stopped when Lyra and Ginny stood up for their friend. It seemed like she was now dating Cedric Diggory again, and by the look on her face, the girl was very upset with Neville at this moment, much like everyone else present in the pub. Harry was thinking about a way to handle this in the most peaceful way possible. After all, he was sure that Dumbledore would not be happy if he sent a bunch of students to the infirmary today. Then, his sister decided to shove away one of the seniors who got too close to them. Leave us alone, and Neville is not a fake champion. He did not cheat, Lyra shouted. Oh yeah, then how did his name come out after the Hogwarts champion had already been selected? Cho asked with a smirk. That was a question that Lyra had no answer to, so she turned to look at her brother for help. Neville did know the answer to that question, but he could not say anything. Even if he did, the reaction was bound to be a negative one. They did not even believe that he did not put his name in the goblet. Why would they believe him if he began to talk about the return of the Dark Lord without an ounce of evidence? The 2 foreign champions, Crumb and Fleur, were also present, sitting at the 2nd-floor tables from where they had a perfect view of the whole commotion. Neither of them seemed interested in joining in to support either side and were content to just watch the Hogwarts students fight each other. Cho is right. There is no way for you to be a champion other than cheating, one of the older boys said. Potter, get out of the way. I can't believe you are defending him. Cho let go of Cedric's arm and got closer to Lyra. That's enough, Cho, just leave us alone. Ginny went to stand next to her friend. Ginny, what are you doing here? Ron appeared from among the crowd and pointed at his sister with an angry face. Come here right now, I can't believe you are with that traitor. Ron, Neville wore a hurt expression. He could take those comments from others, but he had considered Ron his best friend. You too move, one of the Hufflepuff boys exclaimed. He had his wand in hand. Don't think you are untouchable because some people are afraid of your brother. Okay, let's stop right here. Harry moved in front of his sister and Ginny, standing very close to the 3 large Hufflepuff boys. Before you lot get hurt, he then added. The three boys became angered, and three more of their classmates came closer, with the clear intention of confronting Harry. There is no need to fight. Now Cedric was getting worried. This could only end up making him look bad if some seniors began to beat students on his behalf. That's right, there is no need to fight, Cho pointed at Neville. All he has to do is drop out of the tournament, and we can let this go. Cho, Cedric looked at his girlfriend with conflicted feelings. He had already told her that it was impossible to drop from the tournament, even though he didn't tell her the specifics about the magical contract. I can't do that, Neville said. So you admit it then? You wanted to be in the tournament after all, Ron joined in the conversation. You found a way to put your name in the cup and didn't tell me anything, the redhead huffed. So what if he did? Harry's words were loud enough for everyone to hear despite not shouting. So what? That's against the rules. Yeah, the crowd began to complain. Sure, the rules said that no one under the age of 17 could enter, but it's not like many of you didn't at least try. That shut down the murmurs. I remember seeing the Weasley twins attempt to cheat their way through the age line for almost an hour, and you were all cheering for their success. So what is your complaint with Neville being chosen? It's not like he took anyone's spot. Harry pointed at Cedric. The Hogwarts champion is right there. He took the spotlight away from Cedric, Cho shouted. All the newspapers talk about the boy who lived being in the tournament. He stole all the attention from my boyfriend. I don't care that much about that, Cedric muttered. That's it, you all think Neville wanted more fame, Harry snorted. You are all being ridiculous. Harry's words made many of the pub's occupants hesitate, and they began to doubt if their motivations were correct after all. But the seniors from Hufflepuff were too angry to back down now. No, that's not enough. The cheater has to leave the tournament or else. He pulled his wand and showed it to Harry as a threat. We are going to take matters into our own hands. While Neville, Lyra, and Ginny were looking concerned, Harry shook his head in disappointment. Oh well, I tried at least, so no one can complain. He looked up at the senior students. Just remember that, you chose this. I'm not afraid of you, Potter. The senior moved his right hand to point his wand directly at Harry, but stopped moving soon after, as if he had just become paralyzed. Cedric did not waste the chance to grab his girlfriend and drag her away from the conflict, despite her complaints. What are you waiting for? Curse him. The other Hufflepuff seniors who were right behind him began to react. There is something wrong, another one said. Bloody hell, I'll do it myself. A third boy pulled his wand. Harry was not planning on letting anyone fire a single spell. After paralyzing the senior student in front of him, he slammed the palm of his hand on the boy's chest. The Hufflepuff robes of the boy were transformed into dozens of ropes made of the same fabric and quickly wrapped around all the students that were standing behind him. Ah, what is this? I can't move. There were 6 Hufflepuff seniors in total, and now all of them had been tangled with the transfigured ropes. Harry then pulled them all together by tightening the ropes until he created a nice bundle with the 6 students. The seniors' screams changed quickly from shock to realization. Let me go. You can't do this. They began to complain, but Harry was not done with them. He moved his right hand up and touched the boy's forehead with his index finger. The Hufflepuffs had no time to react before they began to experience some unpleasant changes in their bodies. One of them found his teeth becoming larger and larger with no sign of stopping. Another one had all the hair on his body growing uncontrollably, while it also changed color to a strong lime green. Bleg. One began to vomit slugs all over his housemates. Another's tongue transformed into a snake before it began to bite at his own face. Hundreds of massive pimples on one of the boys' faces began to explode, splashing a disgusting white substance over them. And the last one continued to laugh while all of this was happening, as he was feeling an uncontrollable tickling sensation all over his body and would continue to do so for a very long time. To finish things up, Harry flicked his fingers in front of them, and the boys went flying out of the tavern in time, taking the whole mess with them. The place got very quiet after that. Perhaps it would be best to go to a different location after all. Harry glanced at his sister Ginny and Neville. What do you think? That was awesome. Were those all jinxes? You have to teach me some of them. Lyra looked very excited. I think leaving is not a bad idea. Ginny glanced at her brother Ron. His face had gone pale and he was trying his best to avoid looking at Harry. Yes, I think so too. Neville did not feel comfortable with everyone staring at them. Although the looks had now become a lot more reserved and the air of hostility had disappeared completely, no one was daring to speak up now for fear of suffering the same fate as those 6 Hufflepuffs. Let's go then. Harry saw Madame Rosmerta approaching with a less than happy expression. "I don't want troublemakers in my tavern. You better leave and never come back here," she shouted. Harry stopped for a moment and pulled a small pouch from one of his many pockets. The pouch grew 3 times in size until it was bigger than his palm and made some metallic noises in the process. This should compensate for the disturbance. She took it in her hands and began to open it. "You rich kids think that you can fix everything with money, huh? Well, let me tell you that." She now noticed that the pouch was filled with gold galleons, and there were at least 50 of them. "Is that not enough?" Harry asked. A beautiful smile appeared on the face of Madame Rosmerta. "That will be more than enough, Mr. Potter. Come back any time you want." Harry nodded and led the group outside. A small crowd had already begun to gather around the screaming boys, but for the moment no one was trying to help them, while the Hufflepuff seniors continued to make sounds of complaint. Most of them were younger students and didn't even know where to start to remove Harry's spells, so they just watched in fascination at the spectacle. "Where do we go now?" Ginny asked while trying to avoid looking at those boys on the floor. The smell alone was enough to turn her stomach. "What about Madame Puttiff, MMMHMM, Hog's Head?" Harry covered Lyra's mouth. "It's close by and is usually quiet at least." "Isn't that a bar for adults?" Neville asked. Harry pulled another coin pouch. "I'm sure they'll let us in." Back at the Three Broomsticks, the jovial mood had not returned to normal. Most of the patrons were whispering among each other, discussing what had just happened. There were many rumors about Harry Potter already circulating in Hogwarts. Many claimed he was the powerful wizard who destroyed the Slytherin common room and later on killed several members of very important pureblood families. This made it so most students avoided getting into conflict with Harry. But at the end of the day, those were just rumors, and no one had seen him acting seriously before. That was until today, and now there were going to be a lot more rumors. On the second floor of the tavern, Crumb turned to the next table, where the French champion remained silent, as if she was pondering something. "What is Miss de Lacquer thinking about? Are you grateful that he is not one of the champions?" There was a tone of mockery mixed in Crumb's words. As usual, Fleur was accompanied by her 2 best friends, who came all the way from France just to cheer her on. The 2 girls furrowed their brows after hearing Crumb's comment. "Fleur is not afraid of any British wizard, much less a boy like that one," one of them said. "Yes, and what is so impressive anyway? Those were childish jinxes, I could do those too," the other one added. Fleur clicked her tongue to show her disapproval while Crumb just laughed. "Those 2 are not the brightest of the class, yes?" Crumb asked. "What? How dare you?" "Enough." Fleur smacked her palm on the table. She glared at Crumb. "What do you want?" "I just wanted to have a friendly conversation with another champion about something that I found interesting. That's all." Crumb raised his hands up. Fleur glanced at him without saying anything for a few more seconds. "You want to know how much I noticed? Is this your way to measure the competition? Please, that's something that you would do, but it's not my style." Crumb gave her a knowing glance. He had been using her good looks to gather information on the other participants since the first day. Of course, he knew about it. "HMPH, I don't care for your schemes. Go away," Fleur said. "Fine, I'll start." Crumb took a seat next to one of the other girls who immediately complained. He first used a petrifying charm on the boy closest to him. "Wait, he did? When did he do that?" the 2 French girls asked. Fleur sighed. She knew what he was doing already. Wandless, chantless. "He used his left hand." Crumb smiled. "Good eyes, I almost missed that one, but I found more impressive what he did next. The ropes. Ah yes, he put his hand on that boy's chest and then those ropes came out. What spell was that?" the 2 girls asked Fleur. "Transfiguration," Fleur said. Crumb nodded. "No chant either. He must have done a free transfiguration. One of my professors is capable of doing that, and he said to me that it is one of the most difficult feats of magic that a wizard can perform, due to how much precision it involves in controlling your own magic to shape the material to the desired form." "I can do it too, as long as it's something simple," Fleur admitted. "But not without a wand." Crumb saw her flinch. "Don't let it bother you. My professor can't do it wandless either. In fact, I didn't believe it was possible until today. Now that you mentioned it, he never used his wand." "Right," the girls said. "Who is he?" "I've never heard of him before," Fleur asked. "Then you have to get better sources for information," Crumb told her. "Harry Potter has quite a bit of fame in the school. I was already hearing about him on my second day here, mostly about his time as seeker for the Gryffindor team. Apparently, he broke a few records and won the House Cup that year. Then he didn't play again. Quidditch. Ah," Fleur made a disgusted face. I also heard that one night he went into the Slytherin house by himself and made an absolute mess in there, sending several senior students to the hospital with grave injuries, Crumb added. This piqued Fleur's interest. Did he? Crumb shrugged. It's only a rumor, you know how those are. I assume that if there was solid evidence, he would have been expelled. I know Hogwarts is not that lenient with those kind of things. If he is so incredible, why isn't he in the tournament? Fleur asked. Well, he is only 15, so he is not allowed, Crumb said. Fleur raised an eyebrow. But if you want another reason, Crumb added, maybe he is not interested in money and fame. Everyone has something to prove. Fleur did not like this. And she also hated the fact that, like Crumb said before, she was glad that Harry Potter was not one of the champions. Let's go. She was no longer in the mood for cheap. Already, her friends were not very happy to leave this soon, but they still stood up. You're leaving now? We still haven't talked about the other champions, Crumb said. What is there to talk about? One is a pretty boy with average skills and the other one is a little boy who should not be here, Fleur said. That's harsh. And what kind of boy am I to you? Crumb had a playful smile on his face. An asshole. She pushed him aside and left towards the stairs. I'm also great at Quidditch, and kinda handsome according to the girls of my fan club, Crumb told her as she left. Oh well, at least I learned something new. He looked to the floor below, just in time to see Cho Chang dragging Cedric out of the pub. The pretty boy is on a tight leash. It was already dark by the time that Harry returned to the castle with Lyra, Ginny, and Neville. It was close to curfew, so they couldn't waste any time before returning to the common room. Harry noticed a familiar presence close by and stopped. Harry, we only have 15 minutes, come on. Lyra turned to look at him. You guys go ahead, I'll be there soon, Harry said. The entrance to the common room was just around the corner. Okay, but just be quick, you don't want to get in trouble with that woman, Lyra said. Harry, Ginny got a bit closer. Thank you for today, I had a lot of fun. Really, I thought it was quite the mess with all those Hufflepuffs. Ginny made a complicated expression. Yes, that was a bit, but the rest of the day was very fun. They did end up spending a good time at the Hog's Head before walking around the village and visiting a few shops, so he supposed it wasn't that bad in the end. What Ginny did next took him off guard. The girl leaned closer and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Let's do it again sometime. She did her best to cover her face before turning around. Neville's eyes were as wide as saucers while Lyra was making victory signs. Harry felt strands of magic stirring nearby, and he knew he was in trouble. I know you are there, Daphne said. She looked ahead to the empty narrow hall that ultimately led to the Gryffindor common rooms. Of course you do. Harry removed his invisibility and walked closer to her. After all, you've been following me all the way from Hogsmeade, he said in a low voice, not wanting to take chances with other people hearing him. Daphne did not even attempt to deny it. After all, she had been dragging her friend Tracy all over Hogsmeade to look at what Harry had been doing and finally followed him here. Instead of that, she punched him on the shoulder. You kissed Ginny? Her face contorted in anger. As far as she was concerned, her wrongdoings were much worse than his. Your occlumency needs work. Your emotions are showing, Harry said casually. Now she slapped him. Maybe I deserve that, Harry admitted. You sure did. She spat the words. Perhaps we can take this conversation somewhere else. The halls are hardly a good location to talk right now, and curfew is just a few minutes away. He looked around. They had been lucky so far, but that was not going to last. Eventually, some students were bound to pass thought this same hall and spot them. Fine. Daphne could agree to this much, no matter how angry she was with him. Harry produced his wand from the holster and extended his left hand for Daphne to grab onto. The girl seemed hesitant for a moment, but eventually did grab his hand, and Harry whisked them away. In a flash, the duo appeared right in the middle of the inner part of the Chamber of Secrets. This should be good enough. It's clean, well illuminated, and very private, Harry declared. It still smells terrible. Daphne had to cover her nose with a handkerchief. She hadn't been here since the day of the ritual and had not been looking forward to return. Ah yes, poor Dobby tried his best to clean the place up, but you know, it was impossible to remove traces of so many basilisks living in this closed space for so long. All day here, dying, eating, and she, Harry, yes, we could have gone to that safe room that we've been using before. Remember, the safe room? Ah, that one. That is not a good idea. You see, Umbridge gave Filch a master key that can open all those unused old rooms, so it's not really so safe anymore, Harry explained. I see. Still, Daphne looked around. The chamber was completely empty except for the stains left behind by the rituals they tried the previous year. This is gross, and we can't even sit here, Harry sighed. All right. He held his wand again. I'll take you somewhere else. Daphne did not hesitate to grab his hand this time. She did not want to stay here longer than necessary. In the next instant, she found herself standing on a grassy hill that overlooked the castle of Hogwarts. It was already dark outside, and the sky was filled with stars that gave just the right amount of light. "This is beautiful. I come here sometimes when I need to think in peace," Harry said. "Well, I wish we had come here sooner," Daphne huffed. "Sure, but we are barely inside the school premises." He pointed behind them. "Just make sure not to go past that rock over there. If you leave the wards, you will trigger the tracking charm on your head," Harry suggested. "Wait, there is a tracking charm on my head?" Daphne didn't recall ever hearing of this before. Harry nodded. "But that's not important now. You wanted to discuss something about Right." Daphne punched his arm. "You kissed Ginny." "Technically, she kissed me," Harry pointed out while rubbing his shoulder. The girl was stronger than she looked, and it was beginning to hurt. "Don't give me that. What about our deal?" "Deal? If you mean the contract we made with your family, it did not cover any type of compromise in that regard. It only talked about the possibility of a future marriage contract in the distant future, after both of them were 17 and considered adults. I know what the contract said, but I thought." She couldn't say it. Daphne knew she was being unreasonable, but she always had this idea in her mind that one day. "So, does this mean that you and Ginny—" She was unable to finish the sentence. Tears had begun to form in her eyes, and even her mind protections were not able to stop her raging emotions. Harry did not like seeing this usually stoic girl looking like this. "Look, there is nothing between me and Ginny. It was because of my stupid sister's meddling that today's mess happened. I don't see Ginny that way. She is more like family, I guess." He had thought about this more than a few times since he woke up in this world. Would it be possible for him to have another chance at a relationship, to get more, to have a family? But the answer to that was always the same. And even if he did, Ginny would not be the one he would choose. He had loved the Ginny Weasley from his world, the one who became his wife. And a part of him died the day she did. However, his Ginny was irreplaceable. Of course, he still cared for this version of Ginny also, and he wanted her to be happy, as well as all the other members of the Weasley family, including Ron, as well as Hermione, Neville, Luna, and so many others. That was as far as his feelings for this Ginny went. He cared for her like he cared for his own family. "Family, is that all?" Daphne repeated. She then got closer and stood in front of him. "What about me? Do you also see me as just family, or is there something more?" Harry hesitated to answer. "If you tell me that it's complicated, I will punch you again," Daphne warned him. "It is difficult to say." She punched him. "That hurt," Harry complained. "You deserve it. I want you to tell me straight. What do you think of me?" "Very well, I'll tell you the truth." Harry got serious. "But you must keep this to yourself." Daphne tilted her head. "What do you to keep it to myself?" "The world is ending," Harry told her. That was not what she expected to hear. "Not just this world, but every world in the multiverse is ending," Harry added. "The multiverse? You never told me about this." "Wait, are you making this up to change the topic?" Daphne asked. "Of course not. This is very important. At one point in time, there was only one single world, but after time travel was invented, the world began to shatter into fragments that gave birth to different worlds. Each one with a few differences compared to the others. Like the world that you came from?" "That's right," Harry nodded. "That was just one of many. And what makes you think that the world is ending?" Daphne was still somewhat skeptical about this, and still wasn't sure if this was Harry's way to avoid an important topic. "Since the moment I woke up here, there have been strange events occurring all over the world, more often in places with large magical concentrations," Harry said. "You mean like Hogwarts?" A lot of strange things happened at the school, to the point that she already considered them kinda normal occurrences. "Yes, or the train station, Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley. There are many places like that. And what are those strange events exactly?" She still wasn't sure where he was going with all of this. "Those events are situations where two or more realities get too close to each other, and one reality begins to bleed onto another one. At first, they were small things, like briefly seeing other versions of myself or my friends, but things got more serious at the end of my second year, with the basilisk," Harry explained. "Wait," Daphne was getting a bit concerned now. "You mean that monster was the result of one of those events?" She never got a proper explanation for what happened in her second year. What happened in the Chamber of Secrets was the result of countless basilisks from different worlds converging in the same place. This is why Professor Silverbell coined these strange events as convergences. He is an expert found by the headmaster to help us figure out what happened. Professor Silverbell is the director of the Time Department at the Ministry of Magic. Time Department? I didn't even know that existed, Daphne said. Not many would. It is part of the Department of Mysteries, Harry said, and this professor is the one who claimed that these convergences are causing the end of the world. Harry shook his head. All of those events are nothing more than symptoms that point towards the disease. The reason they are happening is because realities are beginning to collide with each other. Once the collision is strong enough, the result will be that one of them will cease to exist, or even both in the worst-case scenario. This process will continue until only a single world remains, or none. Harry, you are scaring me, Daphne frowned. I am sorry, I know it's a lot and it's hard to accept. But there may be a way to stop this process. That's what we've been working on. And what is the solution? According to Professor Silverbell, the reason for this happening is the creation of too many alternate timelines. There is a limited amount of energy and matter, so when too many worlds try to exist at the same time, it eventually becomes too much, and this chain reaction begins. Okay, I think I understand that much, Daphne said, so we have already reached this critical point. That's the problem. Things shouldn't have gotten this bad for at least several centuries from now. Several centuries? Then what is causing this now? Daphne asked. Harry had a weary smile on his face. That would be me. Excuse me? Daphne raised an eyebrow. You will have to explain that one better. Time travel is the main cause of all of this. The more important the changes made, the more damage it causes to the walls of reality. Appearance here has already caused changes that affected the entire multiverse. I became an anomaly large enough to cause an imbalance in all reality, and now everything is collapsing earlier than expected because of that. Wait, if you are the one causing it, then this solution of yours. Daphne could already see where this was going. There is only one way to stop this process, and that is to remove the anomaly. In other words, me, Harry said. You can't be serious. Daphne stared at him. Dead serious? How much time? Daphne asked. There is no clear answer to that. The professor said at least a few more years, but the sooner I do it, the higher the chance for this world to survive, Harry said. And you are sure that's the only solution? I mean, have you even tried to look for an alternative? Daphne was beginning to get furious. Daphne, don't give me that. You are such a Gryffindor. Don't be in such a hurry to throw your life away, she shouted. Harry sighed. He was expecting a reaction like this. That's why he had never told his family and would rather never have to do it. I assure you that I am in no hurry to do that, Harry said. But you don't even have a guarantee that this would work. Daphne said. No, but I do have the guarantee that if nothing is done, this world will end in a few years and everyone will die. If my death can give everyone a chance, this is for the greater good. He wasn't going to let another world die for his mistakes. Bloody hell, Harry, at least get a second opinion, Daphne exclaimed. Did I just hear Daphne Greengrass saying bloody hell? Harry asked. Can you be serious for a moment? She huffed. I already am. The wisest wizard and the #1 expert in time magic are already working on it. If there is an alternative solution, they will find it. If there isn't, I am prepared to do what is necessary to protect the ones I care about. Is that serious enough for you? After a moment of silence, she spoke again. Have you told your family about this? Daphne asked. Only Dumbledore knows, and maybe Silverbell managed to figure it out. And now, I hope it stays that way, at least for now, Harry said. Daphne looked to him with a conflicted expression. So, this is your reason for avoiding getting close to people? I don't avoid getting close to people. I just enjoy the moment, he told her. She scoffed. You totally avoid getting too close to anyone. And you still haven't answered my first question. What was that again? Daphne furrowed her eyebrows. I asked you how you feel about me. You already know my side. I need to hear yours and no more going on tangents about world-ending events. She leaned closer to him. That tangent was relevant, he retorted. Harry, she had a serious expression on her face. Her blue eyes almost seemed to shine under the stars. You are an extremely beautiful and intelligent girl. Any guy would fall for you, although sometimes you are too stubborn and you also get violent at she hit him. Don't ruin the moment. Fine, you wanted a clear answer and you do deserve one. I consider you my closest friend. Of course I have feelings for you, however I see. No, you can stop there, I'll take it, she said with a soft grin. Huh, you'll take what? Now it was Harry's turn to be confused. I know what you're going to say. That because you have limited time, you don't want any compromise, Daphne said. That would be correct. That's why I revealed everything to you, so you can understand my reasoning. I didn't want to hurt you. Harry told her. I understand, and I said that I'll take it. Whatever time you have left, I'd rather have you for a short time than none. Daphne looked completely serious as she said that. That sounds like a recipe for disaster, Harry said. I don't care. You will regret that decision. I don't care. Okay, Harry finally said. It appears there was no convincing her to change her mind. And what do we do now? Daphne seemed to be considering it for a moment. Why don't you ask me out properly? You are from a traditional pureblood family. Don't I need to speak with your father and sign a contract or something? Daphne chuckled. Actually, normally you would need his permission to court me, something that he has denied to everyone who asked so far. But I think we can do this the informal way. Our families already have an alliance after all. That works for me. I hate those formalities, so do you want to go out for coffee or something? Daphne lifted an eyebrow. Maybe a bit more formal than that, she decided. You are so difficult sometimes. Daphne Greengrass, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? A beaming smile appeared on her face. I would love to. She wrapped her arms around his neck. There's one more formality to perform, she added. Harry placed his hands around her waist and brought her closer. Their bodies were touching. He approached his lips to hers just 2/3 of the way there, and then waited. Daphne did not want to waste any time and pushed her lips into his. The kiss lasted for almost a minute. It was moist and sweet, but also chaste and pure, as this was the first one of many to come. When they finally separated, they both looked happy. So, is it official now? Daphne asked. Of course, but there is something I want to ask you. Harry said. Sure, what is it? She said. Do you mind if we keep this between us for now? Daphne was not too surprised by the request. I don't mind, but why are you asking? I know you are not worried about the reaction from Slytherin. Everyone there is afraid of you, and after today, it would just be worse. It's not the students that I worry about, but their families. If word gets out that you are with a Gryffindor, it would just make things more difficult for your own family, Harry said. It would also make them more likely to be attacked if their alliances are revealed. Voldemort would be too busy still to go after neutral families, but others may try something in an attempt to earn his favor. I also would like the opportunity to clear things up with Ginny. I don't want to hurt her, Harry said. Daphne nodded. I agree on that. This was also better for her, as she didn't want her father to find out like this. That would only get her into trouble. I just wish I could tell Tracy. Can she keep a secret? Harry asked. Better than Lyra. That's not saying much, Harry frowned. But not too much better, Daphne added. I mean, you can tell Astoria and Luna. Your sister barely talks, and no one ever believes anything that Luna says, Harry commented. So does this mean we can't go out on dates? She looked a bit upset at the thought. Not to Hogsmeade, but I can take you to other places. Really? Like where? Daphne got more excited now. There are a few other magical communities here in England, but before that we will need to remove the tracking charm on your head. Wait, that was actually true? Oh, I'm very nervous. Harry was shaking like a leaf and kept muttering stuff while wandering around the office. Calm down, Neville. If you start to act like this in public, people will notice that something is off, Neville said with a deep frown. He then turned back to the full-body mirror that the headmaster had set up for them. He wanted to make sure that the transformation had no flaws and that his robes were well adjusted. Come here, let me take a look at you, he told the other boy. Harry composed himself and approached Neville. This is so strange. I'm looking at myself. Okay, everything seems fine. Neville said after a quick inspection. There is no need for much worry. Most of the attention will be on the tests, so no one should look at you twice. Just don't be too obvious, Neville said. But I don't know how to act like you at all. We are going to get caught. Harry looked extremely nervous and worried. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I must say, it is very bizarre seeing a Harry act in such a way. Dumbledore chuckled while watching the scene from his seat. Longbottom. Snape stood up from his seat and walked to him. Just act like an annoyed brat who looks down on everyone and keep your mouth shut. No one will notice the difference. Yes, very professional advice, Professor Snape. Neville rolled his eyes. But the part about keeping your mouth shut is not a bad suggestion. Don't say anything unless someone asks you something, and keep your answers short, like yes, no, or I don't care. Harry nodded repeatedly. Yes, no, I don't care, he repeated his words. I'll try, but then he seemed to recall something else. But what if the potion effect runs out before the test is over? I read that the polyjuice effect can last anything from 12 minutes to 12 hours. That would depend on the skill of the brewer, Snape pointed out. Hopefully, Potter didn't make this himself, otherwise 12 minutes would already be a miracle. Neville snorted. Not at all, I got these from a reliable source. They were brewed by a well-known and respected master potioner from Wales, and they have a guaranteed effect of 6 hours or I'll get my money back, he said with confidence. Let me see that. Snape picked up one of the vials and examined the label. Master Rugel created these. He recognized the unique symbol on the vial. This was the equivalent of a potion master's signature. He always sells his potions at exorbitant prices. Yes, well, it is good to have some money then, Neville remarked. I'm sorry to interrupt this lovely conversation between professor and student, but there is only 1 hour left before the tournament starts, and Mr. Longbottom is expected to be ready at the field. Dumbledore decided to remind them. Here, take this with you. Neville placed a flask inside Harry's inner pocket. It's an extra dose of the potion just in case. If you feel the effects disappearing, take a sip from the flask. Harry nodded. He felt a bit better now. Remember the plan, just go to the stands and sit next to Lyra and Ginny. They are waiting for you. Try not to stand out too much and keep the talking to a minimum. This is difficult, Harry muttered. Would you rather fight a dragon? Neville asked. No, I mean no thank you. Harry gave a sigh of relief. Speaking of the dragon, Dumbledore glanced at Neville. Try to avoid killing it, please. We will be charged an extra fine if one of them dies. I wasn't planning to. He noticed the judgmental stare. Look, I don't go around killing everything that moves, okay? Neville said defensively. Come on, we better get going. He spoke before he walked towards the open window at the back of the office. What are you doing? Harry almost jumped out of shock. I'm taking a shortcut to the Quidditch fields. As he said that, a black circle appeared next to his hand, and from within it he produced a flying broom. Without saying another word, Neville jumped out. How handy. Dumbledore noticed that this was the same space ability that Harry had previously shown him. It seems that he had already found other uses for it, the headmaster thought. What magic was that? Snape said. Wow, how did he do that? Harry stared in awe. Mr. Potter, unless you're planning on doing the same thing, I suggest you get going. There is a 15-minute walk to the fields, Dumbledore said. Yes, sir. Harry took off immediately and left the headmaster's office. Severus, you and I should do the same. We both have roles to play today, Dumbledore reminded him. Yes, I have not forgotten. Snape lamented. He was to keep very close to Madame Umbridge and Professor Rookwood and pay close attention to any strange movement on their part, at least for the duration of the tournament's first trial. While Neville flew to the location of the tests, Harry was walking at a brisk pace. He didn't want to be late, otherwise the stadium would be filled and it would be more difficult to find his seat next to Lyra and Ginny. There you are, Harry heard someone say. Right then, the door of a broom closet opened as he was about to pass by. A hand came out of it and grabbed onto his arm, dragging him inside. He felt someone pushing him against the back of the closet and quickly closed the door. At first, he thought someone was pranking him. After all, this would not be the first time someone locked him inside one of these closets, but he then remembered that he was Harry now. Who would dare to attack Harry? He then quickly realized that the person who dragged him in here was also inside along with him. You made me wait, Harry, Daphne said in a soothing tone. Wait, you are? Harry stammered the words. His entire body was shaking. Seeing a girl throwing herself at him was the last thing he expected to happen. I know. We weren't supposed to see each other until tonight. Daphne wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned closer. But I couldn't wait. The other day was so much fun. I just wanted to give you a reward for that wonderful date. Her face was mere inches away from his. You're Greengrass. Harry finally recognized the girl. He was more familiar with her sister, Astoria, but Daphne would sometimes come talk with Lyra and Ginny while he was there. What? Daphne pulled herself away from Harry. Why did you call me by my last name? There was something wrong here. Harry was behaving very strangely. I'm not. You're not what? Daphne's tone became more serious as she let go of him. I'm not Harry, he finally managed to say. What? Daphne's wand was already in her hand. She pointed it at his neck. You better have a good explanation. Who are you? Her tone was now cold as ice. Neville felt terrible. It had been less than 10 minutes and he had already revealed the secret. I am sorry, he was mostly saying that to Harry. Who are you? Daphne's tone became more pressing. I'm Neville Longbottom. We have talked a few times. Remember? Longbottom, why are you? At that moment, something snapped in Daphne's mind. She recalled the case filled with polyjuice potions that had been given to Harry. When she asked about it, he just told her that she would find out soon enough. If Longbottom is pretending to be Harry, then where is Harry? She asked with urgency. Well, Neville made a troubled expression. I'm not supposed to tell anyone. They made me promise, he begged. He's going to take your place at the tournament. Daphne could make an educated guess at this point. This sounded like something Harry would do. Just say yes or no, I won't ask anything else from you. Why, yes, Neville admitted. Damn it, why didn't he tell me? She looked about ready to punch him. Neville panicked. I'm not him. Neville felt the need to remind her. She was scarier than Professor Snape right now. Please don't make that face. I'm not going to hurt you, Longbottom. I know this is not your fault, Daphne said. I guess Harry dragged you into this whole tournament thing. It's not like that, Harry and the headmaster are just trying to help me, Neville said. The headmaster is involved in this too, Daphne said. Ah, no. Neville covered his mouth. He did not want to reveal anything else. Okay, you can go now, I'll talk to him later, Daphne told him. He sighed in relief and went to open the door. She placed a hand on the door. What happened here today? Daphne's eyes were locked onto his. I won't say anything, he promised immediately. Good boy, she nodded. Go on, it's best if we are not seen together. Neville didn't need to be told twice. He hurried out of the broom closet and almost ran to the Quidditch field. He hoped that was the scariest thing that would happen to him today. Daphne closed the door behind her and stared in the direction that Harry had left. What in Merlin's name are you planning to do? Good. Mr. Longbottom is finally here. Barty Crouch Sr. rushed to his side as soon as he entered the large tent and wrapped an arm around his shoulder, bringing him further inside. Now that all the champions are here, we can explain what this test will be about. Neville moved ahead, closer to the rest of the group. The other 3 champions were staring at him. Cedric looked almost apologetic. He still felt bad for what happened that day at the 3 broomsticks, even though things ended quickly thanks to Harry's intervention. The Hufflepuff students had continued to make his life difficult, or at least as much as possible, since no one dared to raise a finger to him. So it was mostly an occasional shoulder bump here or a mean comment there. Neither Fleur nor Crumb had much of an opinion about Neville. They did not see him as a threat at all, so they mostly ignored him. And after learning more about the boy, they were more than willing to believe that he didn't put his name inside the goblet. Fleur reached the conclusion that someone put his name in the tournament just to show the world that the famous boy who lived was nothing like the stories. Crumb would have reached the same conclusion if it wasn't for his headmaster. Igor Karkaroff had been a follower of the Dark Lord, and he knew there was a good chance that his old master had a hand in this matter. So he told Crumb to remain as far as possible from Neville Longbottom as he could, lest he get involved in something nefarious while dragging his headmaster along. Well then, let's see. Barty Crouch went to open a large chest that had been placed at the back of the tent. But he seemed to be struggling with the lock. Walafel, come here and open this thing for me, he demanded. Percy Weasley became a bit embarrassed for being called by the wrong name for the 100th time, but he no longer had the will to correct his boss. Yes, sir. Percy got the lock sorted in a few seconds and opened the chest. The champions leaned forward, trying to peek at its contents, even though they all knew what the test was about, except for one person. Cedric Diggory was the only one who remained clueless. Dumbledore didn't even consider telling him, as his mind was occupied with more important matters, and his head of house was too honorable to break the rules. Barty was about to take the sack when it began to move. You take it, he told his assistant. Yes, sir. Percy did not seem to like the task, but obeyed in the end. He pulled the brown sack out and allowed everyone to take a good look. Now is time for the reveal. Barty unfastened the knot that was holding the sack closed. Who goes first? What about you? Barty Crouch pointed at Crumb. Me. Crumb glanced at the moving sack with apprehension. Yes, come on, you're a big boy. Don't tell me you're afraid. They won't bite. Too much. Barty gave Crumb a sign to hurry. The large black-haired boy did not want to look weak, so he stepped forward until he was in front of Percy. Weasley opened the sack just enough so Crumb could fit his hand inside. Go ahead, grab one and pull it out, Barty Crouch urged him. Crumb did as told. A moment later, he let out a painful grunt followed by some curses. It bit me, he said as he pulled the miniature dragon by the tail. Is that a dragon? Cedric was obviously the most surprised in the room. The tiny dragon that Crumb pulled out was completely red and continued to struggle in his grasp. Oh, the Chinese fireball, nasty fellow. They love to burn things down, Barty Crouch said before urging the next one. We have to fight dragons, Cedric almost shouted. Exactly, Barty said with a wide smile. Each of you will have to face a different dragon. The dragons inside the sack are exact replicas of the ones you will encounter outside, although you don't have to actually fight them. I'll get to that in a moment. You didn't know? Fleur gave him a glance of pure disappointment. You did, Cedric exclaimed. He then heard Crumb laughing. You did too. He glanced at Neville, who just shrugged at him. You all knew. Cedric realized he was the only one behind. What? You did? I can't believe this. Barty Crouch was outraged by the breaking of rules. Hey, you brought several fire-breathing dragons onto the school grounds. Someone was bound to see them and talk about it, Crumb said. Yes, only a fool would fail to find out. Fleur gave Cedric a side glance. Cedric frowned but did not say anything else. Oh well, what's done is done, let's continue. Mr. Crouch pointed at Fleur. What about we let the lady go next? Fleur smiled and walked closer to the sack. She pulled a small dragon with green scales. The creature almost seemed docile in her hands. Lucky, that is the common Welsh green, the least aggressive of the bunch, Barty Crouch said with a smile. Can we hurry? I think these two are starting to fight, Percy complained. Yes, yes. Mr. Diggory, if you will. Cedric went ahead and pulled another miniature dragon. The Swedish short snout, Mr. Crouch proclaimed. Be careful with its fangs, they have a potent venom. Cedric hurried to secure the head of the creature. Haha, that one is harmless, Crouch laughed. But now this means that, I see. Do I still have to pull it out? You already know what it is, Neville said. All participants must pull their creature. It is written in the rules, Mr. Longbottom. And we will need them for the picture. Neville went and took hold of the last dragon remaining in the bag. Percy made a startled face when he saw it. You brought that one? Ho ho, yes, that is a special one, Mr. Crouch said. You see, we only had planned the first 3 dragons, so when a 4th contestant appeared out of nowhere, we had to improvise. And this was the only dragon available. The violent little creature tried to wrestle itself out of Neville's hand. Brown scales with spikes around its head and at the tip of its tail. Even at this scale, the dragon looked dangerous. A Hungarian horntail, Mr. Crouch said, the most violent species of commercial dragon, although it is rarely sold. It was very difficult to bring this one here. He glanced at Neville. I suppose it is appropriate that the 4th champion gets to face the last acquired dragon, albeit very unfortunate for Mr. Longbottom. You got the worst one, huh? Crumb chuckled. Fleur had a mocking smile on her face. She held her calm green dragon while looking at Neville's, which was trying to bite and stab him. How big are the real ones? Cedric could only think of that. Barty Crouch turned to him. Well, you will see soon. End crunch. They all turned to the source of the strange crunching noise. The little pieces of stone that had been forming the dragon miniature in Neville's hand had been reduced to pebbles and were now falling onto the ground. Did you break it? Mr. Crouch exclaimed. It tried to bite me. Neville said. You broke it with your hands, Crumb said. Neville realized that everyone was staring at him. It's just a golem, I didn't kill anything. He made sure to clarify. We needed that for the photo shoot. Crouch made a complicated expression. Speaking of, where is that blasted reporter? He asked his assistant. I don't know, sir, I haven't seen her today, Percy answered. Fine, everyone stay here. Still have 30 minutes before the start of the tests. I'll go look for her. Barty Crouch hurried outside the tent. Neville decided to go take a seat on one of the several couches placed around the large tent. PTSHH, he heard someone making noises outside. Neville, he now heard a very familiar voice. Neville looked down and saw a pair of shoes sneaking beneath the tent's fabric. He lifted it a bit. Lyra, soon his sister's head poked inside. There you are, she smiled brightly. Neville glanced back. The other champions didn't seem to be paying attention to him and were instead focused on their own preparations. What a why, before he could ask what she was doing there, Lyra went inside the tent and got close to him. I just wanted to wish you good luck before your test, Lyra said, and then, without giving him time to react, she leaned forward and smashed her lips against his. This was quickly followed by the flash of a camera. Oh, young love. Lyra pushed Neville away and looked at the strange woman who was now giving her a creepy smile. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm so sorry, the woman said before pointing her camera and taking another picture. Where did you come from? Lyra was sure there was no one there before. Rita Seeker, Neville said. Now I have to deal with this woman too. There was no way he would let her keep those pictures, so now he would have to find a way to get them. You remember me? I'm so flattered. You must have read the article I wrote about you. Did you like it? Rita had a predatory smile on her face. Rita Seeker, wait, you're the one who wrote that awful article about Neville being a cheater, Lyra recalled. Oh dear, it was not my intention to make your boyfriend look bad, I just write what I see. By the way, what is your name? Rita asked. Lyra got nervous. Me, no wait, we are still not. At that moment, the tent opened again and Barty Crouch entered. What's all the ruckus? Rita, there you are, we've been waiting for you. I'm sorry, my dear Mr. Crouch, I was held up by another exclusive, but I came here as soon as I could, Rita said. HMPH, fine, just hurry and take the pictures of the champions. We can't waste any, he suddenly noticed Lyra. And who are you? Visits are not allowed until the tests are over. Well, I was just leaving. Lyra hurried back outside the tent and got away before things got more awkward for her. They ruined my perfect moment with Neville, Lyra lamented. Neville watched her leave and shook his head. Why do these things happen to me? He wondered. Well then, let's get this done. Rita, the pictures, Mr. Crouch exclaimed. Yes. Rita didn't have much interest in some boring pictures. but she was looking forward to writing another article about the boy who lived and his new girlfriend. She just needed to find out who that girl was. Very well, everyone, go stand over there and make a nice pose. He indicated to the champions. Make sure to hold your dragon out. It would make for a better picture, Mr. Crouch added. And where is Mr. Longbottom's dragon? Did you not give him one? Rita gave Crouch a side glance. He broke it. Crouch pointed at the remains on the ground. Okay, whatever. Rita hurried to take the picture. They're done. She had someone to find now. Excellent. Crouch glanced at the clock on the wall. We are on a tight schedule, so we will start calling you very soon. Wait, you still haven't told us what we have to do, Cedric complained. He was sure that everyone else already knew everything about the first test, but he didn't. Barty Crouch looked flabbergasted for a second. Of course. Sorry about that. I will now explain what the first test entails. I suppose we have a few minutes for that. I'll take my leave then. I have a few items on my agenda to prepare before the main show begins. Rita Seeker started to make her way out of the tent. Yes, Miss Seeker, make sure to do an excellent job with your coverage of the event, Crouch reminded her. He could not afford for anything to go wrong today. Rita made a gesture of affirmation and pulled the tent door open before leaving. While Crouch was distracted, explaining the test to the champions, Neville sneaked out of the tent and caught up to Rita before she disappeared. Miss Seeker, he called out. Rita Seeker almost jumped from the surprise. She had made sure that no one was around and was about to transform into her animagus form. The last thing she expected was to see the boy who lived running up to her. Mr. Longbottom? A smile appeared on her face. Rita could imagine what the boy was about to ask of her. I hope you are not here to request me not to publish those saucy pictures with you and your girlfriend, because the public has the right to know. Neville got closer to her. No, Miss Seeker, I was not planning on asking that. Rita looked at him, a bit confused. She had been sure that's what he wanted. If this is about my previous article, I assure you, Neville did not stop until he was just a few feet away from the reporter. He needed to be close for this, and she did not suspect anything from him. As far as Rita was concerned, Neville Longbottom was harmless. Not at all. I understand you were doing your job. I just need one little thing. And what would th? Before she could finish her sentence, a silent spell hit her chest and prevented her from moving. It was a paralyzing charm, just a bit weaker than the petrification curse, but much faster and easier to throw without a chant or a wand. Just a flick of his left hand, and that was enough. He had her. Without wasting time, Neville took the camera that was hanging around her neck. Rita was aware of what was happening, but could not move an inch. Neville opened the compartment at the back of the camera and took a small crystal cube from within. This was the storage component of the camera where all the images were contained. It worked similarly to the camera reel from the Muggle version. Neville took the cube out and closed the camera back up, placing it again where it was before. A small black circle appeared next to him, and he dropped the crystal cube in there. This was a small pocket dimension created by the powers of his new Deathly Hallow. He had discovered that if he created an entry hole but no exit, the items deposited inside ended up in a different dimension, separated from everything else. He could use it to store things, like his broom, and no one would ever find them there. Now that he had gotten rid of the evidence, he used his wand and placed an obliviation charm on the reporter. He had gotten a lot of practice this year and was much more precise at deleting specific memories. This would leave some gaps in her recollection, but the brain was good at filling those gaps without the need for further action. After releasing Rita Seeker from the magic trapping her, she appeared very dizzy and disoriented. Miss Seeker, are you all right? Neville asked with an innocent face. She glanced at the tent she had just left, then at her camera before finally moving her eyes back to Neville. Mr. Longbottom, is there something you need? I have some important work to do. I understand. Perhaps we can discuss what I had in mind on a different occasion then. Neville turned around and went back to the tent. Rita looked very confused. She did not remember having spoken about anything with Neville, and now she felt like she had a headache. Great, I had to get sick today of all days, she grumbled. When Neville sneaked back into the tent, Mr. Crouch was still going on with his explanation about the first test. That was until he realized it was time to begin. Right, so, why don't we let the lady go first? Crouch suggested. That's fine by me, Fleur glared at the other champions. I'll show them how it's done, she said with a confident smile on her face. Oh, Crumb raised an eyebrow and then bumped Cedric's shoulder. You think all French girls are this fiery? I don't know. Cedric was too nervous to think about girls or anything else right now. He still hadn't come up with a way to get the golden egg that Mr. Crouch just mentioned they had to retrieve. Meanwhile, he was sure that all his opponents already had a clear strategy. After all, they had weeks to think about it. "Can we see the other champions' performances?" Cedric finally asked. Crumb seemed to find his nervousness amusing. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Diggory. That would give an advantage to whoever goes last, as that person would have more information to work with," Crouch explained. "Right," Cedric lowered his head. He couldn't argue with that. "Now, if you are ready, Miss Delacour." Crouch made a gesture to proceed. Fleur nodded. She was also feeling nervous, but would never allow herself to show it. With a confident expression, the French girl waltzed out of the tent through the front door, and soon they began to hear the cheers from the audience. "Okay, I will also have to go outside," Mr. Crouch said. "The order will be as follows. After Miss Delacour has completed her task, the next one to come out will be Mr. Crumb, then Mr. Diggory, and finally our fourth champion." His eyes moved to Neville. "Put on a good show, my boy. Some people are expecting a lot from you." "Oh, but no pressure." He smiled. He then approached Percy Weasley and patted him on the shoulder. "Weatherly here will be in charge. If you need anything, just ask him. And remember the rules I told you. Good luck." With those last words of encouragement, the man left the tent. Crumb glanced at the other two boys. "So you two have a plan already?" "I was thinking of creating some sort of distraction," Cedric commented. It was the only idea he had come up with so far. "You probably have something better. You had plenty of time after all." Cedric couldn't help but sound bitter as he glanced at Crumb. Crumb had a satisfied smile on his face. "I suppose I did." His eyes moved to Neville. "What about you, fourth champion? You look very confident today. You must have a foolproof plan then." Neville shrugged. "Not really. I'll just go in there and grab the egg." He hadn't really put much thought into how to complete the task. After all, he had been wondering if Voldemort had something planned for him. Perhaps he had prepared some interference that could get him killed. Or maybe he thought the dragon would be enough. "Just go in there and grab the egg?" Cedric had a look of disbelief. "Oh, I would love to see that," Crumb added. Outside, in the stands, Daphne was receiving some curious looks from her sister and Luna. They all thought she would be sitting on the other side of the stadium with the rest of the Slytherin students. But now she was here, sitting next to Astoria. Ginny and Harry were in front of her. "There is no way I'm not keeping my eye on him," Daphne told herself while glancing at the boy in front. Harry looked back at her for just a second before he became too nervous and went back to looking at the floor. "Harry, are you feeling all right?" Ginny asked with great concern. Had never seen Harry act this way. He even looked to be trembling. He must be very sick, and he still came to see Neville. "How brave," Ginny concluded. I'm ouch, I'm okay." Harry scratched his head after Daphne gave him a subtle smack. Okay," Ginny continued to look at him with worry. What was Harry thinking? No one is going to believe this is his doing, Daphne thought. "Sorry I'm late." Lyra had just arrived at their seats looking very cheerful. "Well?" Ginny asked. They had come here together, but before the tournament began, Lyra made some excuse and took off. "Did you have to poo?" Luna asked casually. "Oh, so that's why." Astoria nodded in understanding. "No, that's not it." Lyra's face became flustered. She sat down and became quiet. "Lyra, what is it? Did something happen?" Ginny knew her friend very well. When she got like this, it was because she had something big she shouldn't tell but always ended up spilling in the end. "A secret," Astoria said. "Another one? What is it?" Luna asked. "Oh, come on, Lyra, just save us the waiting," Ginny said. "You know you always end up spilling the beans." "Yes, there was even that time when you actually spilled some beans while spilling the beans. Remember?" Luna earned an angry glare from Lyra. "Fine, I can't keep this any longer," Lyra exclaimed. "You just sat down," Astoria pointed out. "Is it about the crumpled Snorlax following you around? Because we all know about that one," Luna stated. "No," Lyra shouted, "and I don't want to know what that is." "Did you actually go to poo?" Ginny asked. "No, and shut up about that." Lyra took a moment to catch her breath. "I kissed Neville." "You kissed Neville?" Ginny exclaimed. "You did what?" Daphne shouted. Lyra's green eyes moved to her. "Huh, Daphne, what are Neville Longbottom?" Luna asked. "Who else is it going to be?" "We don't know any other Neville," Ginny said. "There is Neville McCloud," Luna added. "Who?" Lyra was confused. "He's a second year from Ravenclaw," Astoria said. "I don't know who that is." Lyra was getting annoyed. "I just told you, Neville McCloud from the clan McCloud. I believe he's from Scotland," Luna clarified. "I know, I kissed Neville Longbottom, okay." Lyra knew it was impossible to argue with Luna when she got like this. You kissed," Harry kept pointing at her. "Oh," Lyra had forgotten her brother was also there. "Harry, calm down, please, it was just a kiss." "You," Harry's hand was shaking. "You kissed Neville." Lyra interpreted the boy's nervousness as Harry being extremely angry to the point that he couldn't even talk properly. She was getting very concerned. Her brother could be overprotective sometimes, and she didn't want him to do something reckless. Neville already had enough on his plate with the first test. "Calm down, Harry," she said in a soft tone. "So you kissed Neville, the one inside that tent over there?" Daphne pointed, just to be sure. "Yes, that one." Lyra was getting annoyed now. What part of her message was not clear? Daphne was baffled. She wasn't sure how to feel about this. At first she got angry, but the more she thought about it, it was almost funny. "So, how was the kiss exactly?" Daphne eventually asked for details. Was getting more curious about this. Well, Lyra glanced at Harry, who seemed to be having a mental breakdown. She wanted to tell all the details but was also worried about making things worse. "Yes, how was it?" Ginny asked. "Okay, I'll tell you." Lyra sat back down and began to narrate the whole thing with as much detail as she could. "He was surprised?" Daphne asked. "He looked shocked, to be honest," Lyra said. "So no tongue?" Luna asked. "No, and how do you even know about that?" Lyra asked. "Tongue? What do you use the tongue for?" Astoria asked innocently. "I saw some of the seniors practicing the other day," Luna told her friend. "Want me to show you?" she offered. "No." Daphne grabbed her little sister and pulled her back in a protective manner. "It's too early for that." "Oh, okay," Luna shrugged. "They could always do that later at night if now was too early." "So, back to the topic," Ginny said. "What happened then? Where did he put his hands?" "Well, he didn't really move now that I think about it," Lyra recalled. "He must have been too shy," Ginny nodded. This was expected of Neville. Harry's face was red as a tomato and he couldn't articulate a word. "I think so too," Lyra nodded. "Maybe next time I'll grab his hand and place it on my butt." "Oh dear Merlin," Harry collapsed in the stands. "Ah, Harry," Ginny hurried to help him. "I think he's not feeling well." "Oh no, I broke my brother," Lyra frowned. "Dear. This is too much." Daphne could barely contain her need to laugh. Harry had barely managed to stay conscious. He felt very conflicted about this. For one, he was happy that Lyra felt that way toward him. But on the other hand, albeit unknown to her, she had just done something that had been banned by the Ministry of Magic for 200 years already, much to the dismay of some pureblood families. He felt a wave of relief when Fleur de Lacquer entered the arena and everyone began to cheer. At least he could distract himself with something else now. Barty Crouch climbed a tall podium and announced the first tournament test before explaining what it was about. Most members of the audience were shocked when they saw the handlers bring a giant green dragon and secure her on one end of the arena. The tournament arena, also known as the Quidditch field, was for the most part a giant oval covered in rocks, with the dragon on one side and the champion on the other. All around the arena were the stands, placed several feet higher on top of a solid stone wall. This was done for a better view, but also as a security measure against dragon fire. Unless the beast started to spew fire upwards, they would be fine. The walls around the arena were heavily reinforced with magic, and even the dragon would not be capable of damaging them. The last security measure was the chain that secured the beast's legs to the ground. It could still move around a bit, but it wouldn't be taking off into the sky. "This is too scary," Lyra said. They all knew already what the test was going to be. After all, one of Ginny's brothers worked as a dragon handler and was responsible for bringing the beasts to Hogwarts, but seeing the giant creatures in person was a different matter. She didn't know if Neville was going to be capable of succeeding. Lyra cared little about him winning the tournament, and she knew Neville didn't care either. She just didn't want him to get hurt. Ginny was also concerned, but mostly about Neville. When put beside the monstrosity that chased them 2 years prior, this dragon almost looked friendly. Daphne glanced at the dragon, but was not too impressed. She considered the basilisk and Nundu a lot scarier creatures than this dragon. At least fighting a dragon was a lot more direct, and one didn't have to worry about petrifying gazes or poison clouds. With all said and done, it was finally time to begin. Fleur got in position and was given the signal to start her trial. "Oh Merlin, you can see everything." Lyra stared at the French champion, who got a bit too exposed after the dragon burned away her dress while she was in the process of getting away once she got the golden egg. "Don't look." Ginny hurried to cover Harry's eyes. "I didn't see anything, I swear," Harry said quickly. "What did she do to the dragon to piss it off so much?" Lyra asked. "She used some type of bewitching charm on the dragon. I'm not familiar with that one, but it must have been something between a compulsion and the Imperious Curse. She must have forgotten that most magical beasts are very resistant to mind magic, so it wore off very quickly," Daphne explained. Fleur had managed to return to the champion's tent while carrying the golden egg and covering as much of her body as she could. Look, they're giving the scores, Luna pointed at the judges' area. Seriously, she got an 8, Lyra raised an eyebrow. That seemed like a very high score for someone who barely completed the task. They make an average of all the judges' scores, Ginny commented, and she got a 10 from Headmaster Karkaroff, she added with a raised eyebrow, and another 10 from Mr. Barty Crouch Sr., of course, Daphne huffed. I wonder what they liked so much about her performance. Lyra looked very annoyed. Can I open my eyes now? Harry asked politely. What's with him today? Lyra could not recognize her brother right now. Did my news snap something in his brain? That can't be, she thought. While they took away the green dragon, the next champion entered the arena. That's the Victor Crumb that my brother Ron won't shut up about. He is always surrounded by fangirls. Ginny said. I wonder if he's also good at using magic, Lyra said. He wouldn't be here if his only skill was flying a broom, Daphne added. At that moment, they were all startled by a loud cracking noise coming from the sky. What is that? Lyra asked. A storm, Astoria suggested. It doesn't look like a storm, Daphne said. They looked up, but the morning sky was completely devoid of any dark clouds, and no matter how much they looked, they couldn't find anything amiss. Daphne stared up with a concerned look. She couldn't say what it was, but she had this foreboding feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Daph. Astoria pulled on her sister's robes. It's nothing, I'm fine. Daphne tried her best to offer her a reassuring smile. The proceedings continued, and Crumb's dragon was brought into the arena. A violent red dragon who began to spit fire around the moment its mouth guard was released by the handlers. Okay, that one looks a lot scarier, Lyra admitted. A Chinese fireball, Luna identified the dragon immediately. Let me guess, they love breathing fire, Ginny said. Yes, how did you know? Luna looked impressed. Ginny rolled her eyes. Crumb was given the signal to begin. His performance went a lot better than Fleur's. He used a conjunctivitis curse on the beast, blinding it completely before sneaking by and grabbing the egg. He would have gotten an almost perfect score if his spell hadn't caused the dragon to step on several of its eggs, killing the unborn hatchlings. He ended up with an 8.5 score, which put him in first place for now. Then it was Cedric Diggory's turn. The entire stadium cheered for him as soon as he entered. Wow, he really is the most popular candidate, Lyra grimaced. Of course, this is Hogwarts and he's the Hogwarts champion, Daphne shrugged. At least that's what everyone says, she glanced at Harry. Well, for one, I hope he gets burned a bit, Ginny said. Ginny, you can't say that, Harry muttered. Why not? It was his housemates who attacked us. Why should I care what happens to him? She crossed her arms. Cedric has never said anything mean to Neville. Maybe not him, but that girlfriend of his has said enough for both of them, Lyra added. Cho, Astoria muttered the name. She was one of the few people in the entire school she actually disliked. I don't like her much either. It was rare for Luna to say that about anyone. They brought out Cedric's dragon, the Swedish short snout. It was the smallest one so far, but it looked angrier than the two previous dragons combined. That dragon is ready to rip his head off, Lyra said. Then for his own good, he'd better have a good plan, Ginny said. Cedric looked very nervous as he approached the dragon, step by step. Once he determined he was just outside its range of attack, Cedric tapped his wand on some loose stones and transfigured them into several small animals. The creatures began to run toward the dragon from different directions, successfully distracting it just long enough for Cedric to sneak behind it. The audience watched with rapt attention, not wanting to make a noise that could ruin their champion's plan. But just as Cedric was about to grab the golden egg from the nest, another one of those loud cracking noises resounded all over the arena. This one was much louder than the previous one. Cedric, who had been so focused on grabbing the egg, was startled by the sudden noise and let out a short scream. He immediately realized what he had done and covered his mouth, but it was too late. The dragon heard him and turned around. Cedric was now trapped at the back of the arena, and the only way out was to circle around the dragon. Merlin, he's going to get killed, Daphne said. This is very bad, Ginny commented. Bad? He's bloody screwed, Lyra said. Charlie Weasley and the other handlers hurried into the arena to save him. Cedric stared directly at the ugly giant beast, thinking he was about to be killed. But at that moment, out of nowhere, something fell from the sky and landed with force on the head of the dragon. Not wanting to waste what could be his only chance to escape, Cedric took advantage of the confusion and sprinted past the dragon. The beast shook its head and snapped back to reality after being hit. Without turning around, it swung its tail like a whip, catching Cedric on the back. Ag! The boy was pushed forward and ended up falling on top of a large rock. He heard the dragon moving behind him. No, he must have broken something in the fall because he could barely move. The dragon began to open its mouth, sparks of crimson flames appearing within, but before it could unleash its fiery breath on Cedric, it was hit by a barrage of spells from the 4 dragon handlers rushing at it. The dragon shrieked violently and took several steps back. "Get him out of here," Charlie Weasley commanded the others. 2 of the handlers grabbed Cedric and carried him out of the arena into the infirmary tent that had been placed nearby. "Let me see." Madame Pomfrey was ready and waiting for them. 3 broken ribs and a fractured leg. It could have been so much worse, to be honest." The healer smiled. "I'll get you fixed up in a jiffy, Mr. Diggory. You'll be running by dinner time." Back in the audience stands, everyone was talking about what they had just seen. Yikes. "I thought he was a goner," Lyra grimaced. "Lyra, have some tact. He really could have died there," Ginny sighed. She had said earlier that she hoped Cedric would get burned a bit, but this had been too close. They were warned that the tournament was dangerous and still chose to participate. "So there's that," Daphne said. "Did anyone else see something fall on top of the dragon's head?" Luna asked. The girls turned to look at her. "Am I seeing things again?" Luna asked with a confused expression. "No. You are not seeing things, Luna. Well, at least not in this specific case. I saw something too. It fell on the dragon's head and distracted it for a few seconds," Daphne told her. While the handlers placed the dragon back in its cage, the judges were giving their scores. "A 3, Harry exclaimed. "It's already very generous, considering he failed the task," Daphne pointed out. "They probably gave him a few points based on the quality of his transfiguration," she added. "Didn't seem very impressive to me," Lyra commented. She was used to seeing her brother use that branch of magic, and he always made it seem so effortless as he transformed his surroundings. Turning a few rocks into small animals was something even she could do. "What do you think, Harry?" Lyra turned to glance at her brother. "Aim, yes." Harry recalled his instructions. He was told to keep his answers short, and that was exactly what he was going to do. "Yes, what?" Lyra was confused. She had no idea what was going on with Harry today, but it couldn't be just because of what she said before. "I mean, I don't care." Harry tried his best to sound authentic. The girls looked at him for a moment before losing interest. That had been a more normal answer, at least. Back in the arena, the dragon handlers were able to safely remove the beast and place it back in its secure container. While some of them began to work on replacing the eggs for the next dragon, Charlie appeared to be looking for something on the ground. "Where could it be?" He scanned the area with his eyes. "What are you looking for?" One of his co-workers approached him and asked. "I swear I saw something fall from the sky and hit the dragon before it could attack the boy," Charlie said. The other young man looked up. "From the sky? You mean one of the spectators threw something at the dragon to help the champion?" The stands were much higher than the arena floor, so it wouldn't be impossible. "Maybe," Charlie said. "That's some impressive aim then." Charlie spotted something red behind a large rock. "There." He rushed over and grabbed the object. A broom. His co-worker got closer to have a better look, and when he saw it, his eyes widened. "That's not just a broom, that's a firebolt, the best flying broom in the whole world." "Yes, I know that," Charlie said. Most of his family was obsessed with Quidditch, so how could he not know what this was? "My brother Ron wouldn't shut up about this broom all summer. Apparently one of his classmates got one." He then added, "Must be a rich kid. That broom costs about 6 months' worth of my salary." The young handler said with a chuckle, "What I meant to say is, who would throw a broom at a dragon?" Charlie wondered. A very rich kid." The young worker looked at the broom with wide eyes. "Say, you think we could keep it?" Charlie scoffed. "Don't be ridiculous, of course not. This must belong to a student from the audience, and I'm certain they'll want it back." "Yeah, I guess so." The young man looked a bit disappointed. Charlie chuckled at his friend's reaction before turning his attention back to the broom. He passed his finger across the wooden body. "There's a bit of damage on the handle, but it shouldn't be too much trouble to fix. Wait, here are some engravings on the side." He just noticed. "Does it say the name of the owner?" "Let's see." Charlie read its contents aloud. "To HJP, with love from your favorite godfather, Padfoot." "Padfoot? What kind of name is that?" Charlie shrugged. "I'm going to take this to the headmaster. You lot start preparing the horntail, but don't release it until I'm back, you hear me? I don't want any incidents," he said in a serious tone. I hear you. We know how dangerous that bugger is." "I can't believe they're sending the youngest kid against it," one of the young handlers said. "Yeah, me neither." Charlie nodded before leaving the arena, carrying the expensive broom with him. He made his way to the judges' area, where the school headmaster sat. As he neared the familiar old wizard, someone rushed past, bumping into his legs. Charlie glanced down, initially thinking it was a small child, but the white hair and long beard streaming behind the figure suggested otherwise. A gnome. He had met a few in the past and knew better than to confuse them with someone like Professor Flitwick, who was half goblin, but gnomes were extremely rare in Britain. Dumbledore, this is terrible. The gnome ran toward the judge's table while waving a peculiar stick around. Professor Silverbell, what are you? Dumbledore looked around as the other judges turned their attention to the gnome. Dolores Umbridge, one of the judges, was among them. This was exactly why Dumbledore had warned the old gnome not to meet with him in public. If the Ministry caught wind that he had been in contact with the director of the Time Department, they would demand answers. The only good thing was that few people in the entire Ministry knew who Silverbell was. Most would go their entire careers without catching a single glimpse of the peculiar gnome, since he rarely leaves the Department of Mysteries. You shouldn't be here, Dumbledore whispered, leaning closer to the small professor. This is an emergency. Look, Silverbell waved the stick in front of him. Why are you showing me a broken stick? Dumbledore noted that the top part seemed to have been snapped. This used to be my most accurate tool for measuring the scale of time anomalies. It blew up this morning. What? You don't mean? Dumbledore began, his mind already racing to the possibility of a timeline convergence. He and Harry had considered the possibility of one of those taking place during the tournament trials. What is going on here? Umbridge glared at them, though thankfully she wasn't familiar with the Time Department at all. Otherwise, her attitude would have been very different. Still, this was a woman who disliked anyone who was human, and even among those, she only had respect for a select few. Albus, who is this? Bartemius Crouch, another judge, asked, narrowing his eyes. Crouch had worked many years at the Ministry, but had never set foot in the Time Department either. Few, even within the Department of Mysteries, had ever done so, and thus, very few recognized Professor Silverbell at first glance. This is an old colleague of mine. Excuse me for a moment, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair. You are friends with a gnome? Why am I not surprised? Umbridge huffed. You can't leave now. We still have one more champion to go, Crouch complained. We'll only take a few min. Headmaster, Charlie interrupted, approaching the group. I'm very sorry to intrude. I just wanted to hand you this, he said, placing the broom on the table. A broom? Dumbledore looked at him in confusion. I believe one of your students threw this into the arena during the last match. Someone threw a broom? Dumbledore glanced at it again. He still didn't understand why this was brought to him. You could have handed to any of the prof. That's a firebolt. Headmaster Karkaroff interrupted him and got closer. What kind of rich brat would throw something like that? Well, whoever did deserve a thank you from the Hogwarts champion. This might have saved his life, Charlie said. What do you mean? Dumbledore inquired. This fell from the sky and hit the dragon on the head just as it was about to attack the boy. He got very lucky. From the sky, you say? Professor Silverbell asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Is the next dragon ready? We must get the last test started, Crouch interrupted, clearly impatient. I have a very tight schedule, he added with a scoff. Right, they're waiting for me to release the dragon. Charlie glanced at Dumbledore. I have to get back to work. I'll leave the broom with you, Headmaster. It should be easy to find the owner. There's an inscription on the side. He rushed out. Right. Dumbledore flipped the broom over and found the inscription. This is not the time for this, Dumbledore. You must stop this tournament before it's too late, the gnome urged. Stop the tournament? Are you mad? And who are you anyway? Crouch frowned. Dumbledore was about to respond but suddenly froze. His eyes focused on the inscription on the broom. Padfoot, he murmured. He had heard that nickname before. But that's impossible, Dumbledore thought. That person had died almost 15 years ago, and this model of broom was quite new. There could be a student with a similar nickname, I suppose. He considered, but then his eyes caught the initials H.J.P. James Potter, Harry James Potter. This can't be a coincidence. While Dumbledore was deep in thought, another cracking noise echoed through the stadium. Ah, that blasted sound again, Umbridge yelled. I hope the storm holds off until we finish the last test, Crouch said, concerned. That's not a storm, Madame Maxim observed. There aren't any clouds in the sky either, Karkaroff added. Whatever it is, I hope it can wait. Nothing can disrupt the tournament. Everything must go according to plan, Mr. Crouch exclaimed. Dumbledore's gaze met Professor Silverbell's for a brief moment before the old gnome glanced skyward. The sounds, are they? It's too late now. It has begun, Silverbell said, just as a massive black crack appeared in the clear blue sky, splitting it in half. By Merlin, Dumbledore's eyes opened widely. The convergence is here, Silverbell muttered. Neville was stepping out of the champion's tent when the last cracking noise echoed, and the sky seemed to rip in half. That can't be good, he mumbled. He had been expecting something to occur, but this may be worse than predicted. As he moved onto the rocky terrain, he could see the dragon handlers in the distance. It had been too long since he last saw that creature, but the memories rushed to the front of his mind like a torrent as he laid eyes on the angry beast. We meet again, Horntail. But it won't be the same this time. Neville glanced up at the sky again. This was a clear sign of a convergence. The walls of their reality must be colliding with something, thus creating a rupture. The only question was just how bad things were going to get, and what would slip through that crack before it closes. There was a notable lack of cheers after Mr. Crouch announced his entrance. In fact, most of the crowd was booing or calling him a cheater. Technically, they're not booing me, I guess, he thought. Still, it did not make him happy, and brought back some very unpleasant memories. Mr. Crouch reminded him of the task and wished him good luck. The audience fell silent as the Horntail was finally unleashed. Can't blame them, that thing is terrifying. Neville stopped a safe distance away and considered his next move. It wasn't clear if Voldemort had interfered with the test, but that seemed unlikely. If that was the case, it would be best to complete his task without showing too much of his abilities. That would keep him confident, and he wouldn't make any rash moves. Then again, Voldemort acting early could be a good thing. The best-case scenario would be if the Dark Lord attacked Hogwarts directly, bringing all his forces with him. If that were to happen, he would be in the strongest position to counterattack. A battle within the castle would be quick, and he knew time was of the essence. This world might not last long. With his mind made up, he moved forward. Okay, I think the best course of action would be. Something fell in front of him with a loud thud. What was that? Something fell from the sky, the commentator announced, stating the obvious. Everyone could see it now. This is. Neville squinted. Screams began to echo around the stadium. The thing that had fallen wasn't a what, but a who. No one could immediately identify the person, but it was clear by their appearance that they were dead. Let me through. Madame Pomfrey was already rushing into the arena at an impressive speed. Neville stood there staring at the body. It was lying face down, so he couldn't see the person's face, but he knew who it was. He glanced up at the sky. The black crack was still there, showing no signs of disappearing. Whatever this was, it was just the beginning. Let me see. Pomfrey knelt beside the corpse and checked for vitals. Oh no, it's too late. She confirmed what everyone already suspected, but as a healer, it was her duty to be certain. All that remained was to identify the body. She placed a hand on the shoulder and was about to turn it over when Neville spoke to her. It would be best if you left it as it is. I must confirm this person's identity as soon as possible. Their family and friends deserve to know, Pomfrey insisted. Also, it's not like we can leave him here. The dragon ahead of them began screeching loudly, pulling violently at its chains. I know you have a job to do, but, Neville pointed upward, that's going to be difficult right now. He gestured toward the sky. Pomfrey first heard the screams from the crowd, and then a large shadow was cast over her. The moment she looked up, she too screamed. The first arrival had been the broom. The rider came next, and now the one who had caused them to fall had arrived. One Horntail roared from the air, and the other roared from the ground. The newly arrived dragon ignored the audience and landed in the rocky arena. Something had caught its interest, the eggs guarded by the other dragon. Where did that one come from? There should only be one, Pomfrey shouted. Leave the arena while you still can. It won't be distracted for long, Neville advised as he walked past her with his wand in hand. Where are you going? Let the dragon handlers handle this, Pomfrey cried out. I have a task to complete. An extra dragon won't change much. Neville's voice was cold, but he wasn't trying to be. He was worried this wasn't the end of it. He wanted to deal with this problem before anything worse happened. Neville aimed his wand at the extra dragon, and it must have sensed the magic stirring, because it shifted its attention away from the eggs and toward him. He didn't want to waste time. He focused his wand on the target and conjured a metallic spear. The spear was similar to a lance used in knight tournaments. It was round and thick on one side, sharp and pointed on the other. The spear measured about 3 meters long and was made entirely of steel. Dragonhide was nearly impervious to magic, much like the basilisk he had faced in the past. It also offered resistance to physical attacks. He would need something with incredible piercing power to get through it. As the dragon moved toward him, its mouth opened, and Neville gave his wand a twist. Spear began to spin in place, so fast that it created a grinding sound as it cut through the air, building friction. Flames started to form in the dragon's mouth. Too slow. Neville released the spear. It shot forward faster than a bullet, piercing the dragon's skull. It didn't stop there. It continued through, disappearing into the Colosseum walls. The flames in the Horntail's mouth vanished as it collapsed. Neville Longbottom killed the dragon," Mr. Crouch yelled into the voice amplification artifact. His eyes were wide with shock, his hand trembling with excitement. "This has to be a jest. That boy?" Madame Maxine could not believe it. Igor Karkaroff stared at the arena with worry. This could make things difficult for his champion. Madame Umbridge tried her best to avoid showing her emotions, but the mixture of anger and concern was clear on her face. "This boy is a freak too." She had been ordered to keep an eye on the boy who lived, but she had never been too concerned about it. The rumors about Longbottom had all appeared to be false for what she had the chance to observe. But now, she was worried that those rumors talking about Longbottom's hidden magical abilities could be true after all. Mr. Crouch stared at Neville in complete disbelief. "I never thought I would say something like this. But wait, that wasn't our dragon, was it?" He stood up from his chair, pointing at the one still chained to the ground. "Our dragon is right there. What are the handlers doing?" Could only assume this was some mistake by those in charge of the creatures. However, Charlie and the other dragon handlers were just as confused as everyone else. They had only brought one horntail dragon and a few of her eggs. No one knew where the second dragon had come from, and it made no sense to them. There were no wild dragons in Britain. "Wow, that was amazing. Did Neville really do that?" Lyra exclaimed. "Since when can Neville do magic like that?" Ginny looked perplexed. "That looked like Harry," Astoria managed to say. "Of course it does. That is Harry after all," Luna commented casually. Lyra turned to Harry and shook his shoulder. "Harry, have you been teaching Neville weird stuff?" What do you, no." The boy wasn't sure what he was supposed to say. He just hoped Harry hadn't killed a dragon while using his face. Now everyone was going to get the wrong idea. "Lyra, I don't think that." "Wait, what did Luna just say?" Ginny glanced at the blonde girl. "I must have misheard. I said," Luna pointed at Neville, who was still standing in the arena staring at the dead dragon. "The one over there is Harry and—" She pointed at Harry sitting beside them looking pale. "That's Neville." What are you talking about?" Lyra asked. "That makes sense," Astoria nodded. "No, it doesn't," Lyra retorted. "Wait, that can't be true." Ginny looked at Harry. "Is it? Well, Harry looked incredibly troubled. "Come on, Nev, think of something. What would Harry say in this situation?" "Right." He turned to look directly at Lyra and Ginny with the most serious expression he could muster. "I don't care." Then he quickly looked away. The girls stared at him in disbelief. "Luna, how can you be so sure?" Ginny asked, clearly feeling something was off. "Neville is always surrounded by at least a dozen nargles, 6 blibbering humdingers, and 1 gulping plimpy. It's impossible not to recognize him," Luna explained. "That many?" Harry wasn't sure what those things were, but it sounded like a lot. "Today you have more nargles than usual, though," Luna added. "Also, the real Harry is easy to recognize because the only creatures that get close to him are a few dark ones. They look very wrong, but Harry told me not to worry about it." "So you knew who everyone was from the beginning? Why didn't you say anything?" Ginny asked. "I thought you all knew too." It was so obvious." Luna shrugged. "Luna, we can't see the creatures you do. Only you have that ability," Daphne reminded her. Luna made a surprised expression. "Oh right, I forgot." "So," Ginny glanced at the terrified Harry, who kept mumbling something about failing. Meanwhile, the Neville in the arena turned his attention to the remaining dragon. "This isn't how I wanted to do things, but it is what it is, I suppose. The headmaster will have to understand." His eyes sharpened as he looked at the horntail. "Now how do I deal with you?" The dragon couldn't understand his words, but it was intelligent enough to recognize that this human was dangerous. It could kill her, just as it had killed the other dragon. The beast took several steps back, trying to distance itself, but was quickly reminded of the chains binding her. She began pulling at them in desperation, attempting to escape. "Is the dragon trying to run away?" Lyra stared at the bizarre scene, looking completely baffled. "Poor thing, it looks so scared," Ginny said, starting to feel sorry for the creature. "Please don't kill that one too," Harry begged. He did not want to be remembered as the dragon killer for the rest of his Hogwarts years. Lyra's eyes moved from the Harry beside her to the Neville in the arena. She might not have Luna's ability to see magical creatures, but the situation had become painfully clear. "Even the bloody dragon is scared of him. Yep, that's my brother, all right." The realization hit her all at once. "By Merlin's balls, I kissed my brother," Ginny gasped in shock. "You totally did." "Oh no, what have I done?" Lyra brought her hands to her head. "Apparently something illegal," Luna said matter-of-factly. "Lyra, too loud." Astoria noticed people nearby had started staring at them. "Why didn't anyone stop me?" Lyra cried. "We didn't know you were going to kiss your brother," Luna reminded her. "Yeah, you can be very unpredictable sometimes," Ginny agreed. That was not the plan, Lyra yelled. She then turned to Harry. Me? The boy began to sweat nervously. Why did you have to do that? Lyra shook Harry's shoulders. I'm sorry. I was told it was very important, but I can't say more, Harry apologized. Lyra, calm down. I'm sure they had a good reason. Harry isn't the type to do something like this for fun, Daphne told her. But it was my first, Lyra mumbled. If it makes you feel any better, Harry was also my first kiss, Ginny told her friend. It does not make me feel any better. Her eyes moved to Harry, who she now knew was actually Neville. She realized that he had heard everything she said. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Am I the only one worried about that crack in the sky? Luna asked. No. You are not, Daphne told her. She was also looking at it, wondering if this was one of those events Harry had described to her. If this is a convergence, then that dragon must have come from some parallel reality. Her eyes landed on the dead boy lying on the ground of the arena. It was impossible to catch any details, but if that dragon that appeared was an alternate version of the one chained to the ground, then the person who fell was likely a different version of either Harry or Neville. She didn't care to find out which one it was. The situation was disturbing enough as it was. But she looked up again. If Harry had already killed the invading dragon, why isn't that crack going away? At the judges' table, Professor Silverbell and Dumbledore were having the same thoughts as Daphne. There's more, isn't there? Dumbledore asked. Definitely, and I don't know how much. But it's too late to stop it. Now we must face this trial and hope to come out on top. Our continued existence depends on it, Silverbell said in a somber tone. Excuse me, but what are you talking about? Headmistress Maxine approached them. Next to her, Professor Silverbell looked even tinier, like an ant beside an elephant. We were a giant. The old gnome had been too concerned with other matters to notice the large woman's approach and got really startled. She frowned. I'm not a giant, just a tall woman. She did not like being reminded of her origins. We were merely talking about some theoretical experiments that we were interested in. Dumbledore gave Silverbell a knowing look. It would do them no good if more people found out what they knew. And with Umbridge so close by, that information was bound to end up in the worst possible hands. The situation was bad enough already. There was no need to make it worse. Yes, it's just some theoretical experiment. By the way, he pointed at the arena. Who is that boy who just killed a dragon? That's Neville Longbottom. Dumbledore could not reveal the secret right here. I thought everyone in Britain would recognize the boy who lived, Maxine commented. And he wasn't supposed to kill the dragon, Mr. Crouch said. But then again, that dragon wasn't ours, right? We don't have to pay for that one. He felt a bit more relief now. The boy who lived. I see. I don't leave my study very often. He looks like a talented young man, not like that other rude pupil of yours. Silverbell thought about Harry and how bad the first impression he had left on him was. And who is the girl next to him? He asked, keeping his eyes on the arena. What girl? Dumbledore said. There was only one female champion, and Fleur had already gone into the infirmary castle for further treatment of her burns. But when they looked, there was indeed a girl with long dark hair in a Hogwarts uniform. Did someone sneak into the arena? This is bad. Mr. Crouch was already thinking of the implications if some random student got killed in his tournament. She's definitely one of yours, Albus. Maxine recognized the Hogwarts robes. Dumbledore's eyes became sharp. He had prepared all the protections on that arena. There was no way for a spectator to just jump in without his knowledge. She must have entered in a different way. His eyes moved to the large crack in the sky and then to the dead boy on the ground. Could it be? Dumbledore wondered. Only he knew that the one down there was actually Harry Potter, and the one who fell from the sky was likely another version of himself. Now a third person appears out of nowhere. There was a likely conclusion to reach here. Down at the rocky field, Neville was considering what spell to use on the dragon when he felt a familiar magical signature appear behind him. Turned around, thinking this could be an ambush of some sort, and found himself staring at a young girl with long black hair and deep green eyes. It is quite big, I suppose. She looked away from the dragon and proceeded to stare at him. The girl couldn't hide the surprise on her face. Longbottom, what in Merlin's name are you doing here? I should be the one asking that. Only the champions are meant to be here, Neville answered. The girl raised an eyebrow and gave him a very haughty look. Are you mocking me, Longbottom? I didn't think you had it in you. She pointed her wand at him. I am the 4th champion. Now get out of my arena before I curse you. He could already guess who this was. Your name isn't Potter by any chance? The moment Neville asked this, he realized he had made a mistake. Her face contorted in fury. You dare use that name in my presence? Her wand lit up. Calm down. If you are who I think you are, Then I believe we have bigger problems right now, Neville said to the black-haired girl in front of him. Her response was to fire a curse at his feet. That was the only warning I will give you, Longbottom. Get out of my way, she said coldly. Neville just noticed the robes she was wearing. They were very high quality and heavily enchanted. Beneath them, he could catch a glimpse of a green tie with the symbol of Slytherin House. Your eye, he was interrupted by a wave of magic washing over him, as if someone had thrown a stone into a pond, creating ripples. Huh, what is this? I thought I was supposed to do the test alone. A tall young boy with short dark hair and green eyes walked out from behind some large rocks and stared at them. He wore small rectangular glasses and had his wand in hand. The unnamed girl and Neville returned his stare. Bloody hell, this is going to be much worse than I thought. He kept his ward up and continued scanning his surroundings. He had a feeling something terrible was about to happen. For every extra person that ended up here, a lot more trouble would follow, and he had no way to stop this. What, another one? And who are you? The girl demanded an answer from this new arrival. The boy looked a bit surprised. I thought everyone in the school knew me by now. His eyes moved to her robes. I guess it's true that Slytherins live in their own world. Fine. I don't care anymore. This is my test, so get out of here and take Longbottom with you, she shouted. Neville, the boy stared at him, shocked. Mate, what are you doing here? This is a dangerous place to be, the boy said, concern clear in his eyes. Ouch, they heard someone complain. His voice came from somewhere nearby. Oh no, Neville lamented. Then out of nowhere, another boy came walking from behind a rock and began to complain in a very loud manner. I hate this. These rocks are sharp. The headmaster is going to hear from me this time. The boy came into view and immediately looked flabbergasted when he saw the others. Wait, who are you all? Okay, is this a prank? Because it's not funny at all, the girl scoffed. The new boy looked very skinny and fragile with long dark bangs that covered part of his vibrant green eyes. This is so not fabulous. Are you girls trying to take away my big moment? Because let me tell you something, I am so not in the mood for this. He waved his wand at them. Whoa, you look a lot like me, the other green-eyed boy said with shock. Like you, with that terrible hair and cheap clothes? Honey, please keep dreaming. The skinny boy looked at the symbol on his clothes and his expression got more serious. I shouldn't even be talking to Gryffindor. My boyfriend would get mad. Okay, Neville sighed and hoped this was the last one. Just out of curiosity, what are your names? Neville asked. He already knew the answer but needed to confirm something. You forgot my name, mate. He looked confused. Just humor me, Neville said. I'm Harry, Harry Potter, your best and only male friend. Do you remember now? The tall Harry said while adjusting his glasses. Is this a joke? I'm the only Harry Potter here, the skinny Harry said, looking very offended. Potter? That's impossible. That's my old family name, and I'm sure there are no Potters left. And I'm even more sure there aren't any in my school. The girl turned to Neville. You also mentioned that name. What is this about? If it's about money, their vault is empty. You can thank the old headmaster for that. What is your name then? Neville asked. And before you answer, I'll tell you all that I'm not the Neville Longbottom you know. What's that supposed to mean, Nev? Harry asked. I'll try to explain, but I doubt we have much time. Neville looked around. Nothing had happened yet, but it wouldn't be long. He looked back at the girl. Can you tell me your name? It's important. She stared at him for a moment, trying to figure out if he was being serious, but couldn't detect any deceit, and she was very good at that. I am Victoria Cassiopeia Black, current lady of the House of Black. Now tell me, what is this about? The House of Black? You mean like Sirius? Tall Harry asked. That house is extinct, Skinny Harry muttered. But Draco told me that in the future it will belong to him because his mother is a BL. Did you say Draco? Victoria's eyes became sharp as knives as she glared at the Harry who had just spoken. Yes, that's my boyfriend. What is it to you? He huffed. You better not get any weird ideas, honey. He's not interested. Neville sighed. He had to do something before they started fighting over that blonde twat. Listen to me. This is not your tea. At that moment, someone landed on the ground, right in the middle of the group, creating a large crack in the rocks beneath him. Oops, I got my robes dirty. Should have been more careful, the young man said in a casual tone. They were all forced to take a few steps back to look at the newcomer. The young man was about the same height as Neville. His face was more than familiar, but he had very long black hair that reached his waist and a striking pair of bright orange eyes. He wasn't wearing any robes, just a pair of black leather pants and a leather jacket that showed off his muscular, bare torso. Now, where's the dragon I have to kill? He asked. Oh my, and who is this? Skinny Harry glanced at the latest arrival with great interest. Another one? This is getting out of hand, Neville said. I wasn't told there would be other people here. And you lot don't look like dragon handlers to me, the young man in tight leather pants said to them. Who the hell are you? Victoria Black furrowed her eyebrows. There was something about this newcomer that made her uneasy. The young man's orange eyes met her green ones before he offered her a charming smile. Well, I haven't seen you before. You must be new at Hogwarts. He approached her, causing her to take a step back. I am Lord Hadrian Potter Black, among many other titles. I'm also the heir of the 4 founder houses and the creator of the 5th Hogwarts house. It's a pleasure to meet you. Victoria's expression softened. Nice to meet you. He stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. You know, after I deal with this test real quick, why don't you come with me? I have a massive private chamber in my own personal tower. We can get to know each other a bit better. What do you say? Victoria's eyes became glazed and lost their brightness for a moment. She appeared to be in a trance, but then something snapped inside her, and her demeanor returned to normal. She clenched her fists and punched him hard enough to knock him onto his back. You bastard, you tried to charm me. I was about to do that, Neville remarked, looking down at the fallen boy. What happened? I felt something strange just now, Skinny Harry said. It looks like Mr. Gigolo over there tried to use some type of compulsion on the girl, and it didn't work out as he planned, the other Harry replied. That's awful. The other Harry looked very perturbed by the mere thought. The young man on the ground didn't look angry or disappointed. He simply chuckled while clutching his wounded cheek. You must have top-notch mental defenses to throw off my charm like that. Now I want you even more. What did you do to me? Victoria pointed her wand at him. Now that she mentions it, I didn't see him use a wand or anything to cast a spell, Tall Harry observed. The magic in his eyes, Neville said. He has demon blood. A type capable of manipulating the minds of others, perhaps a succubus. I am no succubus, Hadrian scoffed, annoyance creeping into his voice as he got back up. On my 11th birthday I awoke my latent abilities as an incubus. My charm only works on women. He's actually a demon, those exist, and you tried to use it on me? That's going to cost you. Victoria's wand began to glow. Whoa, hold on, I was just playing around. Hadrian raised his hands defensively. Wait, Neville interjected, stepping between them. Move, I'm going to curse this bastard, Victoria shouted. And he would certainly deserve it. Under normal circumstances, I'd let you curse him until your arm got tired, but now's not the time for that. You all need to find a way back before it's too late, Neville said. Go back where? What are you talking about? Victoria demanded. You seem to know what's going on, Tall Harry pointed out. Is this one of those weird things that always happen at the end of the year? Skinny Harry asked. Because it feels a bit early for that. Hadrian nodded. Neville Longbottom is taking charge and I got rejected by a girl. There is definitely something wrong here, no doubt about it. You're so annoying and conceited, Skinny Harry said, crossing his arms. His eyes trailed down from Hadrian's face, taking in his appearance. You're so arrogant and hot, Hadrian grinned. I know. Ahem. Neville cleared his throat. If you can pay attention for 1 minute, I'll explain. I think it's best if I just say it directly. You've all traveled to a parallel universe without realizing it. Pardon? Victoria raised an eyebrow. A parallel universe? Care to explain a bit better? Neville pointed around. This isn't your original world. It may look similar, but if you take a closer look, you'll notice things are different. Now that you mention it, Hadrian glanced toward the stands. My cheering squad was over there. Most of the members of my harem had come to watch me slay the dragon. Did he say harem? Both Skinny Harry and Tall Harry said at the same time. He's not wrong. Victoria was scanning a different part of the stadium. I can't find my friends. Nor Draco. Where are they? Wait, I can't find my Draco either. Skinny Harry was starting to panic. And I don't remember seeing that ugly woman at the judge's table either. Who is that? She looks like a toad. That tiny old man who keeps pointing at us, Tall Harry added. His gaze then shifted to where Ron and Seamus were sitting, and his expression darkened. Okay, I definitely believe you now, because the Ron Weasley I know is very much dead. Good, now we can figure out how to get you back to where you came from. That being said, there's one more thing that worries me. Neville looked around. Where are your dragons? Where did all those students come from? Madame Maxime asked, her confusion evident. Albus, is this some ploy to help your second champion? I won't stand for it. Karkaroff shouted, clearly agitated. Igor, I assure you, Albus, this is a disaster. You have to get those boys off the arena. They are interfering with my tournament. Mr. Crouch demanded. Dumbledore sighed. I have nothing to do with that, but I do agree that we need to do. I also have something to say. Madame Umbridge screeched at the headmaster, standing abruptly. Albus Dumbledore, I don't know what. The fury on her face was quickly replaced by confusion. I don't know what I was going to say. She sat back down, leaving everyone perplexed. The headmaster stared at the toad woman with an inquisitive look and wondered what was wrong with her today. Now that I think about it, she has been a bit off as of lately, he thought. Dumbledore, look. Professor Silverbell pointed at the firebolt broom in Dumbledore's hands. It was becoming transparent. The tiny professor hurriedly pulled another tool from his belt and began performing checks on the item, but he couldn't do much before the broom vanished completely. What in Merlin's name is going on? Madame Maxime had never felt so baffled in her entire life. What does this mean? Dumbledore asked Silverbell, concern growing in his voice. I'm not sure yet. Silverbell's eyes shifted to the arena. I need to examine that body from before, and perhaps the doctor. Creaking noises echoed from the sky, startling everyone, followed by a series of loud roars that reverberated through the arena. Then they saw them. One dragon after another began to appear, filling the rocky area. More dragons? Mr. Crouch shouted. But where are they coming from? Maxime asked, alarmed. This time they saw it clearly. The dragons didn't fly down from the sky. Instead, they simply appeared out of nowhere. Is this an attack? Karkaroff muttered, worried this might be something orchestrated by his old master to kill everyone. Oh, this is much worse than I thought. Professor Silverbell caught a glimpse of the dead dragon as it disappeared, followed by the corpse of the unknown boy. Dumbledore, we must hurry. Something had occurred to him. Quick, someone call the dragon handlers, Mr. Crouch ordered. No, Silverbell quickly objected. You must not interfere. What is this gnome talking about? We can't just let those dragons run wild. I'll get fired for this, Crouch shouted. Hold on, Bartemius. The professor here knows a lot about these phenomena. We should listen to him, Dumbledore said calmly. Do you know what is happening? Maxime asked, sensing that Dumbledore was withholding information. Dumbledore, there is no time. You have to get me down there. I must speak with those boys before they do something that could doom us all, Silverbell urged. See. This is what I was worried about, Neville said, as 4 more Hungarian Horntails manifested into their world. There was 1 extra dragon for each extra individual that had appeared, counting the one that had already been there for Neville's test that made 5. Whoa, that's a lot of dragons. This might get tricky, Hadrian Potter commented nonchalantly. Where did they come from? Skinny Harry asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. They came from the same place as you all did. These are your dragons, Neville explained. What about that one? Tall Harry pointed at the corpse lying on the ground. He was already like that when he appeared. I guess the dragon killed him right before crossing over. Wait. Neville was interrupted as the dead dragon and the corpse both disappeared, vanishing into thin air. Where did they go? Tall Harry asked. Did they go back to their world? Victoria asked, looking at Neville. Is that what we have to do to return? Do we have to die? Wait, hold on. Is that true? Skinny Harry asked, panic rising in his voice. I don't have all the answers, okay? Just give me a moment to think. Neville was clearly frustrated. At least all the dragons had appeared with their chains, which gave them a bit of time to come up with a plan. Neville's eyes drifted to the spot where the dragon he had killed had been before it vanished. Maybe they'll go back as soon as their dragon dies, Neville considered. Maybe we should just kill these dragons and see if that works. Because I'm certainly not willing to die myself. I don't know about the rest of you, Hadrian said, reaching the same conclusion. Hadrian began walking away from the group, but Tall Harry stopped him. So you want to do that alone? Tall Harry asked. No offense, but you all look like a band of weaklings. I can handle this myself. Hadrian smirked. You don't have to thank me, just stay there and watch. Hold it, leather pants, Victoria said. Oh, did you change your mind? Hadrian gave her a wink. Do realize that you're all different versions of the same person, right? Neville commented. I'd rather not think about that, Victoria grimaced. But what I was going to say is, we don't know if killing all the dragons will send us back. What if it makes things worse? So it's not like we can wait all day. Look, Hadrian pointed at the dragons. The Hungarian Horntail is a notoriously aggressive species of dragon, and even though they were chained, they were now struggling fiercely to break free. It's clear they wouldn't remain restrained for much longer. Wait, please, don't do anything yet. Professor Silverbell's voice echoed through the arena. He and Dumbledore were descending slowly onto the field on the headmaster's flying carpet. You should all listen to what he has to say. Dumbledore spoke in a grave tone. Everyone's future may depend on it. Only if it's very, very short because, as Neville was speaking, one of the dragons broke free from its restraints. Because that will happen. Wait, you mustn't kill any of these dragons. It's very important. Professor Silverbell shouted urgently. Why not? What happens if we do? Victoria asked. Right now, your connection to your own reality is weakening by the second. If that connection breaks for any reason, you will not be able to return and, Professor Silverbell hesitated, unable to finish. And tall Harry looked at the old gnome with interest. No matter. What's important right now is that you must accomplish your mission in order to go back. I believe that's the only way, Silverbell concluded. Our mission? You mean the trial with the dragon? Skinny Harry asked. So we do have to kill the dragons then, Hadrian commented. The goal of the first task is for you to acquire the golden egg and bring it back. The dragon is just the obstacle to pass, Dumbledore explained. Oh, we just need to get the egg, Victoria said, realizing. And then we can return. I see a problem with that. Neville pointed at the where the dragons were located. They weren't the only thing in the arena. There were nests all over filled with golden eggs. Can we just grab any golden egg? Tall Harry asked. Absolutely not. You must confront only your own dragon and retrieve the golden egg from your world. If you pick the wrong one, the consequences will be catastrophic, the gnome warned. How can you be so sure? Aren't you just guessing? Hadrian scoffed. I'm making an educated guess. I'd say there's about a 60% chance I'm correct, Professor Silverbell admitted. Another dragon broke free from its restraints. It's not like anyone else has a better idea. Just listen to the old gnome. Neville approached the furious dragons. Wait, Mr. Longbottom, Silverbell yelled. I know, I won't kill them. I'll just hold them in place a bit longer so our visitors can complete their task without the audience being burnt to a crisp. Neville knelt down, letting the tip of his wand touch the ground as the first dragon began to move toward him. Need help, mate? Tall Harry offered. No, I've got this. Neville's eyes briefly glowed green. Ferrum magnum constrictus. The rocks and stones scattered around the arena transformed into iron chains, which quickly took on a life of their own and wrapped around the dragons. The more the dragons struggled, the more chains appeared, binding them tighter until they could no longer move. Neville kept his wand on the ground and sat down. Just let me know which one I need to free. We can do this one at a time. That was impressive, Skinny Harry said with a playful wink. Nice one, mate. Tall Harry gave him a thumbs up. Yeah, but now what? We've got 5 dragons and 5 sets of eggs, Hadrian pointed out. How are W the pervert is right, she interrupted him. How do we find the one that belongs to our world? Victoria asked. Hey, Hadrian complained. That's a good question, Dumbledore said, his eyes on Professor Silverbell, hoping he had an answer. When Silverbell mentioned catastrophic consequences, only he and Harry truly understood the gravity of the situation. Their very existence was at risk. As I said, you're still connected to your own realities, and so are the eggs and dragons. When you're near something connected to you, you should feel the best he could. It's Silverbell explained. That's a bit vague. What exactly are we supposed to feel? Skinny Harry asked. Just give it a try, Neville urged. Get closer to the dragons and see if you sense anything. There was a hint of desperation in his voice. The more they delay, the worse things will get. Fine. Skinny Harry, with an exasperated gesture, moved toward the nests of eggs. The others followed, while the audience looked on in confusion. Mr. Crouch, who had been narrating the previous trials, had fallen silent. He didn't know what to say, understanding as little as everyone else in the stands. The only people who seemed to know something had just joined the contestants down below. Harry, do you know what's going on? Lyra asked. Harry shook his head. He hadn't been told anything about what was going to happen during the task, but he doubted it was supposed to be like this. He had only been warned about the possibility of Voldemort making a move during his trial, but seeing even Dumbledore involved, this had to be something else. I don't know. It was the only answer he could give. Daphne watched in silence. Since Harry had revealed more to her than anyone else, she had a better idea of what might be happening. A convergence. Those dragons and those people down there, they must be from different realities. But she was now very worried. Based on what she had learned, 2 separate realities couldn't remain connected for long. If they did, there was a risk of one of them disappearing entirely. Back in the arena, Skinny Harry jumped in excitement, pointing at a group of eggs. I felt something. I think these are mine. Great, now you have to find your dragon and confront it, Silverbell instructed. Can't he just take the egg and be done with it? Hadrian suggested. No, the task must be completed properly like you would have done originally. Otherwise, there's a risk of leaving something behind, and the connection won't close properly. What happens if the connection doesn't close properly? Victoria asked. Professor Silverbell sighed. If that were to happen then, well, aim. Silverbell seemed hesitant to continue. Well, what? Come on, spit it out, old man. Are we going to die if we don't get this done? Victoria asked harshly. I have a feeling it's worse than that. Tall Harry sensed something troubling. Neville glanced at the old gnome. He knew what would happen if those other versions of them didn't return. Their worlds would collide, and only one could survive. and it looked like the small professor did not want to tell them that. I believe it's best to focus on the task at hand. Knowing too much won't help you right now, Silverbell decided, fearing that the added pressure could backfire with so much at stake. There were murmurs of complaint, but Neville cut them off with a powerful shout. That's enough. His voice carried so much force that the entire arena shook. Even the dragons snapped their jaws shut. All you need to do is complete the task, and you'll go back home. That's all you should focus on. Thinking about what happens if you fail is just a distraction, he added. Hess Longbottom's right, Hadrian said, locking eyes with a particular dragon. Why would I think about failing when I never mine, then at the nest, and those fail, he pointed at the dragon. That one's everyone, stand back. I'm going to release his dragon and bring it forward, Neville instructed. The dragon had to be before the nest, as it would have been in the actual test, or so Neville believed. He wasn't sure of the universal rules for fixing cosmic convergences, but this felt right. Go get yourself burned, pervert, Victoria muttered, hoping the Hungarian horntail would wipe the smirk off Hadrian's face. Hurry up, will you? Tall Harry urged. Be careful, those beasts look nasty, Skinny Harry added. As Neville dragged the dragon into position using the chains, Hadrian stood confidently in the center of the arena. Ready. Neville waited for Hadrian's nod, then vanished the chains holding the dragon. The dragon was freed and began to roar. It looked extremely angry and ready to kill the first thing that got close to it. The horntail proceeded to look back at its eggs for a moment, before turning its fiery gaze toward the front. Hadrian did not seem intimidated by the best, and approached a bit more. This will be fun, he smiled. Everyone else, including Neville, had positioned themselves far behind, ensuring the dragon's aggression would focus on Hadrian. The young man stood tall, showing no intention of retreating. The audience watched in breathless anticipation as he boldly approached the dragon. Flames flickered in the dragon's mouth, and a moment later, it unleashed a torrent of fire straight at him with no restraint whatsoever. The boy made no attempt to defend himself, not even drawing his wand, or at least that's what it looked like. He simply stood there, letting the flames engulf him. Neville could hear gasps of shock from behind him. He's fine, he muttered. If he wasn't lying about being part incubus, dragon fire would never kill him. Neville recalled that both incubi and succubi had a natural affinity for fire, giving them a lot of resistance also. On top of that, he noticed Hadrian had cast a fire-resistant charm on himself without needing his wand. As the flames diminished, Hadrian's silhouette emerged unscathed, much like Neville had predicted. The young wizard stood untouched, watching the dragon tire from its fiery assault. He let out a loud chuckle. "Ha, that's the best you've got. Those flames are nothing. Let me show you some real flame," began to form. Fire, Hadrian raised his right hand, and a strange viridescent flames, glowing green, danced around his arm, and the temperature in the arena spiked rapidly. Tusk. That fool, Neville muttered, casting a heat-protective charm around himself and the others. Without it, they would have been seriously burned at this distance. What dark magic is that? Is it fiendfire? No, this is something else, Victoria exclaimed, her eyes wide. She was well versed in the dark arts after reading most of the books at the Black Family Library. She would have recognized a fiendfire being used, but this was something she had never seen before. It looked even more potent and dangerous. The dragon, sensing danger, tried to turn back to protect its eggs, but Hadrian wasn't about to give it the chance. "This is too much. He's going to destroy the eggs," Silverbell shouted. "Stop freaking out. I know what I'm doing," Hadrian replied with a wide grin. He threw the small green flame toward the dragon. As soon as the flame touched the horntail's scales, it rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire beast. The dragon's roars of agony echoed through the arena, but they didn't last long. Green flames consumed it like a living entity before sinking into the ground, leaving almost no trace, only a few black bones and the scorched stones where the dragon once stood. Neville couldn't help but be impressed. This boy had a tremendous level of control over something that no ordinary human could ever hope to master. He noticed that the nests had not been touched. Most of the head had been focused on himself and the dragon. "What was that?" Victoria demanded. "Those were nether flames. Fire is sourced directly from the netherworld, where demons reside. Fiendfire was modeled after it, a very long time ago," Neville explained. Hadrian walked with his head held high, confidently retrieving the golden egg from the nest. "See, I told you I never fail. Now I would like to go back. I'm sure there are a lot of worried girls waiting for me." Just as he said that, Hadrian vanished, along with the nest and the rest of the eggs.